say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 11/2/2024. It is 2:25 a.m. Eastern Time. We're getting started very late today, but, you know, I gotta take care of business, homies. Gotta take care of business. Get off my dick. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? I turned the beginning of that last call last night. So for those of you who watched last night's stream, I'm turning the end of that last call-in, the beginning of the last call-in, into a short. Does anybody remember the beginning of the last call-in from last night? I was sitting here just kind of like fucking around, and somebody was like, why would you vote for Kamala? And I was like, because it's my responsibility as a white male to use my privilege for good and to vote for a strong black woman such as Kamala. And I'm like, you know, doing the whole meme. And a black guy in the shorts jack gets offended and calls in to tell me that he doesn't need my help and he doesn't need me to baby him or the black community. And I keep telling him, like, no. You're black. You're dumb. You need to sit down and shut up and allow us white people to fix everything for you, okay? Just shut the fuck up. Don't ruin this. Hush. No. Quiet. Zip it. Black people do not need to speak. Just shut the fuck up. Allow us to do this for you. And eventually I told him it was a joke. Eventually I was like, all right, I was just fucking around. Like I don't believe any of that shit. I was just kidding. Mike already? But yes, then at like he wanted to debate like whether or not the election was stolen, whether or not like Donald Trump was correct in saying that the election was stolen, and he's like giving me all these like, you know, Instagram videos and Twitter videos saying the election was stolen, and it's literally just clips of like Giuliani and his team just claiming that there was election fraud. There's no evidence, but it's just them claiming it over and over. So we spend like 2 hours on that, and then at the very end I say, all right, well, I was like, I gotta go to bed. So just, he's like, okay. And I was like, all right, just know that I'll have to save your black ass another day. Okay. And he starts laughing and he's like, okay, thank you. But I edit the video to make it sound like I'm saying that I have to save him and he needs to sit down and shut up. And then he says, okay. And then I say, but I'm going to have to save your black ass another day. And then cut off the call. So yes, it is, it was all pretty funny, but, so today I think what we're going to do is we're going to take call-ins with Jola. So we're going to allow people to call in and talk to him. This might be a little difficult with the way that we do things, because most of the people who want to call in don't want to use Discord. So if you haven't been around a long time, Jola is somebody that I met like way early on when I first started getting into Twitch politics and I was running panels. He's somebody that just kept popping up on my feed, and he was growing very quickly, was popping off a lot. And but he's very, very like politics oriented, very strictly like, you know, Democrat party, like progressive movement, like keep moving everything in this direction. And yes, it's all very like strict, and he might even run for office one day or something like that. So honestly, the best thing I could do for him is to just tell him to stop associating with me, in all honesty. Like if he ever runs for office, there was one time where he was on stream with me and I was literally on here like doing like Heil Hitlers and shit like that, and he's like, bro, stop, you can't do that when I'm on here. I'm like, oh, my bad, dude, my bad, I totally forgot. So yeah, but yes, very like way more progressive than me, and then we're just way more like interested in progressive politics and shit like that. Let me see if I can pull up his stream. But yeah, I think then we're gonna go over the Tim Pool, Sam Cedar stuff a little bit later and get into that shite.
LGBT.
But yeah, I set him up with like how to do the shorts chat and this, but it looks like he fucked it up.
So we grant asylum claims. So the idea that 90% of them are fraudulent.
Oh, maybe not.
No, any data that says that. If you do,
yeah, normally he'll have like 50 to 100 people watching his normal streams, and he's got 3 now. He's going through the same phase as me. His community's probably getting pissed off with the shorts chat, but he's got 278 people watching in the shorts chat. So yes, he is he's probably going through a similar phase as my community went with, where they're all like, dude, Fuck this shorts chat, dude. What the fuck? What is happening? There's like 1,000 times more of them. What is like? Stop talking to them, dude. We're over here talking too. So yeah, it looks like they're all bucking the shorts chat, but the is he? Oh yeah, so it looks like he's in a call-in right now. Because yeah, he was talking about earlier that he just can never get people to call in. He's always trying to get people to call in, and none of them ever call in on his stream. So he was like, "Why don't you just like set something up and I'll jump on and do it on your show?" So I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'm totally down for that." So yeah, shorts chat is for dicks, short dicks apparently. But yeah, the shorts chat is the one that gets disagreement. It's the one that gets people to call in. Yesterday, I got 135,000 views through shorts chat. And I didn't even get 1,000 in the other chat. Okay? So, sorry. But, I'm gonna take the fucking 130,000 views. Tom, be honest, are you being forced by the Harris campaign to do this? No. I am not. Tom doesn't care about base chat anymore. I mean, I care about it. It's just, Look, when I look at chat, it's all just combined, okay? It's all just one chat. This is what I look at, okay? It's one chat. And so when everything's flowing as fast as this, like, I'm just looking at this chat and just reading it. Now, with that said, I also have shorts chat over here in a short chat. And then I have base chat over here. And so every once in a while, just to make sure that I'm not like leaving you guys for too long, I can look at this one and make sure that I'm seeing what's going on, or I see the warnings about the mic. Really, that's what you guys are now. You guys are just there to let me know when my mic goes out. That's about it. That's all you guys are good for these days. So that's did you see Young Thug is free? Oh my goodness. Finally. I didn't know he was locked up, but shit. Been waiting on this. Take a poll, see where the people stand for what. I know they're like 90% of my audience is voting for Trump. What do you... Why would I don't need the poll. Wait, that's not really you. What? Yeah, I just look at you guys once in a blue moon just to make sure I feed you guys some little crumbs here and there just to like keep you off my back. But you guys are the fucking nagging wife that I gotta just make sure I buy flowers for every once in a while and ask how her day is, but that's about it. The rest of my attention is going to my chick on the side. Is that your twin? Do you think that Joa looks like me? Is that what you're telling me right now? You think Joa looks like me? That's the claim? That's the first time I've heard this one. Do you think the FBI burnt the Trump photos from Epstein's safe? I don't know, actually. I haven't looked at the Epstein stuff yet. Somebody sent it to me earlier, but I don't have it to where I can access it on this computer. Let me see if I can send it to myself real quick, and then I'll pull it up. Yeah, I'll send a bunch of these things to myself. We'll go over those while we wait on him. Okay. Yeah, so, excuse me. So far, it looks like starting Shorts chat first makes it to where they're the ones who are, they're the ones who are getting the bot now. So, is this a call-in show? Yeah, we'll do. I was just saying, I don't know if you missed it, but yeah, I was saying that we're gonna do call-ins. We're just gonna do them whenever he jumps on, and we're gonna let people talk to him for a bit, and then we're gonna cover some stuff, and then I'll do call-ins for myself a little bit later. So, what the fuck is this, dude? What is this? Okay, it moved. What were you guys seeing? I saw like two men in like the same underwear facing each other with like a flower at the bottom of the underwear. Is that what you guys saw? That's what I saw. Yes, that's what you guys saw too? Okay. There's sometimes when I look at like pictures and shit, and I like stare at it for a while, and I think, I can't tell if I'm like seeing the right shapes here. And then after a while, what I thought I saw turns into something totally different. And I'm a bit, yeah, blown away. I'm like, oh shit, how did I miss that so hardcore? I didn't see what it really was for a long period. But yeah, just like the shapes don't pop up for a long time. So, oh yeah, I uploaded a TikTok video yesterday, and it was the same like it was the same one that I did on YouTube with Adam and Sitch, but it didn't get views. It literally got 8 views over the course of like 18 hours. So I just re-uploaded again, but you can see here it got 8 views. So I just re-uploaded it again, but if you re-upload the same exact video twice, it just counts it as the same video, and then it just doesn't push it any more than it would have pushed the other one. So I unlisted this one, and then I added a bunch to this one just to make it different enough to where it wouldn't count it as the same exact video.
Listen to me for a second, okay? Listen. Okay. Open your ears up. Listen. Okay. You say if that scenario existed, what Donald Trump was doing would be the correct thing to do. It would not be an authoritarian thing to do. It would be justified. It would be prudent for him to do that, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So if Donald Trump believes that is the situation, and he is doing the prudent thing, he's not an authoritarian. He's delusional.
Okay, so Hitler wasn't an authoritarian because he actually thought the Jews were coming after them, right? Yes?
I'm not going to litigate World War II, whether or not Hitler was delusional.
I need some consistency here.
Like
I want no, it's not
well.
because it's not bad faith at all. You're saying that just because they believe it's happening that it's no longer authoritarian, and I'm saying that it's
What happened?
He's making a bad faith argument.
Democrat women say Democrat males are wimps. Well, here you go with a Trump voter, another one, just muting me because they don't want to compete with my arguments, so they'd rather just mute me so they can run away from it instead. So I'm a bit more convinced of the other side, but I don't know. I think it seems like it's you guys, the scary ones.
Argument. I'm not gonna
No. Wait. This is not a bad faith argument.
It is a total bad.
No. Hold on.
I'm not here to litigate.
No,
World War II.
wait. You are saying that someone cannot be delusional and authoritarian.
Look, I'm done with this. Okay.
Okay.
I'm literally done.
Okay. So now what?
Listen to me for
And then and then he literally leaves the call. He literally just runs away. Not only does he mute me, but he literally runs away. And I even, like, normally when something like this happens, I don't want the other person to think that I'm going to hold some sort of grudge against them and that I'm going to be, like, a dick to them based on something that, like, where they could just apologize, but they're, like, too prideful because they think that I'm going to turn around and be like, no, fuck you. So instead, I go ahead and give them an out. I always try to do this. I always try to make sure that, like, if somebody's afraid that I might, like, reject an apology or reject, like, some sort of, like, admittance of a mistake, that, like, I give them the out on that and make sure that they don't feel like that's happening. So I try to do this very consistently. Somebody fucks me over, I always try to give them the chance to fix it and let them know that I'm going to give them that chance. Not that I'm just going to sit back and wait for them to fix it, but I will let them know, hey, I'm totally cool with you if you want to just, like, accept this and move on. So I send him a DM and was like, you know, hey, that is not how I wanted things to go. I was really excited to talk to you. I went out of my way to come onto your show that I normally stream at, like, 10 o'clock at night at the earliest. And he asked me to jump on at 11:30 p.m. Pacific time. And I was like, okay, yeah, like, I went way out of my way to, like, make sure that I could come talk to y'all. And I'm not happy with how things went, but if you ever want to talk again or want to have another conversation or something, I'm totally open to it. You can just hit me up. And he just didn't respond. So far, he has just ghosted me. So where they normally get mad that, like, everybody turns around and calls them out on Twitter and goes on Destinies and is like, hey, look how dumb these people were and everything. I didn't do any of the shit. I didn't do it. Didn't call them out on Twitter. Didn't make fun of them. Didn't do the fucking rounds where everybody's reviewing it right now and everybody's going over it and I'm running around making fun of them and talking shit. Didn't do it. Didn't come on my own show and talk about, like what a pussy this is and what, you know, why are they always so scared and why can't they ever defend their own ideas and what, like, how embarrassing this is. Like, you literally are in front of a live audience in front of hundreds of people and you sit there and think it's a good idea to mute the other person in the middle of them trying to explain their position. And instead of you ever explaining your position, you just mute them and then leave. And totally, like, disrespect my time, like, the effort that I put into this, like, the amount of time that I put into, like, studying fascism and making sure that, like, I knew what I was talking about and I was able to give my argument in a clear and coherent manner. And you just left. I thought, yeah, I'll just reach out and just give him a shot to fix this. And yeah, he hasn't responded so far, so I think I'm going the other direction. I think I'm gonna go the other direction. We'll see by tomorrow, but yeah, there's been, like, yes, too many other people that he's, like, been very, like, whiny and did Sitch address it? So they didn't. Neither one of them have said anything about it on like Twitter or anything. They just like they just briefly spoke about like Anna Kasparian and the way that she talked about the way that she talked about the election, or sorry, the way that she talked about fascism. But this is the beginning of their show today, and so like it obviously the narrative is obviously that yes, like they're breaking up and that this is like the end of their show, right? Like Adam says, I'm done with you. I'm literally done with you, and just leaves and never comes back. And so that's like what most people have been waiting on, is they're like, oh shit, like are they gonna say like, is this the end of the show? Is that it?
Hey now! How everybody? Oh wait, no, it's Friday. I can't say hey now. Hey Friday, everybody. This is a very important stream. I know a lot of people were sitting around waiting with bated breath to find out what was going to go on today. I had some very, very sad news. As you can hear, Adam is playing the harmonica, very sad to mark the occasion. You know, it's been a good run, everyone. We've been doing this for a long time now. I feel like we've all felt like some things just seem like they're never going to end, but like all great things in life, there's always an end that's coming. And I feel like it is the end of an era. And so with great sadness, I must say, it is in fact over. The month of October is in fact over, and Halloween has passed. And now we must look forward to the future of November and the election that is just around the corner, everybody. Thanksgiving and the election. Will America fall into the evil, authoritarian, fascist clutches of Donald Trump, or will it become the communist hellhole of the Kamala Harris campaign? Let's find out, everybody.
All right. Nice. Now that we got that out of the way.
Beautiful.
It's like, what is the doomsday clock? How many minutes to midnight? How many minutes to midnight do we have now?
5 minutes to midnight, yes.
We're moving the doomsday clock officially 30 seconds closer to midnight. It is now 10 seconds from midnight. For those of you who don't know, the doomsday clock is this big thing that they keep to tell us how close we are to nuclear Armageddon.
Yeah, so like at first it seems like they're like either about to address it or memeing on it. And then it seems like, oh, okay, so it was a joke, but they're like acting like that's what they were going to talk about and then go into this. But then everything they say afterwards makes it seem like, oh no, that wasn't even the meme. They're not even playing into it. They're literally just talking about the fact that that's the end of November and now we're in the election month and now it's doomsday, like it's very like sad and scary because we're getting ready to have an election, and that's what it was all about. So yeah, it was it's odd. I have no idea. But yeah, okay. So we got a new article that I cannot read. So that's the end of that. But I am a thief. I am a dirty thief. So I will read it anyway. Oh, they haven't even archived it yet. Okay. Well, yeah, it doesn't look like we can read that article, so. It's an article about Jeffrey Epstein, recordings that came out, and we're not allowed to read it or listen to it, so. All right. Here's The Guardian. Jeffrey Epstein details close relationship with Trump in newly released tapes. Well, I mean, we already knew that they had like a relationship, right? We already knew that they knew each other. Like, this isn't new. We've already seen like tons of pictures of them together and everything. I've always thought it was weird how much Trumpers bring up like Bill Clinton and like the Clintons knew Epstein, and that like the Clintons were after him and the Clintons would want him dead, and they just totally ignore Trump's relationship with Epstein. Like, I've always found this super weird, dude. This is the weirdest shit in the world. Like, okay, even if you want to like act like that the Clintons had something to do with him, nobody's voting for the Clintons right now. They're not in office anywhere. They're not part of like politics, so it doesn't really matter. You're still voting for this guy, dude. You're still doing it. So yeah. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein details close relationship with Trump in newly released tapes. Recordings from 2017 reveal Epstein talking for some 100 hours about the ex-president, journalist Michael Wolff says. A New York author and journalist has released audio tapes that appear to detail how Donald Trump had a close social relationship with the late sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein that he has long denied. The tapes, released as part of the Fire and Fury podcast series by Michael Wolff, author of 3 books about Trump's first term and 2020 bid for a second, and the James Truman, former NME journalist and Condé Nast editorial director, include Epstein's thoughts about the inner workings of former U.S. president's inner circle. Wolff says the recordings were made during a 2017 discussion with Epstein about writing his biography. Epstein died by suicide while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges 2 years later. Despite his crimes, the wealthy financier was at the heart of a social circle of the rich and powerful in the U.S. and overseas that contained many famous names. Wolff claims the excerpt tape is a mere fraction of some 100 hours of Epstein talking about the inner workings of the Trump White House and about his long-standing deep relationship with Donald Trump. Trump once praised Epstein in a conversation with New York Magazine in 2002, calling him a terrific guy, and hinted at his interest in women on the young side. That's right, I forgot about that. That's right. He says, yeah, he's got great taste in women. He likes them on the young side. I forgot about that one. That's something important to share. I'm not doing call-ins, as I've said a couple of times. Yes, I'm not doing call-ins right now. I'm probably gonna take call-ins for Joa later, and then we're gonna review some stuff like Tim Pool talking to Sam Cedar. And then, yeah, then I'll probably take call-ins after that. Trump once praised, he likes him on the young side, but he claimed the pair had fallen out 15 years before Epstein was convicted on a prosecution solicitation charge in Florida in 2008. I was not a fan of his, that I can tell you, the president said after Epstein was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges in 2019. The Fire and Fury tapes reveal Epstein recalling how then President Trump played his circle off against each other. His people fight against his people fight against each other, and then he poisons the well outside, he says. Where's my glasses? I need my glasses. The author named Steve Bannon, Reince Priebus, and Kellyanne Conway as being among the acolytes and officials Trump played off each other like, what is that, courtiers in a competitive court. He will tell 10 people Bannon's scumbag and Priebus is not doing a good job and Kellyanne has a big mouth. What do you think? JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon says that you're a problem and I shouldn't keep you. And I spoke to Carl Icahn and Carl thinks I need a new spokesperson. Epstein continues his exposition of Trump's approach to management. So Kellyanne, even though I hired Kellyanne's husband, Kellyanne is just too much of a wild card. And then he tells Bannon, you know I really want to keep you, but Kellyanne hates you. Fucking shit, dude. That's wild. In response to the podcast, Caroline Leavitt, Trump campaign national press secretary, said Wolf is a disgraced writer who routinely fabricates lies in order to sell fiction books because he clearly has no morals or ethics. Yes, but this is what you guys say about literally everybody, dude. This is what you guys say about literally everybody who has ever said anything bad about Trump at all. Like, that's every single one of them. They're all liars. They're all disgraced. They're all just propagandists. They're all working with the deep state. They're all just mainstream media liars who were paid off. Like, that's everybody who says anything they don't like. That's all of them. Bring me in. You have roles. You can bring yourself in. You're not even in my waiting room. Not you, Keverton. I'm bringing in Jola. Unless you're here to speak to Jola. I sent you an invite to the waiting room. Appreciate it, Drazi. Where is he? What is he doing?
When they do finally have diversity, and we all are going to have diversity eventually. There's not going to be ethno states. They don't know how to handle it, and they end up having major issues with it. So, are you agreeing with him? Disagreeing with him?
No, I'm disagreeing with him in general.
Is he just did he just take another fucking call? He did. He just took another call. Motherfucker. All right. Well, that's fine. If he's got other calls, that's fine. Okay. So yeah, so they always say that like everybody who says anything bad about Trump is just trying to smear him and they're all just like, you know, part of the enemies and that's it. Like they're all liars. That like that's it. That's all they say every time. It's just a lie. There's nothing else. But yeah, he's making outlandish and false smears and engaging in blatant election interference on behalf of Kamala Harris. Bro, you guys have been caught lying 1,000 fucking times. You guys have literally called her a fascist, an authoritarian, a communist, a Marxist. You have zero evidence for any of this shit. You guys have been caught lying over and over and over. You said that Walz signed a bill that made schools put that the bill said that they had to put tampons in boys' bathrooms. Like, you guys have been lying out your fucking asses over and over and over. And then you just see, like, somebody says, oh, this is what Epstein said. They're quoting Epstein. They have the fucking recordings, and then you say, oh, this is election interference. What the fuck, dude? Give me a break, bro. Give me a fucking break, dude. This is embarrassing, dude. How can y'all be okay with such a fucking soy bitch just like always falling back to some like woman like answer that's always like, oh, well, he's a big meanie, so I don't even like him, okay? So I don't even have to respond to this because he's a big jerk face. And I don't have to respond to big jerk faces. It's like, why can't you just give a response? If you didn't do anything wrong, if you didn't like engage, like just give a response. Just say like, yes, like I knew him, we knew each other, but we didn't like each other. So he's gonna say some things. Epstein's gonna say some things about me that are, you know, bad. I'm gonna say some things about him that are bad, and you know, we both have bad opinions of each other. So when we talk about each other, it's not gonna be in the best light. Like it's not like ridiculously hard to do, but if instead every single time you have the same regurgitated response over and over and over and over to just say, yeah, they're liars, this is election interference, like there's nothing even in the story, then why are they calling it election interference if there's nothing in the story? Why are they saying it's all lies and this is a smear? How is it a smear if nothing's in the story? How is it election interference if nothing's in the story? That doesn't make any sense. Bro, pull me in. No, I've said for the last time, I am not taking call-ins until way later. It will be hours before I am taking call-ins. So stop the next person who says, pull me up, or I'm in the waiting room, or I'm calling. I am just going to time them out for the next 3 hours, and maybe they'll be back in time. Okay. Sorry. All right. Wolf's claim on the podcast that he became an outlet for Epstein to express his incredulity about someone whose sins he knew so well, and then this person actually being elected president. Epstein was utterly preoccupied with Trump, and I think, frankly, afraid of him. In the broadest strokes, Wolf's intention is to paint a picture of two wealthy men of the 1980s whose shared interests lie in money, women, and status. He describes how they socialized together in New York. The Guardian recently revealed that in 1993, Epstein had taken Stacey Williams, a Sports Illustrated model, and his girlfriend of 2 months to Trump's Fifth Avenue penthouse and allowed, or perhaps encouraged, the former U.S. president to grope her in what she described as a twisted game. Speaking on the podcast, Wolf said, "Here are the two guys both driven by a need to do anything they want with women. Dominance and submission and entertainment. And one of them ends up in the darkest prison in the country and the other in the White House." That is quite a stark contrast there. Is that the end of it? Okay, so at the beginning of this, they were saying, yeah, they were released in the Fire and Fury podcast. Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump 1 day ago.
You're ready for a comeback. And with Purdue Global, you can do more than take classes. You can take charge of your story, of your career, of
Joyce. In particular, it was Trump's old friend, Jeffrey Epstein.
She said. It was like an octopus, she said. I was utterly confused and frozen. After they left Trump Tower, Mr. Epstein just berated me for allowing that to happen, Miss Williams said. She added that she often wondered whether she'd been part of a bet or a challenge between the two men. I definitely felt like it was a piece of meat delivered to that office as some sort of game.
Yeah, I mean, I heard this story from Epstein. In his telling, he was pissed, but at the same time, he seemed to think it was funny, I guess, or Trumpian. And I remember him specifically saying Donald was incapable of not trying to cop a feel.
Obviously, there have been rumors about Epstein and Trump and their relationship for a long time. I mean, Trump denies it, though he's also been quoted as extolling Epstein and his young women. How much do you know about Jeffrey and Donald?
Quite a bit. When I was...
You guys are so stupid. He doesn't want to debate real topics. So if I don't stop everything that I have planned and everything that I set up for my show because you want to do it right here, right now, and if I don't just throw everything out and just stop and do what the fuck you want to do on my show, I don't want to talk about real topics now. I literally spent 10 hours yesterday just taking call-ins from anybody who wanted to call in about whatever they wanted to talk about. But now today, I have other things planned, and now I don't want to talk about anything real because I don't want to just stop and do what the fuck you want to do. Don't put debate in the title then. No, we are doing them, just not right now. Okay.
Writing Fire and Fury, I became an outlet for Epstein to express his incredulity about someone whose sins he knew so well, and then this person actually being elected president.
Mm-hmm.
Epstein was utterly preoccupied with Trump, and I think, frankly, afraid of him.
Before he was president, or
in the run-up, as it became clearer that there was the possibility that Trump might be president, and I even at that point thought that there was no possibility, but Epstein was pretty convinced that, I mean, he kept saying, I know Donald Trump, and he's going to win.
Wow.
I mean, so many of the people who have been around Trump and burned by him have become obsessed with him. I mean, and I think it's partly all about that question. How could this have happened? How could this person, who we have seen how he behaves, actually...
Yeah, this is like it is a common characteristic of people who make a lot of money, who rise in power, is these are people who are like very sensitive about how they look. They are very, very like worried about what other people think about them. They are always like worried about whether or not some random fuck thinks they're an alpha male or whether or not they think they're a beta, and they have to make sure that they do the right thing for that random loser to think that they're awesome. And the like tons of guys are always like working out all the time and spending all day every day at the gym and greasing themselves up so that other guys will think that they look super hot and super big and super buff. And it's like it is just like a very a self-esteem. It's a self-esteem issue is what I think it is. It's always like everybody has like some self-esteem issues, and obviously everybody should consider what everybody else thinks about them to some extent. But yes, when we're talking about like, people who just continuously rise in power, it's not all of them. It's not every single person who gains power or who rises in power or who makes a lot of money or who works out a lot. It's not all of them, but it is, yes, just a very common trait or characteristic with them is that, yes, these are people who just have a lot of self-esteem issues. And so when you see people coming in and like 90% of the people in the chat, when you start like arguing against them instead of ever actually arguing against you, or like you make a bunch of points and go through like a bunch of evidence and logic, and instead of them going through points and giving evidence and logic, they just sit there talking about like, oh, what a soy boy liberal cuck, what a fucking beta male. Like, these are people who are all just like, yes, very obsessed with like what somebody else thinks of them and and like whether or not other men are like think they're super masculine and manly, and whether or not like they think they're leader enough for some shit. And I'm sure like everybody struggles with these things to some extent, right? So like all women have some aspect that where there's like some sort of competition of femininity or some like concept of femininity that they have to live up to and that they have to like put on and perform a little bit just to make sure that they are like meeting the necessary requirements. And so yes, there are like healthy amounts of this that make sense. And I obviously have always talked about the fact that yes, like I do think that like masculinity is a good thing, and I think that like lots of the progressives who like are always constantly hating on masculinity or making everything that men do a bad thing. We used to have a chatter here who was like a hardcore feminist who was always like everything was men's fault. Everything that anybody ever said was somehow offensive to women and somehow degrading women, and it was always like some sort of like problem where masculinity was like oppressing everybody else. And it's that like there's always too far on the spectrum in any direction where you're just going too far. But obviously Donald Trump is one of the most like self-consumed people. He's a narcissist. He's somebody who thinks that he has to always put on. And so where this woman, I don't know if like what she's saying is true, because even she's saying that she's just guessing. So when she says like I felt like there was a game, blah blah blah, I don't know if that's true, but like the fact whether or not there's actually a stated game doesn't mean that there's not a game. Like whether or not they actually talk to each other and say we should both go and try to like touch her pussy and like grab her tits and shit, like that's not normally how it would work. But it would be that like yes, you want to show off to the other person, you want to show that like you're able to touch hot chicks and that they'll let you do it and shit like that. And so yes, it doesn't even have to be like a stated game, where sometimes yes, you just have guys that you're around where there is just a constant competition in a lot of these areas without ever actually stating that there was a competition, without ever actually talking about the fact that there's a competition. Jola.
Hey Tom, so yeah, I just had a nice neo-Nazi debate where he gave me a death threat at the end, and also a couple other fun conversations. But
that's my favorite
gang. I have 3 people waiting who are, I assume, conservatives. There's 3 people in my server who want to have like a debate conversation. But I wanted to see if you wanted to bring all of them in and have like a little, not like a panel, but like have a little group discussion.
Yeah, sure. Let me. I think I'm in your server, so I can just post like a. I'll post like a. What do you call it? Like an invite to my server. Is that what you want me to do?
Yeah, I'll send you the invite to where to send it to. And if y'all are listening, it's gonna be in General 1 on the server that y'all joined. We're only gonna take 3 of you, most likely.
Is it in stream chat?
But let me DM you the server. You can do it, and actually no, just do it. I just sent you the server.
Well, I mean,
that they're in, and you can see what voice channel they're in.
Right.
Oh, this is just what I'm using for debates, so I don't want everyone joining my actual server for debates.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we could join this voice channel in my server too if you want. We could just do that. Okay, look in general. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So it's in General 1. There's a link. And then as soon as they join, it'll just have them accept the rules, and then they can just jump in the waiting room.
All right, I'll be right.
Okay. But yeah, so as I was saying, I don't know why he was in the waiting room. Again, yeah, he keeps joining the waiting room and then waiting for me to pull him on. And I went and made it so that I didn't have to do that. So that he could just jump on, so that I didn't have to stop and... Oh my goodness, he's in the... Jola, I gave you perms so that you can literally just jump right into the call, so that I don't have to keep like pulling you in. Huh?
YouTube Shorts is wild, man. YouTube Shorts is definitely the craziest thing I've ever done.
Did you hear what I
in my life.
just said?
Yes, I have perms. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Yes, YouTube Shorts is a freaking wild concept, and I had so many people that actually didn't want to join Discord because they're all like kind of paranoid about where they share their information and all that crap. So I actually went and I just went to the website Google Voice, and it makes up a fake phone number, and then you can just tell people to call in. I didn't have to pay for anything. It just automatically does it. Just like I just start posting the phone number, and people just call in to that phone number now. And now I use that, and people can even like leave messages and voicemails if they don't want to talk. They can just leave a voicemail and say like, "Hey, just wanted to know your thoughts on this." And like, yeah, it's actually really cool using that instead.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that. Yeah.
Makes it a lot simpler for everybody.
Man, these comments are brain rot. Totally brain rot. I'm gonna pull your chat up too. Hello, Tom Foolery chat.
All right. Let's see. All right. So is there one that we're doing first, or?
I mean, we could bring one or both in at the same time, as long as they aren't crazy. They seem to be chill when I talk to them, so I think both would be fine, but...
Okay, let's start with one. So we'll start with Victor, and I'll, like, kind of stay out for the most part, and then just kind of jump in here and there. Victor, are you there?
I am here.
All right, Victor. What was your beef?
I don't have any particular beef. I think, well, I'll just preempt by saying I can't vote. I'm not an American. I'm currently in America, and I think I'm fairly aware of American politics. But I will say the few things that struck me from Jola is, first of all, how you seem basically to say that anyone who supports Trump is cultish. Basically, doesn't, when that represents half the country, that all of these people are unreasonable persons, which are most probably racist. Is that the point you're making? That basically for half of America is uninformed, racist, hillbilly kind of thing?
I would probably say they're one of those. So I think there's very good people who are reasonable, who are genuinely just being fed a terrible diet of like really bad propaganda. I know some of these people. They were never in politics before. They don't have the scope of information to understand what's going on. So they go on Twitter or Newsmax and they get told this crazy vision of the world. And I can't blame them because they live in the middle of nowhere. So those people I would not say, those bad things about. Now the outright Nazi that I debated and also the trust fund baby I debated, they would probably be categorized in the really selfish people and angry people and people that are in like a cult. Can you be in a cult and also me not blame you because you're not, you don't have access to good information? Sure. Am I calling every Trump supporter bad? No. But if you're voting for Trump, you're not voting on him for policy unless if you're rich and you want tax cuts. There's no reasonable policy discussion.
And you're saying that you're voting for Kamala for policy?
Yeah, I would say 100% for policy. I 100% align with Kamala
for hers are you voting for?
Expanding Medicare to cover at-home costs. I think the corporate tax rate should be raised a little bit again, a little bit higher, back to around 28%.
What's your evidence between raising taxes equals a better economy?
Because we're able to fund, programs like expanding Medicare to cover at-home costs and also providing tax credits to families and things like paid family medical leave that I think are really good for society and have been really good for society. The tax rate for corporations used to be in the 30s. Now it's at 21. Kamala wants to bring it back to 28. I think that's a good middle ground that conservatives
has that impacted the economy negatively to lower that tax rate?
Yes, because we're running huge deficits like under Trump for zero reason when we should be.
And the deficit was not already there pre-Trump and was not kept through Trump. It was not kept through Biden.
Yes, it was there pre-Trump, but Trump was running deficits for no reason other than giving billionaires tax breaks. We did not get anything as far as investments for the American people through Trump's deficits. If we have deficits under Joe Biden, we got the infrastructure bill, we got CHIPS Act, we got so many things for the American people.
You're talking about the Reduction Inflation Act?
Away to
is that what you're talking about?
No, not the Reduction Inflation Act. I just said the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which helped build American roads, is bipartisan, and also talking about other policies like the Chips and Science Act, which
Right.
increased
Oh, the chips and
American
science. So are you
manufacturing. American
about
manufacturing
And they
on
had
the
like
rise
the
almost
child
tripled
tax
versus what it
credit.
was under Trump.
Do you understand there is only two American chip manufacturer, Intel and Apple? Intel is actually currently close to being
Why do you
bankrupt.
think they passed the policy? Why do you think the policy was a big thing? Why do you think it was a big deal then? That's exactly why they needed to pass something like that, because they
Oh,
need it for
and that
national
helped,
security reasons, and they want to do more manufacturing in America.
and
That's
that
why they did
helped them.
that's why they
That
made
made
the
a
policy.
difference. That made zero
It is
difference. I
making a
don't think you
difference.
have any
Yes,
understanding
because
as to how these
manufacturing has
companies work.
tripled. Oh, you don't have any understanding of anything at all because you don't know why
Oh,
these bills are being passed. You don't
but
understand
I'm the one
anything. You
who
don't
doesn't
understand any
understand
reason this
anything,
policy
but
is
you're
being
the
done.
one
You
who
don't.
comes and says that half of America is completely stupid. How
Well, hold
entitled
on,
Did
is
not
hey
that
say that. I
Victor.
people?
literally just
Well,
told
hold
you
on,
that
wait,
you're being
hold on,
dishonest.
wait,
Can you
wait,
just
wait, hold
clarify
on,
that?
You clarified.
hold on, hold on, wait, hold on, Victor. You keep bringing up half of America as though like the larger number that it is changes whether or not they're stupid. Whereas like if you wanted to argue against whether or not they were stupid, even if he did say half of America, the number doesn't actually change whether or not they're actually stupid or
Well, let's go back to
brainwashed
what
or
he said.
anything.
The three adjectives that he mentioned is either stupid, racist, or hillbilly, which is all negatives which are, accused to
I
stupid.
did
You could say.
not. I did not. You totally
I
left
said,
out uninformed and
okay,
manipulated
you're now
for a
lying.
reason on
But
purpose. I
apart
mean,
from
that
that, how
you can
can you
rewind it. I
you
said
say
it's because people are misinformed and victims to propaganda.
I don't know anything, yet you say that the entire base of the people that you criticize are stupid, basically. So how can you say that you
Can you move
understand
off that
the point of
topic? I
view
don't want to talk
when
to
you
a victim that's gonna
dismiss
cry.
any
Okay,
of
I want
these
to talk about
people?
policy. I don't want to hear the victimhood.
Yeah,
Okay,
you don't
can we
want to
talk
talk
about
about
actual
policy
policy?
because you don't know what you're
Because Trump
talking
has no
about.
policy.
So,
Trump has
all
no
right,
policy. No
what
policy at
Kamala
all.
policy has basically free money. I'll give you $25,000. I'll give you $6,000. That never works. Not a single economics take these kind of policies seriously. So I'm not too sure what you're talking about here.
Wait, Trump, just real quick. I mean,
Oh,
Trump,
okay.
after Kamala came out with her entire plan, Trump started coming out with all sorts of like tax credits and all sorts of like different like loans to give the American people and things like cars and crap like that. Why is he doing it now over and over if that doesn't work?
Well, I'm not saying that's a good policy. I'm not saying that every Trump policy is a good policy. I don't think that going out there and saying I'm going to give you 25, a perfect example is that 25,000 down payment. Not a single economist alive would take that seriously. You're going to create incredible demand all of a sudden on people who are more likely not able to. That's how you created the 2008 financial crisis. You're
Okay, so
basically giving
let's
out bad loans to people who most of the time cannot afford it. You're going to create such a short window of such a high demand. All you're going
well,
to do is
there's
raise the price over time.
just
So
real
just to go
quick,
back to one
just
thing,
that. Well, just
just to
hold
go
on,
back to one
because
thing.
I wanted to ask because that you're talking about loans, and you are correct that that's like what happened with the financial crisis. But he's talking about like actual like giving tax incentives to people to get them to do things like build
Yeah,
single family
well,
houses or to get them to like lower costs on groceries, like everyday like sort of products that Americans buy more than
yeah,
anything that seem to cause like the
well,
majority of the inflation.
yes, I agree on the basis. It depends on how you do it. For example, when you look at Kamala Harris, who goes on to say that they're going to block the price of certain necessities, that's what's called communism. That never worked anywhere on the planet. Many places tried it.
Market
So
controls
people,
That's
aren't communism.
not
Don't say it's
communism.
okay,
communism.
listen,
Don't use the dumb
there's a
words you
lot of
don't know.
places around the world that try to do price caps on a lot of things that never worked. Not a single time in every single place it was tried. And God knows it was brought up. So that policy does not work. So it depends how you do it. A good economy is a good economy for everybody. The rich, the poor, and the people in the middle. And is you can do handouts after handouts, but that's not what's going to fix the problems all the time. So yeah,
Is
sure.
allowing Medicare to cover at-home cost a handout? Is
You
that a
don't even
handout
know
if
what you're talking
Medicare
about.
can
You're
cover at-home
talking
costs?
about expanding overcare to every single
Are
person.
you going to
You don't
talk
even
about?
know
Are
how
you going to
good
talk
that's
about
even
this?
possible.
Are you going to respond? Is it a handout to allow Medicare to cover at-home costs?
I'm not sure
That's
what
a
you're referring
handout.
to.
Okay, so Medicare is our system of healthcare where if
Yes,
you
I know
turn
what Medicare is.
65,
Yeah.
everyone gets it. They want to expand it. She wants to expand it to cover at-home costs for seniors because many people who are like 30 to 50 years old have to take care of their parents and their kids because their parents can't afford to be in a home or whatever. So they're want to expanding Medicare to cover at-home costs. Is that a handout?
I don't know if it's a handout. I don't know if you know any of the particular details that would that would make
Okay,
this a
buddy.
good
Okay,
policy.
in every country, and we don't even. I'm done talking to you about this because this is just a dumb conversation. Every single country that has policies like this that reinforce, at the bottom up level, supporting people at a very
You have no idea
basic
what you're
welfare
talking about.
state,
You're talking about
very
every
basic welfare state.
Listen, I'm
Hey,
from
hey,
Europe.
hey, 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 no, shut up,
I
shut up,
know
shut
Well,
up,
just
shut
let
up.
him
No,
let him
I'm
let him
gonna
finish his
life
statement.
expectancy.
Let him finish his
America's
statement,
life
Victor.
America's life
expectancy. Listen,
expectancy
buddy.
is
Victor,
only
No,
based
no,
you
no,
gotta
no.
let him finish what he's
Okay,
saying, Victor. Hold on, let him
chill.
finish what he's saying.
Yes, but he's gonna
Listen.
lie. Talk
So
about free healthcare when you don't know what you're talking
listen.
about. I'm from Europe.
I'm not talking
I
about
know
free
free
healthcare. I'm
healthcare.
not talking about free
You have no
healthcare.
idea what you're talking
I can
about.
talk about mixed. Okay, you have to stop talking or getting out of the call because I know every healthcare
When
model
you
in
say
the world.
when you say
and
free
that's how
healthcare, you
do.
just mean that they pay it through taxes. That's all you're arguing against. Is you're just saying that it's not free because they pay it through taxes, right? Victor?
I'm not saying it's free.
No,
No
Victor.
one's saying it's free. I never
Victor,
made that
yes, but
argument.
that's
I know
what
he's not
Victor
saying that
thinks.
either.
Victor, he just said
He's
that
saying
he's
that
that you're
handouts in
lying
general
about.
are bad. So supporting, like providing like childcare or providing paid family medical leave or providing Medicare to be expanded to cover at-home care. He's saying these things are handouts, and I'm saying that in every
That's not
country
what I
that
said.
provides these
That's not
things,
what I said.
every country you are saying that any base level redistribution of taxes that goes towards programs that help people at the bottom,
That is not
those
what
are
I said.
handouts. Listen. Every country that does the policies Kamala wants to do, most of them. I don't agree with all of them, okay? You brought up policies I did not bring up. But there's a reason America's life
No,
expectancy
you're
is
the one
around
who's
73
putting
or
words in my
74.
mouth.
There's a reason. Can you shut
You
up for
said
1 second?
I was saying
The
to
reason
the
America's
handout.
life expectancy
But
is
you're feeding
74, but then
lies.
Canada's is 84. Other countries, other first world countries have a life expectancy 10 years higher than America because they're willing to do that for their people. And the people actually understand how to, as you said, create an economy that works for people at the lower class, middle class, and every class. Because we're not afraid to talk about the actual things affecting America. Get this
Okay,
guy out of
how
here. I
about
don't
you
want to talk
don't
to him
put
anymore.
words in my mouth for once, and for
Just get
once
him
you
out of here.
understand
No, I
that.
don't want to talk to him.
Yeah, you're a
He wants
loser,
to. He
man.
wants to just yeah.
No, you just can't handle the other side of the argument. And when people come up with arguments, you actually should say that basically I'm a liar and that you can't handle that conversation.
Why
So
don't?
you
But
putting words in my mouth when you talk about, oh, I'm talking about handouts when it comes to Medicare. I said that the handouts were, for example, when he comes out with a policy about, oh, we're going to give this many $1,000 to someone, the other person comes through and says, oh, we're going to give $6,000, and here's this. That's a handout. That's accumulating this policy of saying, oh, well, I'll give you more. Vote for me because you'll get free money, and that's what most of the policies are based on. And you talk about how she's going to do a great job for the economy for America. She was asked on stage what she would do differently from Biden. She said not a single thing. Anybody in
Biden's
America would
policies are
agree.
fantastic. Biden's policies are fantastic.
Anybody in America can agree that the country is on the wrong track, economically speaking, and that Biden greatly contributed to that. So
that's
you can
economists don't
live in
agree
that
with
made-up
that.
world that Biden did a great job for the economy of America. But no
It's
economic
numbers, bro. It's numbers.
Well, okay, hold
numbers.
on.
It's
Yeah,
Yeah,
numbers.
hold on.
what
Just
is the
hold on,
inflation
hold on.
percentage?
Wait.
What's
Hold
the
on.
inflation
Just
now?
wait. Just real quick. When you're saying like nobody agrees, like economists seem to agree. Currently the United States had the fastest comeback from the downturn from the pandemic than any other first world nation. Like they had the fastest upturn from that than anybody else. So everybody in the world's struggling from the pandemic. But the fact that like you're saying, well, they didn't do anything. Well, they had the fastest turnaround of anybody else. So what is it that you would have expected?
What was that turnaround based around? Was it based off of the pure product and industrial ratio of what
It's
America
based on
produces?
real wages and what real wages can afford in
So it's
America
the
and
wages
inflation
that
coming
brought back
down.
up the American
Wages
economy.
grew at a similar rate to inflation, and we got control of supply chains, and America had the best recovery of any country.
It's at a
from
higher
COVID. We are
rate
now the
versus
strongest economy in the
2019.
world after COVID.
How does that make a correlation about managing a good economy? Your point is that he manages a good recovery on COVID on its own. That doesn't represent that you're going to have a good economy on the long term outside of COVID.
Well, you just said that the economy sucks and everybody knows that it's really bad and that everybody's struggling.
Yeah,
but
well,
if
I
in
don't think you will find
actuality,
much people who can.
well, but if in actuality, since 2019, we've actually outpaced the inflation with average wages, it would say that like we've actually done better than where we were before.
What are you referring to?
The fact that
what exact specific documents are you referring to?
So as Joa just said, in real wages, the fact that we're that we've so it says in the United States, wages have generally been growing faster than inflation. This is according to the wage growth versus inflation for 2024, and then also the fact that like we're at 2.5% inflation for the last couple months.
Yeah,
is
for the
a
past
huge
couple
difference.
months, you want to compound over time. I mean, go
Well,
and tell
again,
me,
this is
that's
versus
funny when
every
people.
other country. Like all first
You're
world
bringing up
countries are
emotional
struggling
arguments,
with
though. We're bringing up
inflation.
numbers. You're bringing up anecdotal evidence.
I'm just
I'm
saying
not
that,
bringing
like,
up
versus
anecdotal
all.
evidence.
I'm just
bringing
saying
up
that
information.
again.
For your
Hold on, I'm just
recovery
saying
of
that
COVID,
again.
that means
Versus,
you a
yes,
good argument for
yes.
maintaining a good economy over time. When the only way that you got out of COVID is by printing trillions of dollars over time. That's what the
It
Inflation
worked.
Reduction Act is. Oh, it did work.
That's
Well,
why
at
America's
what
the strongest
cost?
economy in the
That's
world
why
right
you're
now.
35
At what
trillion
cost?
in debt, and that
At
you'll
what
never.
cost? Being the best. Being America's manufacturing tripling.
How
Our
much debt?
manufacturing tripled because of Biden. Our manufacturing in America tripled because of Biden, and we're the
Oh,
strongest economy in the world after COVID.
really? Is
What
that
metrics
why,
are you
for
going
example,
by?
the
If you
number
want to
one
talk
chip
about
manufacturer
healthcare,
in America
the
is now dead? The perfect example of
two
what's
biggest
important to America.
the
But do
two
you want to talk about?
biggest problems we're facing cost-wise is healthcare, okay, and housing. Only one candidate has even somewhat sane views on healthcare and housing, and it's not Donald Trump. Donald Trump has zero policies on
Yeah, but
literally
you
anything.
say that, but you have no understanding of how your pro-healthcare policy to expand it to the rest of America would actually impact the economy.
Demonstrate
Well,
why. Demonstrate what you mean. Don't just say
No,
I'm wrong. Tell
I
me why
don't
I'm
need to
wrong.
say. Well, demonstrate that
You
your
don't need to say
policy.
why I'm wrong.
Demonstrate that your policy would actually make a growth to American.
Keeping the Affordable
housing.
Care Act is better than eliminating the Affordable Care Act, like Trump wants to do. That's better. Trump's
But
across-the-board
Trump never
tariffs
said
is
he wants to.
working.
Trump never said he wants to delete the Affordable Care Act.
Oh, Oh, buddy. Okay. Now,
Like
you saying
over
that is
200,000
very bad, because
manufacturing
Trump has,
jobs.
no, don't,
Just
Trump has tried
the-
repealing the ACA many times. On Trump's campaign website, it says one of his first initiatives is to get rid of the ACA. Trump tried getting rid of it in his entire term like 25 times, and he tried cutting Social Security and Medicare as well. Because he wants to do it, he keeps trying. He used executive action to cut down from the ACA. He wants to. You just said he doesn't want to. You just said he never said he wanted to get rid of it. That is
why couldn't he do it?
categorically false.
Why couldn't he do it? Okay, look, I'll admit
John McCain said no.
Oh, it's because
John
McCain said no,
stopped
and
it.
that would stop the authority
No
of the
vote.
President of the United States to put.
Yes, we have a government with checks and balances in America. Yes.
Yes. Right. Okay. Yes, that's
Trump
exactly
did what he
what.
could. Every executive power Trump had with Obamacare, he did it, and the ACA, he used executive power to cut down on Obamacare as much as he could without Congress. And the only reason the Senate didn't kill Obamacare is because John McCain defended it.
You need to
100%.
argument in the first place that your healthcare expansion policy would actually make a good on the economic outburst of America. You didn't make a single case. You said yes, it's going to make. We should do that. How does that make the case for it actually being a good positive for America?
He said talk to the other person, Tom. He's not making any direct claims.
Well, just
I can't really
yeah,
respond
just
to that.
I mean,
you're
he
making
did say
unfounded claims.
Just
so you
real
can
quick.
keep on doing that all day long. But you just said that America is doing better economically under Biden than Trump.
Yeah,
Like,
but no, but he did no, he did make claims.
Say, oh,
hold on, just real quick. No, Victor, he did say that like since they took over, they've grown in manufacturing. So under the Trump, this is according to just hold on, just listen, just
compare it to.
Hold on. Let me finish my statement. Hold on.
They make good.
Stop talking.
Printing money.
Stop. According to the Blue-Green Alliance, under Joe Biden, under Trump, we lost over 200,000 manufacturing jobs, and a lot of that obviously had to do with the tariffs.
What do you mean
under Trump?
From 2020, or do you mean from 2019 to 2020?
Under
You're
Trump,
using numbers like at the start of the pandemic to represent his own presidency. That's
that's not true. No, that's not true. That's not true. I didn't say that. A lot of it had to do with the tariffs that he put in place. But even on top of that, the fact that the Biden-Harris administration was also dealing with COVID, and they also grew in manufacturing jobs at a much higher rate, and have created. And just real quick, I want to finish this statement. It's not that hard to just let me finish the one fucking statement. Is that yes, he dropped over 200,000, but then under the Biden-Harris administration, they not only grew faster in manufacturing jobs, but created over 700,000 manufacturing jobs under them. So they were also dealing with COVID. They were also having economic issues, and they had to deal with the brunt of everything that came from the from COVID and from the Trump administration, and yet still recovered faster.
Pretty much everywhere else on the planet. So the economy grew over time. I mean, look at the stock market now. It's never been any higher than that. It's a perfect example. You're saying oh, but after that things grew. Well, the entire planet grew, the entire economy grew. So of course jobs are going to grow as a result of that. Listen, I think
No,
Jola right
seriously,
here is
Tom, it's
getting a
kind of
bit
late.
tilted.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's
No,
move on. I
no,
think
you're
he's
just
getting a
not
bit
bringing up any
tilted.
actual claims. I
Listen,
can't
yeah,
debate
Okay.
you
someone
make
who has no
claims and if
facts
you
or no
lie
policies
about it,
to bring up.
you probably stop
All
doing
right.
it. So
Same broad
I
strokes.
appreciate you calling in,
you
Victor.
can get triggered.
I
Thank
appreciate
you.
the conversation. No, I genuinely appreciate the conversation. I just think there's a little bit of a barrier here.
Why try and not
I'm
cancel
talking
it?
about actual policies.
Okay.
You're talking
Yeah.
about broad generalizations. We're just on different levels.
You have no sense on your policies, and you spew lies about what I said, and then you try to catch that as if I made an argument. You
You
just said
lied
that.
about what I said 10 seconds
Okay.
after I said it. Okay, go to
All
bed.
right.
Good
We're
night.
gonna
You
we
just
gotta
said
move
that
on.
everybody
Thank
who
you,
votes in
Victor.
America for
I keep
He was
trying
about to say
to
the same lie
stop.
again.
Yeah, I keep trying to move on, and it's taking forever. Darth Infamous.
No,
there?
just kick him though, Tom. If that happens, just kick him. Like,
Well, that's what I just did. I
Whoa.
was where we're here. The Darth Infamous. How you doing?
Okay, I thought you were talking about kicking me for a second.
No,
We're
no,
good.
no, no,
We're good.
not you. Okay, so yeah, so what we want to do is try to moderate things. I am mostly like trying to moderate, so you can talk to Joe a lot. If I talk, y'all just let me jump in and say what I have to say, and then I'll let you guys go right back at it. But yes, Darth, what did you have to say?
Well, I mean, maybe I'm in the wrong place. I wasn't particularly trying to like have like a hardcore debate with anybody. In fact, I'm content to just talk to both of you. So I will give you a little bit of background real quick of where I'm coming from. I didn't graduate high school. I am a Trump voter, and I more like I want to just give you my perspective on not necessarily policies, but like policy in general, and where I think that like most people are, and how I got to where I am. If that's okay. So I think that I actually don't think that most voters care about policy at all. I don't think they pay attention to it. I think it's just how they feel in the moment, and they look at whatever happened to them. You know, we're all built from our experiences. They look at what's happening in the moment in the last 4 years, in the past 6 months, who was in charge. That person's the one that I blame, and so I want the new person. Like, just a quick example. I don't think that any conservative Republican gave a shit about the border in 2015 when Trump started talking about it. However, I do think they care about it now, but that's because of the reaction to Trump in the Biden administration, which was like, oh, well, Trump said that people coming across the border were evil, so we need to show that we're against that. So they open up the border.
They didn't open the border,
and
though.
then now
That
it's a
didn't
real
actually
problem.
happen.
And now Trump actually has something to run on.
It didn't actually happen, though. They didn't actually open up the border. The idea
I don't mean
that
literally
they,
open it up, but I mean like you have to admit that it got like they relaxed the policies.
I don't think so.
Like they reversed like Remain in Mexico and other executive actions, essentially.
Yeah, but Biden
Yeah,
has
like you think
literally
they would have
set
done
a
that if
record.
Trump wasn't a thing? Like you said,
Well,
Obama was pretty.
Yes,
you know,
100%.
stringent on it.
The problem with Remain in Mexico is that it literally is against federal law, and it's against our agreements with the UN. It's against the things that we literally hold every other country accountable for. Yet then we go after holding all of them accountable for not allowing people to claim asylum or making them stay in the country that they're trying to run from, and then we hold them accountable for that, and then we do it ourselves. Like it didn't make any sense. But that Biden literally set records for executive orders that apply to the border. He literally set tons of records in those things. But again, when it came to the pandemic, because the border was closed down for so long, because tons of people went back home during the pandemic because they didn't have jobs and so they left the country, there were just tons and tons of people who were now coming over here, and the fact that their countries still are fucked from the pandemic and ours aren't, and we continue to have growth and continue to do better than everybody else, it made it to where, yes, this was like the only place that people could come where they weren't going to be fucked. And so we just had naturally an insane amount of immigration coming over, and they did their best to deal with it, but they could only do so much under executive orders. Even with sending a record amount of executive orders, they still needed the immigration bill to go through Congress and to actually get voted on, and it was the Republicans that didn't vote for it. So,
well, I think that's fair, but my point is not necessarily like whether you think Remain in Mexico was good or bad or whatever. Again, I'm trying to give you the perspective of just like the average person. That again, I no education. I don't know anything about this stuff. I'm just telling you like what it looks like is that it was a reaction to Trump. Again, I don't think anyone cared about immigration in 2016. And now I think that it is an actual issue. And even now, just for clarification, I don't think that it is really a top 3 issue for most people even now, but I think it has more validity now than it did in 2016.
It is a top 3 issue, but the thing is that literally like Bush and Obama were like record-setting deporters. Like these were people who were deporting at insane rates. But then under the Trump administration, yes, but under the Trump administration, he just had the lowest numbers of immigration ever, just based on the border that he inherited. He had already the lowest numbers for immigration of any of the presidents during my lifetime, yet still would do things like take drastic measures, say that he needed a wall. He claimed the border to be a national emergency and started taking money out of emergency funds and transferring them over to like ICE to get more border agents there, while he already has like record low numbers in immigration. He kept acting like it was this big deal that wasn't happening. Then now we actually do have a big deal.
But then they played into his hands, though. You get where I'm coming from?
I agree that yes, he made it an optical issue. I agree with that, but it was based on like misinformation, and so it wasn't like just the same
but again,
misinformation.
I'm just trying to explain to you like what people are seeing and feeling, because like you guys, I assume you guys recognize.
Well, but you did say that they didn't even care about that.
You guys and looking into it every day.
You did say that they didn't care about it though, and that's obviously not true, because yes, Bush and Obama.
I really don't think that many voters cared about the border in 2016.
Dude, if you go back
they don't care about the hard numbers of the border. Like, no one understands the stats of border crossings. They don't know what Obama actually did. Border crossings went up once Donald Trump took office. Obama had record lows. Trump messed it up a little bit. And then they went back to record lows because of COVID. And they were spiking before Trump actually left office again. The thing with Trump, which gave him credit for immigration, although he did, by far, Trump did the least amount of policy in general on immigration of the past 5 presidents. But he gets the most credit for it because, in my opinion, he came out with that racist language right away, and that's what got people to hook onto it right away. He wasn't scared to say Mexicans are rapists and killers. That's why people liked it. They wanted someone to be racist and do it. Obama did it very harshly. Obama probably was harsher than Trump in many areas, but Obama wasn't calling them, rapists and killers. So people didn't think, Trump. No, people didn't view Obama as favorably on the border like they did Trump.
Well, that's actually my point, is because Trump made it such an issue in a very controversial way, a lot of people felt an instinct to respond to it with compassion. And it got politicized, and once something gets politicized, you can never really fully trust it when it's a main issue, because everybody has their stake. And so again, the response that the common person, at least where I am, the way they view it is, oh, you know what? It's like just not to sidestep, but just as another parallel example here, is like the Keystone Pipeline thing. Like saying I'm going to shut that down on day one felt like a reaction to Trump more so than any sort of like moral stand or important policy position. I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm just making
most
the point
of the things that he got rid of were related to the pandemic. By far, the majority of it was under Title 42, where Trump put in place a bunch of emergency measures that he's allowed to do because of the pandemic. But most of the things that Biden got rid of were things that we didn't need because they had an expiration date on them, and that was the end of the pandemic.
And I do feel like like anybody that came into like anybody that won the presidency in 2020 was gonna catch a lot of shit for the
Yes, but what you just said was that they only did it because of Trump, though, and that's like again the thing that you're saying.
I'm sorry.
Like,
say that one more time.
What you said was that that Biden was just doing this just because it was Trump who put it in place, and I'm saying that's obviously not the case, because these were mostly COVID-related measures, or it was the thing like remain in Mexico, that it was already.
Okay, but would you acknowledge that that's a perception that people have? Like
yes,
a common one,
yes, again, but I would like to point out that like this is the second time that you have said like this thing happened, and then once I say that like, well, I disagree that happened, then you say, well, that's at least a perception that people have. If you say that's a perception,
that's actually not true at all. I never once said
that.
What I made it very clear from the beginning that what I was saying is how the common voter sees it. I didn't say anything definitively. This happened or this happened. I said the way they see it.
Just real quick, you didn't say just a minute ago that you don't think that Biden would have gotten rid of those policies if they hadn't been put in place by Trump. You didn't say that.
Yes, I'm saying that's how that's how voters view it, and I'm asking if you agree with me.
Yeah, I agree that that's how voters view it. I just think that that's because Trump keeps
and
saying
so like
that
to me
the
that's
case.
what's more important is like if you're trying to, and obviously like we're on the doorstep of the election now, so I'm not obviously not anybody's mind is really being changed so much at this hour, but I'm just saying like if you sort of have to meet people where they're at. Do you know what I mean? And that's where most people are at, or at least a substantial amount.
I just don't know how I meet people at, because Donald Trump creates this environment where we can't have any policy discussions on actually solving these issues, because the conversation is always going to be about like, patient stuff. I hate even repeating it because it's so redundant, but the cats and the dogs, saying that entire apartment complexes are being taken over, and that Times Square is being, overrun by migrants with supreme guns. We can't have policy conversations in that area. But I want to just say something really quick. You seem interesting to talk to about this topic because you said like your background and how you came to this conclusion. It is almost 4 a.m. in my time, so I don't think I could do a full conversation right now. But if you could send me a Discord message, I'd love to do like an actual like half-hour conversation to get into this issue deeper. Tom, the person waiting in the waiting room super chatted me like 5 times asking to get in here. So before I get off, I at least want to have them just say like what they want to present as an argument, if that's okay. And then if you want to, if it's okay, if you want to have a conversation with them by yourself, if you're interested.
Appreciate it.
That'd be cool.
Appreciate you calling in, Darth.
Fair enough.
All right, have a good one, bud. Yeah, I actually, the Wesser guy, I saw him in your waiting room still, and so I went ahead and DM'd him and was like, hey, here's the link, you may have missed it, jump on over here.
And that last guy, he seemed cool, but that was going to be a long conversation. That was going to be like a full breakdown of his
Well, the problem is that when he's saying, this is how people feel about this thing, it's not like that, it's never like it's not even a conversation worth having about the fact that like, yes, people feel that way because Trump keeps lying and all of these people are willing to buy his lies. And so where you're saying like, hey, but can you at least admit that this is like the feeling in the country? It's like, yeah, I can admit that that's the feeling, but the problem is that that's why nobody should vote for this guy, is because he's willing to lie about
that's
all
a
this
podcast conversation. That's for a podcast. That's not for like a 10-minute debate,
Yeah. All right, Wes, what's your beef?
Hey, I just wanted to add to it. Like, I got a different perspective about how the whole thing is. I think it's a lot deeper than just Trump and like this one election or the last few elections. I think it's been a long multi-generational issue that Trump is actually going to help solve, with central banks actually controlling the country and other countries across the world.
Central bank. Okay. It's really late for a central bank conversation, but can you just explain more on what you think Donald Trump's going to fix? What changes he's going to make, and why you think it's going to have a positive impact?
Well, the Biden administration is having a lot of positive crypto policies, but I also believe that the Biden administration is actually not the same Biden as who Biden was. If you look at pictures back, say 2015 or before, if you compare them side by side, it's almost obvious that they're not even the same person. So I think there's something a lot deeper going on here that's kind of trying to free the whole world from the grip of some, shadow government more than it's more about
like,
than
what
just
do you
this
think he's
election.
doing? Like, what is Donald Trump going to do in office to make the world more free in your mind? Like, you're talking about
Well, I
Biden.
think he's the one that's not controlled. Well, I think he's the one that's not controlled by them. He's the one that's gonna bring all to light, like the child trafficking, the bankers.
His first administration had
controlling.
more lobbyists in it than like any other administration ever, right?
What about the lobbyists?
His first administration, his first cabinet had more lobbyists and bankers in it than any other administration of all time.
Goldman Sachs, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised by that. I mean, especially with the amount that were
But you're
probably
saying
already
that he's
there.
not controlled,
That's not
but
surprising.
no, they weren't already there. Every presidency comes in with their own cabinet and their own people, and he chose his own
Yeah,
people
but
and
like
said
if
that he was
it's
going to
full
drain
of
the
the
swamp,
enemies,
and
you
said that
know,
the
that
yes, and
it's
he said the swamp was like
yeah,
yes, the
exactly. If
bankers
they're
and
all
the
swamp,
lobbyists, and then
yeah.
he brought them in to be his administration and gave them larger tax cuts than anybody else. He was making tons of policies that were going to be beneficial to the rich. He was like one of the
Yeah,
best
he did.
presidents
Yeah,
to the rich
he
people of
did give a
anybody.
lot of
What do you think about Elon Musk? What do you think about Elon Musk donating like $200 million to Trump's campaign? Do you think Elon Musk is helping with this?
I think Elon Musk is helping with the free speech, especially because that was one of the biggest issues that people weren't allowed to say what they wanted to say on Twitter, and it was censored. And people who were telling the truth were actually getting fact checked and saying they were telling false things that weren't false. Like it came out later as true, and they were being censored at the time. So I think Elon Musk is more helping with freedom, as that's kind of what I think Trump is helping with in the long run as well.
Have you ever clicked on a fact check on Twitter?
Yeah, I've clicked it. Yeah, like not Twitter
They almost
specifically, on Facebook more, but yeah.
okay. I've never seen one. I've never gone to the ones on Facebook, but on Twitter and generally like any fact check website that I ever use, they don't just tell me this is wrong. They don't just say, just so you know, this is wrong. But they give me a bunch of links and like facts. They prove with like evidence that
No,
this
you're not
person
wrong.
is wrong. And so, like, normally, yes, like, I'm not going to, like, go to a fact check website
Like
to
you,
see
like
if it
a
has
lot
a
of
check
it's,
mark
but
or
a
an
lot of
X
it's like
next to it.
word salad until you get to the one link they cite, then you go to the link that or a study they cite, and you find out that it's not a credible study, or you find out it's not a credible thing that they're trying to cite, or once you get through all the word salad at the bottom of the fact check, you realize, oh, they actually didn't disprove anything. They just tried to convince me that they were wrong, but they actually didn't prove anything.
Yeah,
That's
I haven't seen that.
99% of the fact checks I've read.
I have never really seen that before. That's interesting because I use fact checks like all the time to double check things. I'll read articles here and then try to find something else that disagrees with it, or just look up a fact check on it. And fact checks
I like the
normally, if they
community-based
disagree with
fact
them,
checks that Twitter has now, and I think that's more effective than having privately owned companies saying what's true and what's not. I think that's the biggest issue. You know, like Snopes, for example, that was the most reputable for for a long time, and it's ran by like 3 people with no credibility whatsoever. Like,
well, so what is it that Trump did
You
during his
mentioned
administration that actually? Well, I was going to take it back so that you guys could get back into it. But what is it during the first administration you felt like Trump did that actually shows you that he's like against the establishment or that he's fighting for the people? Like, what is a thing that he did that makes you believe that?
oh well, I mean the border one. Like, I actually disagreed with like the border, like the border crossings actually like went down so far when Trump came into office compared to when Obama was coming in. He said Trump sent so many more people back to Mexico and other countries, obviously, but like he's the one who started the wall. Like, the wall is the biggest thing, and that's gonna solve. He didn't finish it because I think that's part of the strategy.
Wait, okay, I
He
understand there's like different things he did, but like you mentioned the central bank and like crypto and all that kind of stuff. So I'm really just curious because you said like the first thing you said coming in is how you think he's gonna
that's
make
more of
things.
a deeper.
Can you get into
Yeah.
that policy? Like what he did with the central bank and why do you think so like Bitcoin
See,
you mentioned yeah.
Well, like he hasn't came out, like, that's more of a personal thing. I think he is trying to free us from the central bank's control, because he took us, like, he made us energy independent and things like that, and like he wanted us to provide like export more than import, and things like that nature. But the things that are also happening along the side and like not directly related to him, like the SEC fighting crypto so much. I don't know if you've heard about that. They've tried to attack Ripple and XRP, and they're the ones actually trying to cut out the central banks because it's all part of the central bank digital currencies, and they want it to be on a fiat-based system like we've been on for generations. Because that's when the real problem started. When Nixon took us off the gold standard, and we slowly that allowed the central bank to drain us over generations, slowly, by slowly increasing prices, but even slow, just slow enough to increase wages to where we accept it and we don't argue and fight back. But we're trying to get the central banks on a ledger that's actually deflationary, that's transparent and everything, and that will actually free the world financially from central bank control and allow countries to, because that's why a lot of Gaddafi, for example, that's why a lot of leaders like that were actually killed by the U.S. because they were trying to nationalize their own currency, and the central banks weren't allowing it. So that's more of what's really happening. It's way more than just this one election. It's about freeing the whole world from the central bank control. I mean,
Yeah,
it's kind of deep. It's a lot to, I know it's a little out there, but but yeah,
you have a
that's
lot of
kind of
you're
the
doing
main
the
thing I
weave.
wanted to.
You know the weave Trump does. There's a lot of stuff in there. All I could really say is I think
Yeah.
Trump's involved. The stuff you're talking about, Trump is just as involved in that as any other U.S. president. You probably agree with that too. I wouldn't worship Trump for that because
No,
he's just as involved.
I think every other president has actually worked with the central banks and fiat currency, like Nixon,
Yeah,
and
but Trump doesn't work
ever
with
since
anything. Or
then.
is that what you're saying? Are you just saying Trump's a wrecking ball and you'd rather a wrecking ball rather than just a normal politician, even if he doesn't do
No,
great things
he's
all the time?
not like a. I mean, he's a wrecking ball in the sense of the establishment, yeah. But I think he's gonna set it up to where the people are in control instead of the establishment.
Okay.
But I mean, you're not totally wrong with the wrecking ball part. I think there needs to be a wrecking ball taken to what's been done to us over so long.
Do you have
And
any thoughts, Tom?
No, I got nothing on this.
I don't I
Okay.
don't know much about that. Yeah, I don't know much about the central bank and Donald Trump. It seems like his policy was pretty similar to how the U.S. has always done business. He has a lot of relationships with Saudi Arabia, Russia, and a lot of different countries that we
Saudi
already.
Arabia was one of the biggest ones too. When he first got in, he eliminated the crown prince, I believe it was, and they had a sword ceremony to where they kind of crowned him king of Saudi Arabia ceremonially because he
Yeah,
kind
because
of
they're
freed
flattering
them.
him.
And I mean, I guess
That's
if
what
you
the
want to say that.
authoritarian countries do with him, because North Korea did that with him, Russia does that with him, Saudi Arabia
Well, yeah,
does, and then
and
Donald
those
Trump's
are all the countries
stepson,
that.
Jared Kushner,
Sorry.
he gave his stepson a position in the White House, Jared Kushner, and Jared Kushner never worked in private equity before. Right when Jared Kushner left the White House, he got $2 billion from a Saudi investor. That Trump worked with while in the White House. So I don't like that kind of corruption. So Donald Trump invited his stepson in,
Well,
then his
I mean,
stepson
I
made $2
can.
billion randomly. I don't like that.
Hunter Biden, you can go out
Hunter Biden is not 1/100th.
every president's gotten. I don't know what
No,
that money was
not
for
$2 billion
exactly,
from a
but
Saudi government. No, they just gave him they just gave him the money in a private equity firm. Hunter Biden's, if you take the
I'm not saying that he
$50,000 or whatever Hunter
compares
Biden made,
exactly, but
then it's not even comparing exactly.
it's not.
The levels of
Yeah,
corruption and
there's no
nepotism in the Trump
difference.
White
So
House is far surpassing any other president in U.S. history. The nepotism in the Trump White House, and the favors he did for his family, which is fine. You could do that for your family, but I just
I
don't like
mean,
that kind of
I
corruption.
don't. I just don't see it as corruption until it becomes corruption. Because there's nothing wrong with it unless there's something wrong with it. You know what I mean? If
That
there's
is a true
not,
statement.
yeah, if nothing bad is actually happening or proven to happen, it's. I mean, it kind of makes sense. You'd want people you trust.
Yeah, definitely.
But
Well, it's pretty late. If you'd like to have a conversation some other time, I'm gonna have some more call-in streams leading up to the election, usually around like 10 or 11 Eastern time. So definitely feel free to message in my Discord if you want to hop on again. But yeah, I gotta get to bed. But thank you so much
yeah,
for calling
no,
on. I
I thought it was
appreciate it.
cool. I kind of just wanted to put that central bank idea out there, get people thinking about that more than like the election part of it. Like I think that's more important than even this election, because like whoever wins this election is not a big deal to me. Like people might need 4 more years to like before Trump comes back, I think maybe. So before they wake up and realize he needs to. But if he does, I think he's going to make a big difference, and people are going to realize that it's not a bad thing.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
if we come back in a few months and that happens, then you could definitely tell us you were right.
I mean, I
Yeah,
do
we'll see what
open
happens.
call-in
Either way,
streams.
God's in control.
I'm doing open call-in streams on my channel pretty much every day, but most of my thing is like, even if I believed half the like policy things that everybody puts out and like how great Trump was and how great his administration was, I just wouldn't
Yeah, I
care.
mean,
Even if I believed,
everything
if I
cheaper
believed
was.
100% of them, I still wouldn't care because yes, once I have somebody who's got like 84 felony charges, you know, attempted a coup, incited an insurrection, like the on and on and on and on, all of the things
But
that
I
he's
think a
done
lot
over
of
and
that's
over.
kind of
Like I don't, it's not.
up.
I've gone over like all of these cases, and they are like they are just rock solid. Like the amount of proof that they have is overwhelming for all of these things, and they already have
nothing's
people
stuck
like
yet.
part of these. Well, they already got him on the first one, but the point is that even in the second case, like in the Fulton County case, they've already convicted 4 of his lawyers and gotten them to agree to testify against him. And so he's like and that's in the
Like in Fulton
racketeering
County, we
case
all
where
saw
they
the
have
videos of people
with
scanning ballots when they're supposed to be evacuated, too.
Those are fake videos.
Yeah, that was
Hey,
not
Tom,
true. But yeah, anyways, the point is that like yes,
Those
my point is just like
They
yeah,
were
the
fake
amount of
videos.
lies and stuff is that I'm not even willing to get into policy anymore because I just feel like yes, like if it was Hitler like running for president, I wouldn't care how great his economy was. Like I just wouldn't give a fuck. Like once he's that bad of a person, I just
Yeah,
don't
if he
want him
was
to run my
threatening
president.
to any certain group, that'd be different. But he's never like incited violence. Ever.
Okay,
Even
all right.
people on January 6th.
Yeah,
he
I
said be
disagree with that,
peaceful
but
and make your
all right.
voice heard.
I appreciate it, Wes.
You know?
Appreciate you calling in, homie.
Just because violent people like them.
I do. I'm sorry,
unfortunately.
Wes. We do got to move on, but I appreciate
yeah,
it, man.
okay.
Have a good night.
All right. Have a good
There
night.
might be a reason they like him. Good night.
But yeah, I like yeah,
Hey,
I don't even get into policy anymore for that reason. Like I don't even give a fuck if he had
I
a good
can't do it.
economy. Like it doesn't matter to me. Like yes, once we have like the amount of evidence that we have, I'm not talking to you about policy, dude. I'm not gonna after Hitler genocides all the fucking Jews. I'm not gonna sit here and talk to you about whether or not he had a good economy. I don't give a fuck. Like it doesn't matter to me. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's dumb on face value too on the policy points because the policy is so laughably bad if it's even there because it's not there. There's like
Yeah.
Trump just doesn't talk about it because he doesn't care either. Like it's obvious what they're doing. I was gonna say yeah, the shorts streams are insane. Even tonight I hit 600 concurrent at one point before it slowed down. I was at 700 concurrent for like a whole hour. I was gonna ask if you wanted to. I could do something Sunday if you have a Sunday night free at all. I could schedule like a call-in show or something like that. Just let me know.
Yeah, I should be on. Most of the time, if I take a day off, it's normally like decided last minute. But I normally only take like 3 days off in a month. So, yeah, as far as
I
I
get
know
like
right
a
now, I
format
should
ready
be
so it's
on.
easier and it makes more sense. So you could be clean. Maybe make a little like grid so I could put our cameras and stuff in it. But we can figure something.
Yeah,
something out, 'cause-
I want to figure out if I'm able to do it through Google Voice because, as I said, like once I start doing call-ins through that, where it's just a phone number for people to call, the amount of people just like quadruple very quickly. Like I can go like hours without a single call-in, and then I put a phone number on screen and. Damn, dude, they like it fills up quick. So yeah, if I could figure out a way to do like a 3-way call on there to where you're on there and then other people who are calling in, I can just take their calls and add them to the call. That would be awesome. But as of right now, I don't know how to do that. So
that's what I was saying. Like with the election too, that's why I'm probably gonna go live every night. I can like realistically see myself gaining like 500 subs a day if I do this every single night. At least in the next week, just because of the election. And I'm like, if we do like some type of debate format and it makes sense and it's consistent enough, like we could genuinely get some really good growth channel wise in the next few.
Yep.
Next,
Yep. I've gotten
leading up to
more subs,
January.
more views over the last couple months doing short streams than I've ever gotten with anything. So yeah, it's been insane.
They see you
but
right away. They don't got to click on a video. It's so hard to get them to click on a video.
Yes, but one of the problems is that like the value of a view seems to be very different, and so it's hard to gauge what that actually means, because in my regular streams, a view normally means they watched for like 45 minutes, whereas a view in the short stream, the average view time is still like a minute. And so it's like really hard to like gauge what that even means, because normally, yes, if you have a view that's giving you 45 minutes on average, like you're getting a lot of watch time for all of that, which means you're getting a lot of ad revenue for the commercials and for the premiums and everything. But then in shorts, yes, if it's only a minute, it's not 45 minutes, then you're just getting way less money per view, and it just doesn't mean nearly as much. So
shorts are that's for audience growth. Shorts are basically advertising at that point.
Yeah, but those people don't ever
I got
really like congregate.
Views earlier, but for 40 seconds each.
That's the problem, though, is that those people very rarely congregate over to the other stream. That's why I was like doing
actual
both,
videos.
is because so they don't watch actual videos. They don't congregate over to the other like normal stream. They'll sub, but they don't ever seem to like engage with the rest of your content at a high rate. It's really weird.
Yeah. They are showing up for the short streams though. Like I've had people come for every short stream. For some reason they just like that. Like I don't know, that parasocial relationship on the shorts. It's just so much higher. Like it's like I'm a political TikTok streamer.
Yep, exactly.
Even on just my phone, I just set my phone up the other night. I had 500 viewers just randomly, just like come talk to me about Trump.
Have you seen? I've been doing like streams where I'm going to Trump rallies and like.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was really cool.
IRL streaming there. Yeah, they're funny.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
But all right, man. Have a good one. Yeah, just DM me and we'll figure out Sunday.
My chat's making fun of you. They're ruthless, bro. My chat's making fun of you. That's insane.
Well, tell them if you're getting off, y'all come over to my chat and y'all can.
Let me link you to Tom.
I think that's another problem with shorts chats is you can't raid on them. Like with normal streams, you can raid them to another stream, but with short streams, you can't raid them to another one. It's obnoxious.
Double team election night with Jola. I don't even know if I would stream. I mean, election night there are people that are gonna be watching, but I feel like
I was gonna say
I get all the viewership.
No. I normally do pretty well on election nights, especially if I have other people on. So, and I do plan on like getting like 2 or 3 people to come and just sit and talk about it with me. So yeah, if you want to come on election night,
there's a lot of people in the world, I guess. Especially if you do like an after-hours stream where like people typically won't be streaming as often.
We normally just take our time going through it, and like even sometimes most of the time we would all get like beers and just kind of drink during it, and it was just like kind of funny and just like screwing around for a lot of it, but then also getting into
it's
like
good
actual
for everyone's
conversations
anxieties and stuff too, just to have a nice little chat room to hang out in.
Yep.
Okay, I'm dropping my link in the stream. Okay, everyone in my stream on shorts, I doubt any of you will do this. None of you are gonna do this because you're all dumb, but here is the link to Tom Foolery. Go to his chat and say Jola is a soy boy.
Well, you also can't click links in the shorts chat. They if they scroll to you through the shorts chat, they can't click on links. It's obnoxious. It makes it like really hard to get people into the Discord as well. That's why like phone numbers work really well. On top of that is because you just can't.
Oh yeah.
You can't click on links on. So it's retarded.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But yeah. All right, man. Just hit me up.
Right.
We'll plan it all out.
Catch you later.
All right. Bye, baby.
That sounds good.
All right. Yeah, eventually you just got to kick him, dude. He just will not shut up. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, you just got to get rid of him. But he's a soy boy, yeah. Yeah, we'll probably do something for election night. I was, for some reason, actually, when he was talking about election night and I was talking about the different types of streams that I do, I was actually thinking of the debate nights, and it wasn't really the debate nights that actually pull a lot of people. It's actually it's not the election streams that pull a lot of people. It is the debate nights. But doing an election stream on Shorts chat probably will pull a lot of people. So my regular chat on debate night, yeah, most of you will probably go and be watching like Vosh or Destiny or Hassan or, some other, Loner Box, Hutch. Like, yeah, you'll probably be watching a bunch of the other people, but yeah, when it comes to the Shorts chat, that'll probably fill up, so that'll be good. All right, so yeah, the Jeffrey Epstein thing. Donald Trump definitely had sex with a lot of kids. It's proven, so we can move on from that. That is now a fact. He is a child trafficker. So yeah, very, very disappointing. Very disappointing. Wish it didn't happen. I've decided that I'm not going to vote for him now that I found this out. So yeah, that was the last straw for me. Don't censor us Trump supporters like your buddy did. Did he censor you guys? He censored you? Oh my goodness. He's anti-free speech. He's in reality, Joe Law just is like a lot far left. Well, he's a lot more far left than I am, and he's a lot more of a progressive than I am. Generally, I fucking hate progressives and I can't stand them, and I'm pretty annoyed by them. But Joe Law is like, yes, very much like, oh no, I just want to talk about like the policies. I don't want to sit here and talk about like whether or not trans people should be in like sports, or I don't want to talk about whether or not Kamala is a socialist, or whether or not Trump is a fascist, or he's like, I just want to talk about policies. So like, bring up a policy, we'll talk about whether or not it's good or bad, and that's all he wants to get into. So yeah, he's a pretty cool guy. I like him. Okay, so we're gonna watch a little bit of this, and then we're gonna watch Tim Pool versus Sam Cedar, and then we're gonna take some call-ins. So if you guys have any disagreements, make sure you keep a list, because you're gonna disagree with me a lot pretty soon here. But yes, we'll put a phone number up on the screen, and everybody can call in a little bit later. So yes, I am going to say a lot of really dumb stuff soon, so make sure you keep a list of all of the dumb things that I say, so that you can call in and we can battle it out. The fucking soy boy royale.
Sam Cedar, welcome to the show.
Oh, no, wrong thing. Shut the fuck up.
Negatives to this situation. But
okay, so you guys, if you don't know who this is Wick. He has a channel on YouTube. He has a bunch of debates on there, so he does panels generally. He's had like all of the same people as me, like Destiny, Andrew Wilson, Vosh, like all of those people. But then he's also had on a bunch of other people, like Cenk Uygur. Who's the guy who always donates to Wick? What's his name? Shit, Jill Stein 2024. Yeah, good luck with that one. Spinosaurus, you guys are gonna do great, trust me. Yeah, who's the like guy who always wears a suit? He does the podcast. Most people found him through Joe Rogan. He had on, yes, Lex. So yeah, Lex Friedman donates to Wick like once a week, like $100 to $200, dude. Like, is always sending him donos and shit. And so yeah, this is Wick. I've been on a show a ton of times, and he's been on my show a ton of times, and so yeah, we've had a lot of cross-pollination. But he's also very preachy. He's very like, he likes to grandstand. He likes to kind of talk above everybody else, and he used to be a Mormon, so he's just kind of carrying on that tradition of his Mormonism, but in a secular way, and just as a liberal. So some of the stuff that I heard here was very annoying and made my head get ready to explode, and so we're going to listen to this again on stream and kind of go over some of it.
By trying to fix the situation, best of intentions, The proposed fixes to the situation will simply make things even worse. Sometimes you just have to accept that there are going to be negative consequences to a thing no matter what you do. And then you have to decide which negative consequence bundle do you want to deal with. But enough, okay? Enough bearing the lead, enough hinting and being vague. Let's
That is true. That's kind of annoying. It's annoying with everybody, like both libs and conservatives, is where they'll find something that they don't really like, and then they'll just kind of point out all of the negatives about it, when most things are going to have like negatives and positives, and you want to weigh them against each other. And so anytime somebody's actually willing to have a good faith conversation, they are going to come forward with like, yes, I understand that like this is good, that's good, A, B, C, D, but I also think that you should consider X, Y, and Z, and I think that those things are more important, and therefore, and so that's why that's pretty much what he's talking about here, is that like, yeah, anytime that you want to, any sort of freedom that we have, any sort of rights that we have, they all have downsides to them. They all, like saying whether or not people should own the rights to guns, right? Obviously, like school shootings, the, gang violence, like there's tons of things that make, kids apparently the highest, the number one mortality reason for children dying over the last like decade was guns. Isn't that insane? I didn't know this. That is fucking that is wild, dude. That is wild. That's not true. All right, hold on. Child and teen firearm mortality in the U.S. and peer countries. So all I did is just Google like number one reason for child deaths. Current causes of death in children and adolescents in the United States. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention recently released updated official mortality data that showed that 45,222 firearm-related deaths in the United States in 2020, a new peak. Although previous analysis has shown increases in firearms-related mortality in recent years, 2015 to 2019, as compared with the relatively stable rates from earlier years, 1999 to 2014, this new data shows a sharp 13.5% increase in the crude rate of firearm-related deaths from 2019 to 2020. This change was driven largely by firearm homicides, which saw a 33.4% increase in the crude rate from 2019 to 2020, whereas the crude rate of firearm suicides increased by 1.1%. Given that firearm homicides disproportionately affect younger people in the United States, these data call for an update to the findings. Let's see. Is this the thing that had the list? Are guns the leading cause of death for children, according to Snopes? Key facts, the latest data available pertained to this claim covers the 2020 and 2021. As of this writing, there is no data available for 2022 and 2023. The claim that guns were the leading cause for U.S. children in 2020 and 2021 is true only if the selected range is 1 to 19 years old. This range includes infants under 1 year old who have a unique risk. Well, you would want to exclude under 1 year because, yes, lots of kids in their first year aren't going to make it for a variety of reasons. And so that's, but yeah, similarly, capping the age range at 17 instead of 18 or 19 also alters the result, as children age 17 and under have a greater risk of dying of vehicle-related injuries. So yeah, this is true.
Let's get into it. Let's see what Destiny had to say in a clip today about free speech and quote unquote.
What? You mean old age isn't the leading cause of death for children? Yeah, that's funny. A 19-year-old isn't a child, that's a gangbanger. Okay, that's a fucking teenager. I don't know what you call it, but that's a teenager. A 19-year-old is a teenager, like by by like data standards, yes, 19 would be a child. Obviously, it's not below the age of majority. It's above the age of majority, but that's still what we would consider a child, right? So where you say like, oh, well, that's an adult. Well, most 19-year-olds are still living with their fucking parents and are still living off them. So I don't know what you think the difference is that's going to make something like very, very skewed or whatever. But yeah, 19 is still a kid. That's what that is.
Free speech bros. Let me get the show on the road. Let me get it up. Let me adjust the screen size here. Oh, I always do this. I'm very bad at this, gang. I'm very bad at this tech stuff. I wish I was better. But I'm not. So did Destiny speak again? Yes, Destiny spoke again. Look,
oh man,
I like
said
Destiny.
Something.
I do. I consider him maybe not a friend, but friendly. I think we are friendly, at least. I wouldn't mind being his friend, right? But that's what makes it extra frustrating for me when he's wrong, okay?
Yeah, anyways, the point that I was making before somebody said that wasn't true is just that, yes, like all rights will have a downside. And so obviously the Second Amendment has downsides to it. It has negatives to it. But that doesn't mean that we want to get rid of guns. We still don't want to get rid of the Second Amendment. That is still just a very important right for people to have, and for people to be able to defend themselves, for people to be able to have something to defend themselves against the government, to be able to defend themselves against tyranny. Like, guns are still an important aspect for us, and and so, yeah, we're like willing to understand that there are tons of downsides and costs that come with this, but getting rid of guns is just not something that we're willing to do. So that would be like, I know that, yes, like obviously the like liberals and the progressives are all about like getting rid of guns all the time, and they always want to go and find like some stat that says like, this is the reason we should get rid of this. But as I said, like, you can always have downsides to all rights. Every right will have a downside to it. They all have problems with them. They all have negatives to them. It just doesn't mean that you should get rid of it just because it has a negative. You want to weigh that negative against the overall benefit. And like, what, as sad as it sounds, like, yes, kids are going to die. That doesn't mean that like we have to get rid of it. It just is what it is. It's like, it's just one of the costs that we're going to bear. If 19 is still a child, should we raise voting age? I don't know what one has to do with the other. Again, like, we have an age of majority, and age of majority is at 18. That's what the voting is based on, age of majority, not whether or not you're a child. Like, that doesn't... So, like, yeah, the colloquial usage for these things isn't dependent on when somebody votes, right? A child shouldn't be voting. All right, I mean, that's I guess that's your opinion, but again, they're teenagers. We've always considered teenagers children, right? So, like, by a statistical measure, 19 will always fall into a teenager range, and so therefore it's going to be listed as a child. Whereas if you're basing something on like minor versus major, then it's going to stop at 18, and adult will start adult will start at 18. So yeah, it's just different based on how you're calculating it. But yeah, when they're talking about children, they're going to be talking about like somebody, yeah, who's a little bit more innocent and has like less autonomy. And while they are majors, as I said, most of these people don't have like a job, a career. They're still living in their parents' basements. They can't just go out and buy whatever they want or go wherever they want whenever they feel like it, because yes, they still just don't have a whole lot of autonomy at the age of 19. And so generally it's still going to fall into the category.
So what makes it extra frustrating for me when he's wrong, because I know he's smarter than this, right? But let's get into it. Let's talk about it. Let's see what he has to say. Enough of me.
Does the age of majority come with full agency or no? I mean, not full agency. I mean, obviously, there's still a bunch of cutoffs for things like the fact that you can't drink. Like, in lots of states, you can't even buy cigarettes until you're 21 now. Wait, is it in lots of states, or is that a federal law now? That might even be federal at this point. I was well past 21 when that law changed, so I'm Dude, stop talking. You obviously don't know what you're talking about. Caden Rain, what do you disagree with out of what I said? What do you disagree with? What of what I said was wrong? And if you come back with anything other than an actual argument that says why I'm wrong, you are banned because you are too much of a dumb fuck to exist. Especially in my chat, so. Answer, how was I wrong? What was I wrong on? We will all wait for your retarded answer. He's going to say age of consent. Yeah, I didn't say anything about age of consent, so hopefully he doesn't. You think Dems want your guns? What? I am a Dem. I'm a Democrat. What the fuck are you talking about? I knew it was going to be something fucking retarded. I don't know how the fuck. How do I always know it? How do I always know when it's going to be something retarded?
Priming the pump.
To protect you, we're going to make sure that we get rid of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, because it ends up being bad. While you agree with it at the extreme, you said there are heavy-handed things that you would want to do because misinformation could be potentially destroying our society.
Absolutely. But that's different than keeping people from voting, I would say, right?
Right.
Conceptually, it maps onto like, well, who identifies a dumb voter could be similar to who identifies misinformation potentially. But the issue right now is that the majority of the people in the United States of America that carry forward that really strict free speech banner do so maliciously. They do it as a cancer, and they sneak in as a parasite to pretend that freedom of speech is what they really want. But what they really want is just the ability to lie with impunity and to do it for huge sums of cash. And that is right now what is happening. It's not becoming a problem. It's not going to become a problem. It is a
Yeah, sorry. I'm not really like I don't identify as a Democrat, but I'm a liberal. I'm voting for Kamala. I voted for Biden. I am more of like a centrist, but yes, I'm voting for Democrats. So I wouldn't call myself a Democrat. I should make that caveat. I don't call myself a Democrat, but yes, I am. Obviously, I'm not going to vote for somebody as retarded as Trump. Yeah. So the age of majority is a lever of political convenience to serve the interest of political establishment at the time it's pulled. What? Did you... Okay, so when I said the age of majority is 18, do you think that that's a time of convenience, or do you think that's just the age of majority? I'm not sure what you think the age of majority is, but I said it was 18, so I don't know what you're talking about, but that's what I said it was, so whatever you think it is wrong if it's not 18.
a problem, and it's been a problem, and it's such that even if we were too heavy-handed in a media censorship environment, that would...
Can you correct yourself that the left is trying to take anyone's guns? Yes, the Kamala has talked about the fact that she does want to do bans on assault rifles, and has not only said that she wants to pass something through Congress, but even said that if it couldn't get passed, then she would write executive orders to make sure that it was going to get passed. Obviously, Joe Biden ran on that as well when he was going into the... when he was running. This is like a common thing on... it's a common thing for the Democratic Party to run on things like assault rifle bans and things like that, but yeah. You voting for Dem in all lower ballot candidates like Congress and local candidates? Yeah. Yeah, I believe so as of right now, yeah. Harris tried to confiscate handguns in San Francisco. She's not pro-gun in any way, shape, or form. She literally owns guns. What do you mean, not in any way, shape, or form? How about the way that she just owns a fucking gun? How about that way? When you say not in any way, shape, or form, yes. How about in the way, shape, or form where she owns guns? But
would be preferable to where we are right now, because the area that we're at right now is deplorable. And there are too many people, the Candace Owens, the Tim Pools, the Joe Rogans, the Robert Malones, the Lex Friedmans, these people who are, oh, we just want like all these people to come and have conversations. They're not there to have conversations. They're there to lie with impunity.
What is it? Okay, I don't want to get stuck on guns with you guys. We're not talking about fucking guns. I was just giving an example. I don't want to talk about guns. An assault rifle is like it's like or an assault weapon, sorry. An assault weapon is like something that's based on the cartridge size, the like distance you can fire, like magazine holding, shit like that. It's going to be based on like measurements for those things. LOL, you know nothing? Okay, what do you disagree with? No? Okay, hold on. Define assault weapon. Public relations tool used by anti-gun activists, based on a detachable magazine, a pistol grip, thumb lock, a folding or telescope stock, a grenade launcher, a flash suppressor. That looks like this one, and then assault rifle is intermediate power cartridge, detachable box magazine, and effective range. So
impunity. And that's why they can never back up any of the things they say. They have no accountability. They've got horrible track records. They're shown time and time and time again to be incorrect on a large number of things, but they'll point to like one or two conspiracies that they happen to be correct about, and then they'll say, well, freedom of speech.
What do we think, gang?
So yeah, I don't know. That's what he said, to be fair. Yes, this is what I said. This is literally what I said. I said it was going to be based on the cartridge, the magazine, and how far it shoots. So suck my dick. You all keep talking. Oh, this guy doesn't know anything. Oh, he doesn't know anything. Oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay, well, looks like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So shut the fuck up. All right, I gotta play this again. I'm done talking about guns. If you send a dono asking me about guns, I'm not going to answer it. I'm sorry. But I need to move on. So
This tech stuff. I wish I was better. But I'm not. I think we are friendly, at least.
To you, we're going to make.
Because I know he's smarter than this, right? But let's get into it. Let's talk about it. Let's see what he has to say. Enough of me priming the pump.
To protect you, we're going to make sure that we get rid of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, because it ends up being bad. While you agree with it at the extreme, you said there are heavy-handed things that you would want to do because misinformation could be potentially destroying our society.
Absolutely. But that's different than keeping people from voting, I would say, right?
Right.
Conceptually, it maps onto like, well, who identifies a dumb voter could be similar to who identifies misinformation potentially. But the issue right now is that the majority of the people in the United States of America that carry forward that really strict free speech banner do so maliciously. They do it as a cancer, and they sneak in as a parasite to pretend that freedom of speech is what they really want. But what they really want is just the ability to lie with impunity and to do it for huge sums of cash. And that is right now what is happening. It's not becoming a problem. It's not going to become a problem. It is a problem, and it's been a problem. And it's such that even if we were too heavy-handed in a media censorship environment, that would be preferable to where we are right now, because the area that we're at.
Yeah, the idea of freedom of speech was always that we would have like reliable sources and institutions that are set up to challenge each other, to be able to make sure that whoever has the best facts, the best evidence can come out with the best information, and that everybody would be able to believe it because they're showing the best information. But currently today, we have an influx of information to where too many people are giving information, and you're never actually getting to see the sources and the institutions that are actually set up to make sure that we get the right information. So at this point, the internet is kind of just fucking freedom of speech. Like, it is, the idea was set up so that we could say these things but still be correct. That was the idea, is that we would still come to the correct conclusions. But now with somebody like Trump, who can rise to power, take advantage of the internet, you know, run away with like all sorts of narratives, and people don't ever actually look up anything that he's saying. They don't ever double check any of it. They literally think like the word fact check is a meme now, and they just like they run around like laughing about fact
Too
checks
much of
and
a
shit.
good thing.
Yeah. What it's what it's probably what it's coming to at this point, is that yes, like all of these people, literally I take call-ins every single night. None of these people know what they're talking about. None of them have any facts to back up their shit. They're literally sending me like videos on Twitter last night and videos on Instagram. They're sending me like you know, pictures on Facebook and memes and shit saying, look what this meme said, look how the election was stolen, because this one video showing a lawyer from Giuliani shows them saying that it was stolen, so therefore we know it's stolen now. Like they and like, yes, everything that they source is literally just like the dumbest shit you could possibly imagine. Like they never show any facts, they never show any information, they never show any data, but they say they have it and then just keep telling you that it happened, that this exists, that look at this video that doesn't show any context or any information. These people pulled this box out from under this table. Oh, but then when we go look at the rest of the video, they pulled all the fucking boxes out of the table. But we're just going to show you this one and act like this is a big, like, massive difference to all of the other ones. And there's something crazy must have been going on here. But, like, yes, but those people don't even ask themselves where the context is. They don't ever even ask themselves where the evidence is. They don't ask themselves, like, well, where's the rest of the information? Like, what could have happened besides this being some sort of corruption or some sort of, like, you know, democratic coup or something like that? They don't ask themselves these things because they're not going to think critically. They need people to tell them what is true. They need people to tell them what is right. And when instead, the people who are telling them what is true and what is right is some fucking meme on Facebook or Tim Pool or Donald Trump, we're fucked. We are fucked. We are completely fucked. We are screwed. Our schools do not teach people logic. They don't teach people how to go through evidence. They don't teach people how to think critically. And so at this point, we are just completely fucked. Nobody knows what they're doing. Nobody knows how to go through this information. And then, yes, on a daily fucking basis, I am taking call-ins from these people by the dozens, and none of them know how to justify their answers. They don't know how to even disagree with anything I'm saying. They just know that when I say this, they're supposed to say this. Even when it doesn't apply, it doesn't have anything to do with it. It's not relevant at all. They just know that this is the talking point that I'm supposed to say, so now I'm going to repeat it. And it is the most illogical bullshit of all time. So if that's the case, yeah, like freedom of speech just kind of failed. Like liberalism is just kind of failing at this point. Like, and it's not really like the fault of Donald Trump. But like somebody like Donald Trump, we hold to a higher standard. Somebody like Tim Pool, we even hold to a higher standard. We don't hold him to the same standard as we hold Donald Trump. Donald Trump is held to a higher standard, the highest standard. So when everybody's like, oh, so what if he lies? Everybody lies sometimes. Get over it. Well, he's the fucking president, okay? He's running for president. He's supposed to be held to a very different standard than like fucking Bo standing outside the gas station, drunk off his ass, who's just sitting there talking about the fact that aliens came and raped him in the ass last night. But that's practically what Trump does at every single rally when he's talking about the illegal aliens that are coming in and killing all of your people and raping your wives and shit. Like when the Haitians are all eating your dogs and cats, like he is literally just the random person standing on the corner rambling random bullshit all day. And he can never back it up with any data. He can never back it up with any facts. We hold these people to higher standards. And so, yes, at this point, it just seems like the internet is the problem. The internet is the problem. You are inundated with too much information, too many sources, and too many people telling you things. But they're not giving you the information. They're not giving you the story. Like like institutions set up, like, yes, like CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, like they have journalistic standards, they have ethics, they have bosses that are going to fire them, they have hierarchies, they have like, you know, all sorts of, they're all competing with each other to get the right information and to outdo the other person and say, oh, okay, well, they said this, well, we got this information, so now we can prove them wrong. And then if they get them wrong, then they're supposed to retract their story and say that they got it wrong. And like, yes, there's just so much more that goes into it. But Tim Pool, he doesn't answer to anybody. Donald Trump, he doesn't answer to anybody. And so now, like, yes, they're just able to say whatever they want, and people will continue to believe them, and they'll never fact check them, and they'll never check the information, and then they'll and then they'll just go and share a fucking meme afterwards that that their, you know, 70-year-old grandma saw on Facebook and say like, oh, look, it's proven. Look, we got proof. So yeah, at this point, like, yeah, it's just liberalism is failing in a way that I think was kind of unforeseen before.
Right now is deplorable. And there are too many people, the Candace Owens, the Tim Pools, the Joe Rogans, the Robert Malones, the Lex Friedmans, these people who are, oh, we just want like all these people to come and have conversations. They're not there to have conversations. They're there to lie with impunity. And that's why they can never back up any of the things they say. They have no accountability. They've got horrible track records. They're shown time and time and time again to be incorrect on a large number of things, but they'll point to like one or two conspiracies that they happen to be correct about. And then they'll say, well, freedom of speech.
Cope, speech freedom hasn't failed. The expansion of the electorate has. Poll taxes were an imperfect but effective proxy for IQ and consciousness. I guess I don't know how that applies to like the amount of people who are on the internet pushing misinformation, and that's where like the majority of people are getting their information from now is just some random on Twitter posting saying like Kamala Harris said this, but they don't show you any like evidence of it. Or we have AI coming out like pretending to show you know, Joe Biden say something that he never said, or we have you know, we just have like tons and tons of misinformation at this point, and it's just not even from like journalists, it's not even from an actual source, it's just from some random person on social media. And so yeah, the like, and then yeah, all of the bots come and just repeat their programming and say what it is that they're supposed to say. But if you actually know like how any of this works and how logic works and how like media works, you're not going to read what an article says to just say, oh, I believe the article, right? If you go listen to Tim Pool, that's what you have to do. You have to just take his word for it, because he's just telling you what happened, but he's never actually showing you what happened. He's never actually proving it, right? But if I go read like CNN, they're going to like give me the facts. They're going to give me the evidence. They're going to show me what it is that I need to believe what it is that they're telling me. And so I'm able to get proof of what it is that they're telling me. And there could be more context. There could always be more context. And hopefully another article will come out from somebody else saying, hey, here's more context. But with Tim Pool, he doesn't give you the context. He doesn't give you the article. He doesn't give you or sorry, not the article. He doesn't give you the context. He doesn't give you the evidence. He doesn't give you the facts. He doesn't show you the thing. He just tells you that it's happening, or reads an article that says that it's happening. And then they're like, you either believe him or you don't. And that's the end of it. Whereas yes, with CNN, I don't put my faith in CNN. I don't have to say, yes, I believe in CNN. I don't have to do that, because I don't give a fuck what CNN says. I don't care what they say. I care what evidence they show me. I care about the facts that they give me. That's all that matters. If they're giving me facts that prove their theory, that's it. Done and done. End of story. I don't need anything else, right? Like, Tom sometimes reads words wrong. Okay, I don't know what that is. I have no idea how to pronounce that or what the fuck that is. So I'm sorry. Whatever you're talking about, I have no idea what it is. Oh, conscientiousness. Sorry. Wherever it was at first, once the chat moved, then I think there was like something on my glasses, because yes, I was reading it the same way over and over. But yes, okay, now I see it. Conscientiousness, not consciousness. Okay.
What do we think, gang? I know what I think, but what do you think, dear viewer? Dear audience member? Do we agree with Destiny here, or do we disagree? Obi-Wan Kenobi agrees with Destiny. What about the rest of you, gang? If you are Destiny is so right here, $1. Or not $1. I'm sorry. No, if you want to give me $1, that's great. But no, it's press 1 in chat if you think Destiny is correct in his assessment and things like that. If you think he is incorrect or wrong, press 2. I just want to see where everyone's mind's at. 3 Canadian dollars from Sulak. Got to make up for my sins. Thank you for the $3. I do appreciate you. So we got some ones. Dilemma, thank you for the Prime sub, by the way. Black Metal Follower, thank you for the sub on Twitch. Really appreciate you. So Dilemma, thanks 1. Cowboy subs, thanks 2. Flute Whistle, thanks 2. Jacob L, thanks 1. Doobie says, weren't Destiny and Lex on good terms? What happened? I think they're still on good terms. I don't know. I have no idea. Who knows? I don't. You'd have to ask him. So it seems like a mixed bag in my chat, unless I'm misreading this. Twitch and YouTube both are kind of split, kind of evenly on whether you guys think that.
What is Destiny saying? Destiny's saying that the problem currently with free speech is that we just have a bunch of people who are content creators, who are leaders, who are willing to mislead people. We have a bunch of people like Lex Friedman, Tim Pool, Joe Rogan, then we have like other, political leaders like Donald Trump, who will just, yes, these are people who are willing to just say whatever. They refuse to give any information. They refuse to give any facts to back this stuff up. And they're just going to give you information and we just want to have conversations, bro. We just want to have free speech. But he's like, they don't actually seem to be free speech because they're never actually getting to the facts. If you were free speech, you would eventually get there, but you don't. You just keep bringing on just the people who are just spewing bullshit and then just continuing to spread that bullshit more and more. And so all of the people who keep saying, oh, I'm all about free speech, oh, I love free speech, it's more so that, oh, they just want the opportunity to say whatever the fuck they want, and that's it. Is they just don't want to have any sort of they don't want to have any consequences for being an idiot. They don't want to have consequences for lying. They don't want to have consequences for maliciously getting people to do outrageous things or extreme things. They don't want to have consequences for extremism. They don't want to have those consequences. So they just keep saying, oh, I'm so free speech, when it's not really about the free speech. It's about the fact that they just don't want any consequences.
Destiny is right or wrong. That's kind of why I wanted to go live today and talk about it, because it is not something with a simple answer, right? There are no catch.
You're unhinged? Okay, so tell me, what do you think he said then? If you don't think that's what he said, what do you think he said? If you think I'm unhinged and you don't think I'm right, then what did he say? Tell me what he said. Jason, what did he say? What is a woman? When you go through puberty, you'll figure it out. I promise you, buddy. Okay, I don't know where the fuck Jason just... Oh, there he is. Oh, yeah, no. He just disappeared.
Phrases that would explain all this away and be satisfying or fulfilling. And we have to kind of tackle this from a broader perspective, and then we can drill down on these things. So I guess I would start with the premise of misinformation.
He said you're unhinged. So yes, so the person in chat said, what was Destiny's take? I explained Destiny's take. It was a whole 2 minutes of explaining it, right? And then after I explained it for those 2 minutes, after I finished, then he said, you're unhinged, right? So either he's 5 minutes behind where he's saying that to something that wasn't me explaining Destiny's position, or he's saying that I'm unhinged for believing that's Destiny's position. Those are the only two things that are possible here, is that either he says I'm wrong about Destiny's position, or he's 5 minutes behind responding to something totally different that's not relevant to anything we're talking about right now. Those are the only two possibilities.
Information is harming our society. I think that it's undeniable that there are problems that have been exacerbated and created by misinformation. There are. But I think what people miss and what is misdiagnosed.
I am not doing call-ins. When I'm doing call-ins, there will be a call-in number on the screen. I am doing other content for a while, and then maybe I'll get to call-ins later.
Diagnosed in these conversations. I think Destiny does this here. And in other places I've seen him talk, he does this. And I think a lot of people do this. Most people do this, okay? They assume that people believe a thing because of misinformation. And while that is true sometimes, more often, in my opinion, and I think, and we'll look at this because I think the science backs this up. Tom Foolery, welcome to the show. Hello, hello, hello. Raiders, welcome. We are going to be talking about these things. We're talking about free speech. We're talking about Destiny's take on this. Strap in, boys.
Yeah, I don't know why he's saying like people can believe misinformation because of the people who are spreading it sometimes. I don't know why he says that. Like, you guys, almost all of you, none of you have ever met Donald Trump. Most of you have never seen him in the flesh, and you've never met him before, okay? Most of you. Without you ever meeting him, you have no way to know if he actually exists outside of, let's all say it together, the medium. That's it. You know he exists because of the medium. There is media that is pushed out to you, whether it's a CNN or MSNBC, Fox News sort of news channel, or if it's a YouTube channel, even Donald Trump's own YouTube channel, or whether or not, you know, it's a newspaper or an article, or, you know, Entertainment Tonight, or like the Apprentice, like all of these things. Outside of all of these different types of media, you wouldn't know he exists. You would have no fucking idea that he exists. You would have no way to know whether or not he exists. You would have no way. And it's not just Donald Trump. It's the same with most of the things that we like get our information through. It is almost all of it is going to be through media. It's going to be through some sort of media. So almost all of the information that we get it through some type of media, whether it's social media or whatever. So if people are coming to incorrect conclusions or getting information that is incorrect, it's likely because, yes, the media that gave it to them was incorrect. That is likely what it is. Now, you can want to believe media. You can have like a bias that makes you want to believe something. Obviously, if somebody's sending me a fucking Facebook meme that they just didn't question at all, and they just said, oh, this Facebook meme said that the election was stolen, therefore it was stolen, then yes, of course, like you have this hardcore bias that just makes you want to believe it. If that's the amount of evidence that you need to believe it, then yes, you're just believing it because you want to. Or because you're like a person with a 5-year-old's brain, right? Whereas, like, normal people, yes, like we see a Facebook meme that says something happened. I don't care what the Facebook meme says. Like, that's not any sort of source. It's not giving me any information. It's not like actually proving anything. It's just telling me something. And I'm not going to believe anything just because it's being told to me. It's that, oh, I'm saying this happened, therefore it happened. Like, that's not good enough. It's, you have to, like, give quotes. You have to give sources. You got to, like, say where your information's coming from. You have to have, like, some sort of, like, journalistic standard there. And, yeah, if people are choosing to believe that, sure, it's because they want to believe it. But they're not getting that information until somebody puts it out. No one's giving it, like, they can't receive that information. They cannot receive misinformation until somebody puts out misinformation, right? Most people are not just going to make up like that the election was stolen and just start running around saying, I know the election was stolen. And then when they say how, they're like, because I made it up in my head. Like, nobody's going to do that, right? So, yes, they have to get misinformation first. Crowder gives sources for all his claims. You should check those sources. I used to be a huge fan of Crowder. I was a very big fan of Crowder. And then I started checking the sources that he listed, and he was misquoting all of them every fucking time he misquoted them. It's like a fucking like virus that he has that just makes it to where he has to change the fucking source every fucking time.
Ladies and girls, we're going to go through it, okay? Thank you. Anyway, back to it. So, again, people assume that misinformation causes people to have bad ideas and to view things poorly and to not be able to identify fact and reality. And that's not usually the case. That sometimes is, but more often, people want information that conforms to their reality, and they are willing to pay for that information. And they are willing to stand people who are going to tell them that everything they previously believed is entirely correct. Simply censoring misinformation or tackling it from the misinformation will not get to the root of the problem. It will not solve the problem. And in fact, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that it only makes the problem worse. We're going to go through that evidence. We're going to read some articles about this, and we are going to be very, very careful in this because the very premise that Destiny is working off of is fundamental. It, ironically, is misinformation. Ironically, it's misinformation. There's a whole host of other problems I have with what Destiny said, but we're going to start here. We're going to go through it. Okay. Let us read. This is from a man named Dan Williams, and he's a pretty smart guy. He has a Substack. We're going to go through it. And he was published in December of 2023.
So who is Destiny? If you ever go to Atlanta, go into any strip club and ask for the black stripper with the biggest ass. And it's like a 90% chance that that's Destiny. It's like a 90% chance her name is Destiny. I'm going to be honest.
At the Institute of Art and Ideas, okay, a symposium where he was invited to speak. And this is not, well, we're going to read his actual words. Like, he gave a 10-minute presentation. We're going to look at that. But I want to read his article that he writes here and go through it with you guys because I think it's a whip smart, it's sourced, it's accredited. We're going to go through it. We're going to look at it. Enough preamble. Let's get to it. We don't have all day, and I got a lot to go over, okay? Let me adjust it so you guys can read along.
Let's go, Jason. Cool. Welcome to the membership.
We're just going to go through it. Okay. Since the United Kingdom's Brexit vote, the election of Donald Trump, and the election of Donald Trump in 2016, we have been living through an unprecedented societal panic about misinformation. Again, he links his sources. We can look at those links. Here, I'll go to the link here. And this, what he's linking, just so you're aware. Oops. Sage Journals. It's a paper. Research article, the abstract again. He's sourcing his shit.
Yeah, I really don't even like. I would have trouble even believing anything that this, supposed study says, is because the main issue, even above everything else that I said, above responsibility, above who we would hold accountable, above who has like more of the onus on them when it comes to the person putting out the misinformation versus the believer of the misinformation. But most people don't have time to go like research shit. They don't have time to double check sources. They don't have time to like look into every little thing. They don't have time to like see if what they said is true and if the other 5-10 articles agree with them and if they all have the same, like, they don't have time for that. Most people don't have time for that. Most people are going to go to one source, they're going to listen to what that source has to say, and then they're going to say, okay, well, I trust them, and that's the end of it. Like, people go to Hassan Piker for information, like, and they'll listen to what Hassan has to say about something, right? Like, people go to all sorts of freaking wacky people like Alex Jones, and then they'll just take their word for it and then move on. This is like the way it works, is that people don't have time for this. That is the main issue. And so that is why they are believing what it is that they believe. Most people do like kind of like a personality vibe for the most part. So if you're, and that's kind of how things start off, right? So like if you sound intelligent, you kind of sound like you know what you're talking about, and you say enough things to pass like the vibe check. Now, once you pass the vibe check, now I'm kind of gonna go along with you after that, right? So like for me, for a long time, Ben Shapiro, that was it. Like the guy sounded like he knew what he was talking about. He had a law degree. He was somebody that would like spit tons of numbers, tons of facts, and really just like was able to look like he was owning people over and over. And so he passed the vibe check for me, and that was good enough. And so I was able to go along with what it was that he was saying, and listen to that. And and Daily Wire was just, yes, my main source of information and news, and that's where I was going to go for most everything. But then I would listen to a bunch of other people as well, but I found them kind of through the orbit of Ben Shapiro. So I would find somebody like Steven Crowder. I would find somebody like Lauren Southern. I would find somebody like Joe Rogan. I would find somebody like Jordan Peterson. Dave Rubin. I would find all of these people. Candace Owens. I found all of them because I already chose Ben Shapiro in the beginning. He passed the vibe check in the beginning, and then everybody that he trusted from there on out was kind of the direction that I was going to head in. And so now I had this algorithm of information that all now aligns with what it is that I chose in the beginning. And that's it. Like I'm now inundated with this information, with this echo chamber here. That's who I get. That's what I engage with. Most of those people are not doing debates. Most of those people are not really engaging with with people who know what they're talking about. Most of those people are not having conversations with like experts on anything, right? But they'll go out and Steven Crowder will go and debate some like college kids and then feel super proud of himself that he owned them on some sort of like topic when they're I'm sorry. Imminence of Oots. I think you're having a mental breakdown in my chat right now. So we're gonna go ahead and time you out for 24 hours, and hopefully you'll take this time to go take your medicine. Listen to your family. Listen to your family. They know what's best for you. They love you. Okay. Listen to your family. Do what they're telling you to do. Take your medicine. It is what's good for you. Okay. But anyways, the person says Tom Foolery waits to go live until 5 a.m. and he spammed it like 5 times. I've been live for 3 hours and it just turned 5 a.m. It literally just turned 5 a.m. It's 5:03 right now. He says Tom Foolery waits till 5 a.m. to go live. So I've been live for over 3 hours, bro. What do you want? Like, where are you? What fucking, like, did Alex Jones tell you that I went live at 5 a.m.? Like, can you not, you don't have enough time to fact check that one? Anyways, but yeah, the problem is that, like, yeah, most people just have, like, their circle of information that they're getting through some sort of algorithm or based on, like, a group that they're already a part of, right? So if you're part of, like, a church and then within your community, those people that you're already associating with, you're normally meeting them through commonalities that you already believe in. So if you're meeting people through the common interests that you already have, you guys are likely going to already share a bunch of beliefs in the first place. And so because you share a bunch of beliefs in the first place, now when you guys are sharing information, you're sharing clips, you're sharing a video, those things are all going to already agree with the bias that you already have and continue to keep you in the echo chamber that you're already a part of. So yes, the idea is that it is mainly just the way that content creators and everybody else is giving you information. We should hold them to higher standards. We should expect more from them. We should expect more from any media outlet that is willing to tell us what they think is right or wrong, or what the facts are, what the evidence is. We should hold all of them to high standards. And we don't, and that is on us to an extent, but it just is on the person who's spreading the misinformation for spreading misinformation. Like, don't you think maybe it's all about division to distract us from the real issues in this country? No, I don't think anybody's sitting around saying, you know what? They're going to start to have issues with the inflation rate. We need to start like a race war real quick. Let's get BLM and Antifa out there to start burning down buildings, and then all of the right wingers will start making up shit about the. No, I don't think anybody's doing that. I don't think anybody's like, oh, I really want to distract people from the real issues. No, I think that they are all just like the rest of us. They have their beliefs, they have their bias, they have the things that they want to believe, and then they're buying into it, and then. Now, because anybody can do that, right? Somebody as retarded as Candace Owens can somehow gain a following, then yeah, now you're able to just start following any random fuck who wants to say something. It's it's insane. So yes, I would say that the main issue is just the fact that like the people who are putting out the information aren't held to high standards by their audience, and they are getting paid to continue telling people what it is that they already believe. But again, it is just on the person who's putting the information out to not mislead everybody else in the first place.
I don't think this is a very contentious point that he's making, so we're not going to go through this particular abstract. But as we go through this, we are going to go to the more contentious points that he makes and see. I just bringing this up now to show you that this is sourced, that this isn't just out of his ass information, right? And the argument.
Yeah, we're gonna let him go through this study, and then we'll take some call-ins before I move on to the second video. So we'll take a couple, but yeah, we'll go to the second video, which is Tim Pool versus Sam Cedar, which I feel like both of them are fairly responsible for misinformation, so there'll be a good next video to get into. But yeah, when I take call-ins after this, yes, I want to get into like, if you distrust mainstream media, then I want to know why. If you're telling me mainstream media is lying all the time, and there's some reason for you to not believe anything that they say, then that's what we're going to take call-ins about. That's what we're going to talk about. So that's the idea.
Arguments he makes are, I think, credible. So let's keep going. Again, I gotta adjust it. I'm sorry. Okay. Poll after poll demonstrates that the general public is highly fearful of fake news and misleading content, a concern which is widely shared among academics, journalists, and policymakers. Destiny, as we can see, shares this concern, right? Shares this view that there is a problem. It is destroying America.
Proof the Twitter files. Okay, you didn't read the Twitter files. I did. If you go through the Twitter files, they'll say, here's an email that said XYZ, you know, they admitted this, they said that. If you read the email, none of that actually was said. The guy who wrote the Twitter files either is retarded or lied out of his fucking ass, but we can go through it. If that's what you think is the evidence, call in and we'll go over the Twitter files, and I'm happy to go over what he calls evidence and go over the actual emails that he cites as his information. Because yes, he is dead wrong in in everything that I read through. All of his proof wasn't even there. It wasn't even there. It wasn't anywhere to be found. So, yes, I'm happy to get into it.
And we are in a situation where fake news could be the death of America. Like, misinformation could be the death of America. I've heard him make this point. Again.
Again, the proof just wasn't there, Rudolph. It was not there. I guarantee it. You can call in. I will make sure that you can call in first if you want to do it. If you want to get into this, we can do it first. Assumptions shows your bias. I'm not assuming anything. I'm telling you it was not there. It wasn't there. I am telling you it was not there. So we can get into it. As I said, I will let you call in first and we will go over it. You can call in first and we will get into it, and I will go over the Twitter files with you, because I know that the most of the stuff that he claimed as proof was not there. Calling people retarded isn't an opinion. Okay, well now you're just autistic. I don't know what I don't know if you're like lost on the meaning of these words, but okay.
The author here elucidates to us. Many share his opinion. Well, let's go through it. The panic is driven by the narrative that misinformation is a kind of societal disease. Sometimes this metaphor is explicit, as with the World Health Organization's claim that we are living through an infodemic, an influential research that likens misinformation to a contagious virus, but it also motivates the common diagnosis that misinformation lies at the root of many societal ills. On this analysis, ordinary individuals are routinely sucked into online rabbit holes that transform them into rabid conspiracy theorists, and misinformation is the driving force behind everything from vaccine skepticism to support for right-wing demagogues. The disease model of misinformation has practical consequences. If misinformation is a societal disease, it should be possible to cure societies of various problems by eradicating it. The result is intense efforts among policymakers and companies to censor misinformation and reduce its visibility, as well as numerous initiatives that aim to cure citizens of false beliefs and reduce their susceptibility to them. So that's the premise, right? This is the premise that Destiny and many others make, that there is a problem, that misinformation is the cause of this problem. It is a disease that is affecting our society, and if we can simply get rid of this, then all will be well. We will be living in a much better world where the truth is understood by all, and we are all better off for it. That these sinister purveyors of misinformation are the ones causing all these problems, all this polarization, all these issues in America, where half, I was in an argument today where someone claims that half the country can't tell fact from fiction, and the half of the country they were referring to is obviously the half that disagreed with her, right? But, you know, that is what it is. Let's keep going in the article. Okay. Is the disease narrative correct? In some cases, yeah. Exposure to misinformation manifestly does have harmful consequences. Powerful individuals and interest groups often propagate false and misleading messages, and such efforts are sometimes partly successful. Moreover, evidence consistently shows that the highly biased reporting of influential partisan outlets such as Fox News has real-world impact. Yeah, no. It's, as I said at the beginning of this broadcast, it's undeniable that there are problems with misinformation, and it does impact us. Nevertheless, the model of misinformation as a societal disease often gets things backwards. In many cases, false or misleading information is better viewed as a symptom of societal pathologies, such as institutional distrust, political sectarianism, and anti-establishment worldviews. When that is true, censorship and other interventions designed to debunk or pre-bunk misinformation are unlikely to be very effective and might even exacerbate the problems that they aim to address. And this is, again, the heart of my contention with Destiny, is that I think that he is putting the cart before the horse here, that he is saying people like Lex Fridman and Joe Rogan, all these people, if they were only held accountable, then we would be in a better place, our ills would be less, and we would be okay. That's just not true. For every Joe Rogan, Lex Fridman, let's say we got rid of them all.
Wait, what do you mean that's not true? That was his argument. That is what Wick was saying earlier. Wick was saying earlier that it is the viewers who are choosing to go watch somebody who's going to reinforce the bias that they already have. That's what Wick said. How can he turn around and say that that's not true when that's literally his position? I don't know why. I don't know how he's squaring this.
Tomorrow, we would have new ones the next day. The new Tucker Carlsons the next day, because simply getting rid of this is simply treating the symptom. The core cause of this is that people want to hear what they have to say. There's a market for it. Okay, there is a market for it, and that market will be satisfied.
There's a market for fucking heroin, though. That if you put heroin as an over-the-counter drug, or you put it like out at every bar table for them to pick up like it's fucking peanuts, a lot more people are going to get addicted to it. It doesn't like how easily accessible you make something is going to change how. It's going to change how it spreads. Like, if it's more easily accessible, it will spread a lot faster, obviously. So yes, like just saying like, oh, it's only there because there's a market for it. That doesn't mean that it would be there. It would be as big. It would be as pervasive if you lowered the amount that the market existed. Like I'm trying to think of a good way to steelman this argument in some way, but I just can't think of it. It doesn't, it just doesn't make sense to me.
People will pay whoever is willing to say what they want to hear. Simply censoring the misinformation, getting rid of the misinformation.
See, now he's saying it again. People will pay whoever it is that's going to say the misinformation that they want to hear. Yes, so you're saying that if the people were not reinforcing the content creators to do this thing, then they wouldn't continue doing it, which means that the people who are paying them should hold them accountable and stop just paying them to say whatever bullshit that they want to hear. Like, yes, they should actually care about the truth and then pay them for truth, not for just reinforcing their beliefs. But again, the problem is that these people who are viewers aren't the ones who are doing all the research. They're not the ones who can know whether or not something is true or not. They're not the ones who are going and like double checking everything and fact checking everything. They're going to you to get that information because they trust you. So therefore, you ought to give them the correct information.
Information, combating misinformation. Not to, again, there's, the question becomes who gets to decide what the misinformation is, right? But that aside, it simply won't solve the problem. To begin with, and he makes his argument better than I do, but let's go through it. To begin with, the central intuition driving the modern misinformation panic is that people, specifically other people, are gullible and hence easily infected by bad ideas. The intuition is wrong. A large body of scientific research demonstrates that people possess sophisticated cognitive mechanisms of epistemic vigilance, with which they evaluate information. And I think at this point it's helpful to view some of the studies that he is citing here. Here it is, from August 2010, a study on epistemic vigilance. Humans massively depend on communication with others, but this leaves them open to the risk of being accidentally or intentionally misinformed. To ensure that, despite this risk, communications remain advantageous, humans have, we claim, a suite of cognitive mechanisms for epistemic vigilance. Here we outline this claim and consider some of the ways in which epistemic vigilance works in mental and social life by surveying issues, research, and theories in different domains of philosophy, linguistics, cognitive psychology, and social sciences. And we can, where is the, and they got some references to it, right? You can read the full text. Oh, we gotta get access. God damn it. Anyway, we'll just use abstract for now, okay? You can look up this guy's Substack if you'd like and go through each one, right? If you'd like to take the time to do it. And I suggest you do if you have the time. I spent most of the day doing it. Okay. But yes, people are more likely to be stubborn than they are to be gullible. People are more likely to not believe the new information presented to them than believe it. Tessie Johnson says you're wrong. The number one way to prevent the spread of certain ideas is censorship and deplatforming.
Yes, but okay, so literally the first sentence in the abstract is what I was just saying. Humans massively depend on communication with others, but this leaves them open to the risk of being accidentally or intentionally misinformed. This is the idea, is that yes, like the fact that like they are depending on the information that they're being given from somebody means that the giver is the one who's responsible. That if you are giving the information and you are using the trust that the other person has in you to deceive them, then or misinform them, then yes, you are like the responsible party. You're the one who needs to be held accountable. You're the one who needs to be stopped. And then if you actually gave them correct information, that they would probably believe you a little bit more.
That's not true at all. The evidence does not support your claim. That is misinformation, in fact. But let's go through it. Continue with the article. If anything, these mechanisms make people pig-headed, not credulous, predisposing them to reject information at odds with their pre-existing beliefs. Undervaluing other people's opinions, they cling to their own perspective on the world and often dismiss the claims advanced by others. Persuasion is therefore extremely difficult, and even intense propaganda campaigns and advertising efforts routinely have minimal effects. I think we can all remember the DARE campaign when we were kids. How effective was that? Millions were pouring into combating misinformation on drugs, and how'd that work out? Did that work? Is suddenly we no longer have a problem with drugs in America? No, absolutely not. right? I have multiple studies, more than
That's okay. That saying we know that people still do drugs. This is an argument that people bring up all the time. That like yes, if you make drugs illegal, that doesn't stop people from doing drugs. Well, it doesn't make it to where drugs completely disappear. No. But it does make it to where less people are able to do drugs. The less capable they are of getting a hold of it, the less available it is, the less in their face it is, the less they're going to do it. That just is the case. Like, this is... I hate it when people say this.
Testy Johnson on this. I promise you. Okay. To many commentators, these findings are difficult to accept. If people are not gullible and persuasion is difficult, what explains the prevalence of extraordinary popular delusions and bizarre conspiracy theories?
That's not what he said. Okay, what did he say? You guys, like, listen, I'm going to just start banning people. If you're, like, going to just keep saying, oh, you don't understand. Oh, you're just wrong. Oh, you're just a moron. I'm just going to ban you guys, okay? If you're incapable of making an argument and it's too hard for you to actually give information, but instead you're just saying, oh, you're wrong, then yeah, I'm just going to have to ban you guys. I got to have, like, a higher level of intellect in my chat, and we just got to need... We have to hold higher standards here. I'm sorry. I can't just keep seeing the same things over and over with a bunch of people who are too retarded to make an argument. He's saying DARE didn't convince more people to stop doing drugs. Okay. Wait. Hold on.
On this. I promise you. Okay. To many commentators, these findings are difficult to accept. If people are not gullible and persuasion is difficult, what explains the prevalence of extraordinary popular delusions and bizarre conspiracy theories? This question embodies a widespread but confused assumption, however, that the truth is always self-evident and desirable, such that false beliefs can only be explained by the credulous acceptance of misinformation. How many people have you heard argue that, ladies and gentlemen? That the truth's obvious. Duh. No shit. Anyone with a brain recognizes that this is the case.
Wait, did I not go back far enough, or has he not gotten to it yet?
How many times have you, dear viewer, heard this argument? All the time. I've made this argument. It's a hard trap not to fall into. We assume that the truth is simply clear as day, that it is something that is simply out there, that it's like you can look out the window and see, oh, look, that's obviously the case, and that's obviously true. When it comes to... And I look, I'm going to quote the article a little bit here in advance. But when it comes to a lot of very complex issues, especially political issues, this is often not the case. It's not something that is easy to see, right? Memes might have you believe otherwise, and many will try to pretend it's otherwise. But it's just the case.
Did I just not go back far enough? What the
fundamental, philosophical, political differences are very, very hard to discuss. Okay? Perspective on the world, and often dismiss the claims against others. Persuasion is therefore, when we were kids, how effective was that? Millions were pointed into extremely difficult, and even intense propaganda campaigns and advertising efforts routinely have minimal effects. I think we can all remember the DARE campaign when we were kids. How effective was that? Millions were pointed into combating misinformation on drugs, and how'd that work out? Did that work?
Okay, if that's his argument, then it just doesn't apply at all. I guess, yeah, if that's his argument, then it's just not analogous to anything. Nobody's saying, hey, you should just combat misinformation and that's going to fix it. Nobody thinks that. Like, the idea is that you have to just stop them from giving the misinformation. So, yes, if this is the argument, then okay, fine. He's just making an irrelevant argument that nobody gives a fuck about. Because, yes, just saying, like, hey, don't do misinformation, guys, like DARE did, then cool. Like, nobody thinks that that's going to fix anything, so well done. But yeah, so like what the argument of Destiny is that yes, you have to actually like punish people who are putting out misinformation. You have to actually like deplatform them. You have to actually like you have to actually hold them accountable. And as platforms, you have a responsibility. If you're the platform that's pushing out the information and giving them an ability to push misinformation, then you as a platform has to like have more stringent rules in TOS. But all right, yeah, this like it seems like he's changed arguments like 3 times now, so I'm gonna go ahead and just move off this because this is ridiculous. All right, who was the guy that I told to call in first? Where did he go? Is he still in chat? Did he leave already? Yeah, it doesn't look like he's been in chat. So yeah, all right, he already left. Looks like, unless he's just not saying anything. But yeah, yeah, I'll wait. I'll wait just a little bit more to see if he's coming. But we're going to deplatform CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, Fox, and the government. So if so, we'll get rid of misinformation. They are the last people. They are the best institutions when it comes to giving information. They are the most trustworthy institutions when it comes to giving information. And that's because they actually have consequences if they get things wrong. They actually have like pushback. They actually have things set in place to correct them. It's just that all of the people who don't believe this don't know about those, like, don't know about the processes. They don't know how any of this works. And so it's what do you think we should or shouldn't do about all the misinformation, social media, echo chambers? I don't know. I don't know that there's a ton of different processes that like could work. But I do think that like social media just being a place where anybody can go and just post whatever they want, that's just not it's just not working. It's obviously failed. It's obviously not a good thing. It's obviously horrifically not beneficial. Social media across the board has been like a scourge on society. Not only the fact that it has like detrimental effects to people's psyche, that it's like causing young girls to commit suicide or have body dysmorphia at early ages, not just the fact that like it is causing tons and tons of young men to have less social awareness and less of an ability to like read facial expressions or be able to understand body language, be able to get girlfriends. It's made it to where communities exist less and less. Nobody knows who their next door neighbor is. Nobody's going to community events or meeting with people who live around them anymore. Like all of these things like keep compiling to where it is like negatively impacting society. But then on top of all of that, then there's just the amounts of misinformation that's able to be used and that they're able to weaponize through this. So I want to say yes, either there just has to be like more strict standards on social media platforms, or there has to be I don't know. I want to say like either that or they're like the idea. The other day I had a debate on fascism with Adam and Sitch, or Sitch and Adam. I don't know I can never remember which name comes first in their title. But the debate that I had with them the other day is about the fact that Donald Trump is a fascist, and that by like every definition, he just fits the definition of fascism to a T for the philosophy, that he just is that, and that we can use a billion examples of his the last 8 years to prove that he just is a fascist. And I literally have an entire document with like tons and tons and tons of examples on there that just prove beyond a matter of a doubt to anybody who's actually got their eyes open that he is a fascist. I was somebody who was hardcore conservative, staunchly Republican, but then I saw Trump and I was like, okay, this guy doesn't stand for any of our beliefs, our ideals. He lies all the time. Every single time he says something, he's lying again. And people always want to say, oh, everybody lies, but nowhere close to this. And the idea of fascism is to use like the great mythos, the great lies, the great misinformation. You can just like kind of convince people of this of this myth that is supposed to be this great movement and this great leader and what it is that they can do. And so when Donald Trump runs around saying that, like, yes, Haitians are eating your dogs and cats, or they're sending in rapists and murderers, they're emptying out prisons and insane asylums, that they're he said that there's been like 30 million illegals enter the country under Joe Biden. Like, and literally every single time, everybody asks his campaign, like, hey, where did you get this information? Can you source this for us? Can you tell us where you got it? And they just never answer. They never respond because they don't care to respond. They know that it doesn't matter how much the media comes out and proves that he's lying or proves that he doesn't have any facts to back up any of his claims. The people who follow Trump are already brainwashed enough to not give a fuck whether or not he's lying. They don't care. They're going to repeat it regardless of whether or not he's lying. They truly do not care in the least. They have no standards. They have no self-respect, and they have no ability to identify lies from truth. They don't give. Literally do not care what is true and what is not. They just want to feel comfortable in their skin. They just want to go based on vibes, and they just want to cuddle up in their security blanket and feel safe and warm over in their fucking corner, so that they don't ever have to engage with the big mean world. And he's able to weaponize all of these things just very quickly by coming out and telling everybody that the mainstream media is lying all the time. So now anytime the media, which is set up to challenge our like governmental institutions and the billionaires and the corporations and all of this, like the media, the journalists, they are set up. There's like a huge part of freedom of speech is for these people to hold our leaders in check. But if he tells you not to trust them, well, now he's not held in check by them anymore. So now he's good. Then he can tell you that everybody else in government, all of the rhinos are against him and they're all liars and they're all part of the establishment. And then all the Democrats are also part of the establishment and the deep state and all the FBI and all of the crimes that they're eventually going to find out that he committed and they're going to charge him with. He's already planning way ahead to get you to distrust every single institution that exists to challenge his authority, so that before he ever lies, before he ever commits the crimes, before he ever does the thing, you are already brainwashed to not believe any of it. You're already brainwashed to where you don't believe anything that they tell you, so that as they literally prove, like we've gone over the Fulton County indictment against Trump 1,000 times. If you go over it, if you actually read it ever, it is proof beyond a reason of a doubt this guy attempted a coup. There is no space to believe anything other than he attempted a coup. There is literally zero space for question here. There is zero space for this. He just attempted a coup, and anybody who doesn't believe it has not looked at it. They're listening to somebody else who's telling them that it's a lie. They're listening to somebody else who's telling them that it doesn't have the information. They're coming up with some excuse like, oh, but it's all Democrats that are charging him. Oh, but they all came out with their charges at the same time. Oh, but they all hated him already. They have a bias against him. None of those things have anything to do with whether or not he committed a coup. But that's all the reasons that they give. That's all the evidence that they give. That's all the information that they have. They don't have any other information that actually disagrees with the evidence. They don't ever, like, I've taken like tons and tons of calls every single day, and every time I want to take call-ins about the fucking coup, they always come up and start arguing something that has nothing to do with the evidence. Every fucking time, they always start to argue. Look, it could turn out Fani Willis is extremely corrupt. All the Democrats, the worst fucking liars in the world. The mainstream media, all the worst people in the world. Doesn't change the fact that the evidence and the facts are there and that it is proven that he committed a coup or that he attempted a coup. And so that's it. Like, it's game over. Doesn't matter. You can bring up all these other irrelevant facts, but even the fact that you try to bring up irrelevant facts nonstop and that you'll say random shit like, oh, it's just the mainstream media. Oh, you just have TDS. None of those are evidence as to whether or not he committed the fucking coup. But that's all you have. That's all you can have, because if you actually looked at the evidence, you would know. You would know what was going on. You would know how retarded you look when you say that shit. But you have to bring up irrelevant information. TDS, bias, deep state, whatever. You have to bring those things up in order to continue saying that he didn't attempt a coup. You have to. You have to say stuff like TDS. You have to say that in order to stay brainwashed. Otherwise, if you actually looked at the evidence and tried to make an argument against it, you'd be fucked. You'd be fucked. Your whole world would come crumbling down, and you don't want it to. So you'll come up with irrelevant facts and irrelevant information and irrelevant arguments, not the insurrection. Insurrection has nothing to do with the coup. The insurrection is not a fucking coup. If people who are bringing up insurrection again are people who just don't know what the coup is. So it is just like, yes, my point being brought up over and over, when that's literally everything that, yes, this guy's a Fed, like the mainstream media, the TDS, you guys are literally all doing exactly what it is that I'm saying, is that, yes, you don't know what the evidence is. So just say, yes, I don't know what the evidence is, and I'm just going to whine and cry about the fact that you're saying mean things about my daddy. And I don't want you to say mean things about daddy, so I'm going to go off and chat and throw a fucking fit like a toddler. That's what it is. It's like you guys will never engage with the evidence. You don't know what the evidence is. Okay, I literally have like 50 streams of me going over it, so I don't know what to tell you. But all right, yeah, we'll take a couple call-ins for just a little bit, and let the brainwashed cult members call in for a bit. Sorry, here's the number. First call is the first person I'm getting on with. If you call over and over while I'm on a call, I'm gonna block you. Okay, that's just the way it works. If you're interrupting the stream and interrupting the call to where I'm not able to hear the person that I'm trying to talk to, and it's like super disrespectful that I have to keep asking them to repeat themselves over and over because somebody won't stop calling over and over and over while they see I'm in the middle of a conversation, I'm just gonna have to block you because I can't have all that shit the whole time I'm trying to talk to someone. So yeah, first come, first serve.
Call from
Trevor.
To accept, press.
What's up, Trevor? You're on the Tom Foolery Show.
Hey, Tom. What's up, buddy?
How's it going?
I just wanted to chat in good faith and see, I don't know. I'm just trying to go off something that I saw today about the election.
Okay.
And it's from the New York Post that posted it. It says ABC mistakenly airs election results declaring Harris winner of key swing state. And it shows the numbers. Harris 52%, 3.29 million. Trump 47%, 2.99 million. So like, how does something like that even happen? Like,
I don't know. Can you send it to me real quick?
Televised?
I don't know anything about it. I would have to see it to.
What's the best way to send it to you? Because
even on this, if you just like literally text it to this number, I should be able to get it.
Oh, just that number that I'm calling right now.
Yep.
Shit. Hold on a second, 'cause like, what is it again? 1470. 'Cause I can't see it.
Crap.
Oh, you don't have it.
I don't think I can
Hold on,
see
I
it
could go
anymore.
219-4617. 219-4617.
Yep.
219-4617. All right, let me see if this works. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. It's just super strange that like something random like that would happen. Even
So
like
do they
Elon
show a
Musk,
video of this, or is it just like a picture of it?
It's a picture. No, it's just a picture.
So can I ask you a question real quick? When you see that picture, what is like the first question that you have about that picture? Like, what's the first thing that you're wondering about the picture?
I just saw the thing that I just asked initially is like, because it says ABC mistakenly airs election results. So it literally was like apparently on ABC.
Yeah.
The New York Post posted it. Elon Musk even commented, and it said Elon Musk's quote, someone had you type in those very precise numbers.
Yeah, so I was gonna say I normally, so like if I read an article from CNN, like there's tons of streams and like videos of me like going over like an MSNBC article, a CNN article, like whatever. I'm going over what people would call like liberal media articles or mainstream media articles, and I'm sitting there saying this is bullshit. There's no way this is true. They don't like this can't possibly be true, and we move on, right? When I hear this, the first thing I think of is, why is this a picture? Why not a video? Because for me to believe that this even happened, I would have to see it in a video. The fact that somebody could take a screenshot from you know, Harris and Trump and other people from like other years from when they were both running from like 2020 and just kind of like make it seem like this is a current thing that just happened instead of something that happened in 2020, like that would be way too easy. And so yeah, I'm just saying that like my first thing when I see stuff like this is I think, if this was what happened, they would have made it like obvious. They wouldn't make it to where I have to ask a million questions in order to even wonder if this is real or not, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't even know what Harris has even ran in, though. What has she actually ran in that got votes besides, like, losing in the first round to, like, Tulsi Gabbard? So it's like, she certainly wouldn't even have enough votes for that to add unless it's completely doctored. Like, I don't think that image was pulled from something else.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it literally could be polling. It literally could be current polling. Like, it sounds like it could be a million things. Like, it could be like a, yeah, it could be like I'm blanking on the term, but yes, it could be like them taking polling and saying, if we take the polling for what it is right now, this is how many votes would happen in each state, and then this is how many electors they would get in each state, and like just adding it all up. Like there's a million possibilities to what a picture could be that just shows like tallies on something. And so it's...
Do you think the New York Post is a verifiable like news source?
I mean, the New York Post, again, I'll take whatever like source you want to send me. Like I'll look at it, but whether or not they actually like present anything that gives me information on it isn't gonna it's just gonna depend on the article.
Elon also like commented on it. I don't know if like, you know, he's pretty hyper, so I don't know, maybe he didn't do his fact checking.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the post from End Wokeness right now. It says ABC accidentally aired election results of Harris winning Pennsylvania by 5% with 100% in. And it shows President Democrat Harris 52% with a check mark next to it. And then it says 3,393,712 100% reporting. Looks like it's them showing another channel. Because it's oh no, sorry, this is them showing a race, so it is another broadcast, like but they're showing a racing thing, and at the bottom, the ticker shows an election thing, and it says president versus state, president statewide, and it shows her and Trump 52% to 47%. Okay, so this says the local station WNEP TV quickly admitted its mistake and clarified that these figures, Harris at 52% and Trump at 47%, were not real election results. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't even ABC. It was the channel that they're sharing, showing and that channel is showing the race, and their ABC and ESPN are sharing their channel. But yeah, it says it admitted their mistake and clarified that these figures, Harris at 52% and Trump at 47%, were not real election results. They were generated to help news organizations test their equipment ahead of election night. These numbers should not have appeared on screen, and it was an error by the WNEP that they did, the station stated. Pennsylvania law prohibits counting mail-in ballots before 7 a.m. on Election Day, with all votes sealed until the polls close at 8 p.m. So if the polls haven't even counted the ballots yet, how could this channel even
yeah, of
show
course.
anything?
Oh, of course. No, I mean, obviously, like, the election's not even close to being over. Like, November 5th is election. You know, it's only early voting right now. Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree with you. But it's just quite a weird thing to occur.
I
And not
agree, but
only
hold
that,
on. I just want to, just before you move on, I just want to say, this is kind of like the thing that I run into all the time is initially people are like, oh, there's no possible way you could still believe the media. There's so many proven lies, so many proof over and over and over, right? But then when they call in, they'll say, but isn't that just kind of suspicious? And I'll be like, yeah, sure, it's suspicious. I agree. Like, that's suspicious. And if somebody actually has like more evidence or more information on it, if there's like a whistleblower that comes out and says, yes, we already decided the election and we already had the numbers there, and all of the stations all just kind of, then of course I would be like, okay, shit, they're completely fucked. Like, this is
there has been whistleblowers for people even like Dominion and stuff that I've actually seen interviews, and they've actually made those exact claims for the 2020 election.
Yes, there are people who
So,
make the
it's like-
claims, but they don't ever actually have the evidence. So like I saw stuff from
Sure.
what was the like the guy who always did the spy cam stuff?
Is he the
Project
one that
Veritas.
got like interviews from people?
Yes,
Oh,
Project Veritas.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
Project Veritas did a bunch of stuff like that, but literally, a bunch of times they would never have evidence, and then even sometimes they would end up showing evidence that totally contradicted the story that the whistleblower was telling, and I guess they didn't even realize that they accidentally put like contradictory evidence in the story as they were telling these things. And so yes, it was just like kind of over and over. It is like people telling a story, and I'm not like saying that they're lying. I'm not saying that they made it all up. I'm not saying any of those things. But I am saying that with like tons of people say all sorts of things. If I was going to take that person at their word, I would have to be consistent in that logic, that if somebody just says something, then I'm going to believe it. But when ABC says that they didn't do it, or the voting, or
well, they did say
the voting
they did it,
people,
but they said it was for a test. Which
right?
that
But I'm
kinda seems
saying
like a
if
good
they said that
alibi,
they,
though.
I'm saying if they did say
I mean-
that they already had the results, right? If ABC,
Right.
if I'm saying ABC says that yes, we didn't have the results, okay, well now I'm just believing somebody just because they said it. So now do I believe ABC or do I believe the whistleblower? And on top of that, if I'm
Right.
believing people just because they said it, do I believe the like 5 million YouTube videos that have like some old man who's saying that an alien raped him last night and like abducted him and took him,
Yeah.
and they just like froze time for 3 years, and now he's 3 years older and he just woke up the next day, and like, do I
Sure.
believe that guy too? Like, it's hard to like, yes, weigh these
Yeah.
against each other. And so the one that
Yeah.
actually has like thousands of people working there and thousands of people who could come out and say something, but only one does, that's where I start to think, okay,
Yeah.
it's probably the one that still has thousands of people there who are still agreeing with what it is that ABC is coming out with. So
the thing is, like, obviously, anything that gets leaked and stuff, like, your life would be in danger for stuff very serious. Like, remember we were talking, or just people doing hidden cameras with meeting up, like that gay guy that met up that worked on the COVID vaccine and stuff
Mhm.
like that.
Yeah.
He came out and pretty much spilled the beans. And then there's other instances with other things about going after Trump and
he did, but
like
he
that as
also
well.
again,
So-
like when he spilled the beans, he also came back and said pretty quickly
said
that he
that
was just trying to like
lied.
look cool. Yes, he was
Yeah.
trying to look cool. He was
The
trying to
thing is,
brag.
though, what are you going
and
to say when you're caught in a lie? And the guy
Wait,
literally started
true,
like
I agree
threatening
with
the other
you.
guy.
I agree with you, but again, if there were other people besides just him, then I would think that this is a bit more suspicious. But when it is just one person and he takes it back and everybody else that works there says that he's wrong, now it's just the evidence is just mounting against him to where there's no reason to believe him.
Right. The thing is, though, when it comes to a lot of these major topics we're talking about, I think there's a lot of anecdotal situations that do come to light, especially over time. So it's not just because we only have a couple here or there doesn't mean that more do. But sure, I mean, I guess it's still up in the air to whether we believe it or not. Like even, I don't know, this is kind of going on a tangent, but Tower 7 falling and like news reporters actually claiming that it already happened, or it already happened when it was still standing in the background and stuff like that. I don't know. It's just, there's just so much out there. I actually sent you another thing
I haven't
on your
gotten
phone. I
anything
don't know
from
if
you so far.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
No, I haven't gotten
Well, I got
anything so
something
far.
from my best friend, who I'm very, very close with. When I posted something about that thing that we were just discussing with the voting New York Post thing, his GBT, his sister-in-law, he sent this under a message to me. He goes, "Hey," he says, "this came from my sister-in-law's phone. It's Snapchat AI." And it says, "Who won the 2024 presidential election?" And it says, "I hear you. The 2024 presidential election was won by Kamala Harris. She's the new president-elect. Exciting times ahead." Blah, blah, blah. So,
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. It's just a lot of crazy shit. Now, obviously, anyone can make that in, like, a Photoshop or anything.
Sure, they could. And AI, to me, I just don't trust AI very much because, yes, they do wacky things like that for all sorts of shit to where it would say, like, the last like, what do you call it? The last presidential convention, like the DNC convention, where they choose which candidate goes to the general election. Like the last one is the one that it would claim is like the winner of, because they're the last one to win the presidential election for the DNC. And like, yes, it's just that there's always like weird reasons for why AI misreads things.
Yeah. No, 100%. What else
I just
did
I just DM'd you and said text here.
sent
Did you get that?
I'm sending you the two photos that I did have.
Okay.
There, because apparently, I don't know, maybe I didn't put the one in front of it. So, but yeah, I did get that. What else was I had something on the top of my mind I wanted to talk about. Just with Kamala Harris and Trump, illegal immigration. I was typing in the chat. It's like it got so bad in Texas with people coming over the border that like literally Texas wanted to annex themselves from the U.S. because Biden wouldn't do anything. And then Biden also, his first day in office, repealed a bunch of stuff that helped people like stay in Mexico and stuff like that. That just made things much more rampant. And I live near I live in Northwest Indiana, but like 30 minutes away from Chicago. And it is freaking terrible. Like a lot of people, more the poverty people that live there say that it's just crazy that a lot of resources, people are getting kicked out of school with all the immigrants that were coming in. And then, everyone was booked up in hotels for a long ass time. Now that's going to be gone. And then those people are going to get desperate. You have issues in Colorado where people were taking over apartments. Like, it's just a complete shit show. And I don't know. I just think the way the administration has been ran the last 4 years, honest to God, I don't think anyone could refute that Biden's probably one of the worst presidents in history, in my opinion. I mean, I guess you could look at other things, but like the main things that I care about with inflation, and I'm not saying it's all on him because Trump, all that COVID shit, I think was a pre-planned thing. Everyone was saying, oh, it came from fucking animals out there. And then now it's like, it's mostly probable that it did come from a Wuhan lab and stuff like that. So that kind of stimulated the inflation, but things haven't
I just think
gotten
it is
much
mostly
better.
probable that all of the information that we got about the Wuhan lab having a COVID-19 virus, they actually never had it. The information was totally incorrect. They were working on one, but it wasn't there. It was in another lab here in the United States in Wisconsin.
Right.
And here is where it was actually being worked on, but they had scientists contributing information to that, scientists in the Wuhan lab who were contributing information to this. And they wwere analyzing the data. They're going over what it is they should or shouldn't do going forward. And so they were all working together as a team between the people here in the United States and then the people in Wuhan. And there's just, yes, there is no reason to believe that it came from Wuhan. But the other thing is that like, and I don't want to get too much into this because I've had this debate just way too many times, but they're just all of the stuff with the immigration crap, like it just isn't like as horrible as everybody makes it sound. Like the idea that
So
we
what's
already
the
knew that
number? How
immigration.
many-
Well, oh, I
Yeah,
just
you were
okay. So
refuting 30 million. I don't think it's that many either. But what's the tangible number then? Do we actually even know?
well, okay, so hold on. So the we already knew that the immigration was going to like fly through the roof. Like we already knew that that it was
Post-COVID,
gonna
or is it because of like after COVID reaction, or is it for another reason?
yeah, so COVID was like the main thing, but there's a lot of aspects to that. So the total number of like illegals in the entire country is like about 12 million, maybe 11 million. And they didn't all
So
come
that's
in
less
during the
than
Biden
1%.
administration. They came in like some during Bush, some during Clinton, some during Obama, some during Trump, and then now there's also some during Biden. But the problem with the whole thing is that when COVID first happened, we have a bunch of immigrants here in the United States that are working. Some are legal, some are illegal, but they and some are like waiting on asylum courts and shit like that, right? But Trump had an exception where he shuts down the border. Nobody's allowed in or out unless you're a United States citizen. Then we'll let you in after like some screening and some like checking you and everything. But they made an exception for immigrants who wanted to leave and go back home. If they weren't citizens, they were allowed to leave. They were allowed to leave the country, and he made an exception to where, yes, if you want to leave during COVID, you can go. Well, tons of them wanted to because there were no jobs anymore. They came here for economic prosperity. Now there's no economic prosperity, so now they want to leave. Now they want to go back home. Normally they want to send money home. They can't send any money home while COVID's happening. So yes, they leave. They leave the country. They go back home. So now for about like a year and a half, we normally have like a certain amount of immigrants that would come over the border each year, and now during that period they're not coming in. So now that number of people is piling up on how many would be coming, and now they have to wait to come. Then you have all the people who went back home, and now they're coming back. And then we had just a bunch of other countries were still struggling with COVID. They had a bunch of other, like there were mounting problems that made it to where, yes, we knew that we were going to have an insane amount of immigrants coming over the border. But then everybody turns around and says, well, okay, fine. Even if we knew that there were going to be a bunch coming in, why did they get rid of all of Trump's policies? The majority of the shit that they got rid of when it came to Trump's policies was COVID related.
Mexico was one.
Yeah, so Remain in Mexico is one, but the like Title 42 is one where it comes with a bunch of different policies, and that was a COVID related policy. It was done under the United States emergency funding, and he was able to move funding to the border and to all sorts of other things and use and do things that are against federal law. Because during times of emergency, we're allowed to be a bit more like authoritarian in our actions because it's just one of those times that calls for it. But it has to be temporary, and they have to have expiration dates on them. So Title 42 had an expiration date on it, but Biden got rid of it at the same time it was expiring. I guess I don't even know if I want to say he got rid of it or if expired. I'm not sure because the dates are the same, but I see both saying that some say he got rid of it and some say it expired. So I don't know if he has to sign something saying, yes, this is expired, so it's done. I don't know how it works, but yeah, so Title 42 is all like that sort of thing. Remain in Mexico is something that is like literally against federal law. Like we have federal laws about asylum and about the fact that you have to allow people into the country if they are accepted for asylum. There's a ton of processes for asylum too. Everybody seems to misunderstand this, but you can go and look it up. When you apply for asylum,
if you just like sneak through the border, does that give you asylum?
So there's, according to like all of the UN agreements, yes, because like we don't know how somebody would have to sneak into our country to get away from whatever it is they're trying to get away from. So under the federal law and under the UN agreements, yes, we would have to do it. But Biden signed an executive order to stop illegal. If somebody came in illegally, they weren't allowed to claim asylum. But then the Supreme Court overturned that. They said you can't do this. So the Supreme Court overturned it. So then they put it in the immigration bill, and that was supposed to go to Congress. Most of it was written by a Republican, and it was like a bipartisan bill that everybody agreed on. And then when that went to go vote, Donald Trump told everybody not to vote for it. He didn't want to give Biden the win. He wanted to wait for the win to happen until he got in the White House. And so all of the Republicans voted against it. And then it just didn't go through. So now this part that can only be changed by Congress got voted down by all the Republicans in Congress. So now Biden wrote another executive order in, I think, June that said again not June. It was right after the border bill got voted down. He wrote another executive order that again says that illegal immigrants are not allowed, so people who cross the border illegally are not allowed to claim asylum. But again, it's going to get overturned. It's already being challenged in the Supreme Court, and it's going to get overturned. We know it is, just because it is against federal law and our UN agreements. It just is. So telling somebody, like Remain in Mexico, telling somebody, hey, yes, you're claiming asylum, which means that you're like in immediate danger from the place that you're coming from, but we're going to tell you to stay there. We're going to tell you to stay in Mexico, and you got to stay there and it's going to take like 5 years to get to a court date, but we're going to tell you to stay there for 5 years, and hopefully you'll still be there whenever we get to you. Like that is just like a fucking wild thing to do.
Yeah, I see that. So let's do some other topics. You were saying that like mainstream medium is like the most factual, and like don't get me wrong, I used to love, ABC, NBC, Fox, whatever. Dateline, 2020, those are some of my favorite shows from like 20 years ago and whatnot. But I don't know. I think there's a massive bias. Like when Trump was in office and while Biden in his office, like, it's pretty clear as day. Like, haven't you noticed before, like, I've seen so many montages of verbatim, word for word, talking points of just whatever they were trying to get their point across, with all platforms saying the exact same paragraphs and stuff like that. And they were talking, and like a lot of mainstream media talks about, oh, Biden doesn't have any cognitive decline or anything. Like, I'm sure you're well aware that there was a Parkinson expert that visited the White House 8 times in the last 8 months, yet you don't even hear about that. If something like that were to happen with Trump, where he had Parkinson's or anything like that, like there's a huge bias to where they hide stuff that paints Biden in a bad light. And his cognitive is flying so bad that he wouldn't even be able to stand trial. A literal judge said that himself. And the mainstream media used to say, oh, he's perfectly healthy as an ox, like he's sharp, sharp as a pencil. So, I think it's. Yeah.
But I truly, listen, Donald Trump does also seem to be in mental decline. He also seems to be having issues, like saying things. He has issues, like cognitively, but like the way that somebody speaks doesn't necessarily mean that they have cognitive problems. There's tons of issues that you can have that can make you have problems with your speech, that especially as you get older, that don't mean that you actually have cognitive problems, or that you don't know where you are, but you can get foggy once in a while, and then hopefully like, yes, you're able to come back, and it's mostly going to be based on your diet, whether or not you took your medicine, shit like that. And so yes, when Biden had that debate, yes, that he was like versus Trump, that was horrible. He looked horrible in that debate, and that was like very like scary looking.
Anecdotal just to that though. It's like he gets lost on stage, and then like there's so many times where it's just super embarrassing, and I just feel bad.
Have you seen the videos of them like literally having to like
his train of thought?
Have you seen the videos of Trump literally like standing on stage for too long, not knowing that the whole thing is over, and that like that he was supposed to leave, and he's just standing there looking around?
Yeah, I think for Trump being 78 years old, I think he's above average for his age with how sharp he is. Like, he had a 3-hour podcast. I don't know if you listened to it, the Joe Rogan or anything like that.
I
But
listened to a lot of
Kamala
it.
Harris had the opportunity. Huh?
Yeah, I listened to a lot of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, like, I thought he had a damn good conversation with Joe. And Joe's good at having conversation with people. It's really easy to talk to him because he answers good layup questions sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And helps people along the way sometimes that are struggling. Like, he'll interject if he feels like someone's struggling or whatnot. But
Yeah, I mean, look,
Kamala Harris had
Kamala sucks at interviews. Like, she just sucks at them. She is horrific. She is not a likable person. She's not charismatic. She doesn't give like good answers to questions. She's not like rhetorically effective or rhetorically gifted in any way. And so, yes, she just like the way that she laughs, her demeanor, like all of it is just horrific across the board. And so she probably should not be doing interviews at this point, honestly. Like, it's just not beneficial to her.
The only issue is, like, being a president, being able to speak well is actually, like, giving a sentiment or encouragement, enthusiasm towards the American people. And I don't think, like, her in policy is any better either. So if she can't do either, then what the hell can she do? Because, like, she's been flip-flopping and backtracking in a lot of things that she said before. Like, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's
but so is Trump, though. Hold on, so is Trump, though. Trump has changed on a lot of his positions over time. Trump is like literally a fucking liberal one day and a Democrat, and a Republican the next, right? He's changed a lot of his positions, and he's changed them back and forth. But over time, she realizes.
It's not necessarily a bad thing either that Kamala or Trump do it, because sometimes you live and learn, and sometimes it's at some point you might.
Well, and on top of that, I don't even care what they believe. Like, truly, I don't give a fuck what Kamala believes. I care if she's going to represent what it is she believes the American people believe. And at the time when she was running in 2020, the data did seem to show that everybody was moving in a progressive direction, and that the progressives were like gaining traction in their movements. And somebody like Bernie Sanders was like the best competitor against somebody like Biden. Yet Bernie Sanders actually never had a chance against Biden. And it turned out that the progressive movement, they didn't force him out, but the Bernie Sanders didn't have like a chance against Biden. He never had the numbers. He never was going to come anywhere close to Biden. And he just was not like a real competition for somebody like Joe Biden. And so, just hold on.
Right out the gate.
Yes. So hold on. So I feel like, yeah, most of the sentences that I've tried to get through, I've let you cut me off. But the point is that they, like, yes, her and a bunch of other people on that stage all came out with very far left rhetoric, and Biden was the only one who didn't. And then Biden wrecked all of them in the fucking polls, like in the elections, in the primaries. Like, he just fucking wrecked them because, yes, it turned out the data was wrong. Americans didn't want a progressive president. They didn't believe in that progressive shit. They weren't moving that far left. The movements weren't doing all that well. And they were just putting out like really good propaganda to convince these people that that's what they should have said. But it turns out that they were wrong. And so then once it turns out that they were wrong, a good politician who actually wants to represent the people would change their positions and say, you know what? Apparently that's not what the people want. So I'm going to move my positions to what it is that the people want. That's what they should do.
Right. Yeah. Another big key talking point is all the global wars that we're having now. We had Ukraine and Russia, and you have Israel and Palestine and everything like that. And it's like we're aiding to all these wars, funding them.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump was we had, instead of a war with Israel and Palestine, you had the Abraham Accords. And then with Russia, you didn't have any turmoil with them either. And
yes, but wait, but you realize that like a huge reason for the October 7th attacks is because the United States Embassy was put in Jerusalem, right? You know that was like the biggest slap in the face to Palestine, and nobody else would have done that because they knew that was going to cause more tensions between the two countries. But he did it, and that's fine. I actually support it, but I also know that that's one of the huge reasons for why there's so much, why they attacked. And so, what, like, a lot of his decisions did lead to some of these things. I don't see any reason why Russia in Ukraine, how he affected that whatsoever. I don't think he stopped them from doing it. I think it just had to do with what was taking place at the time and the fact that those two countries had issues at the time. I've seen no reason why Putin held off on anything because of Trump. But yes, go ahead.
My biggest thing is, why are we not trying our best effort to stop and have peace? Because it's like we prolong and we give all this money and stuff like that. Trump's even said, like, his main goal on day one is to end Ukraine.
Okay,
and Russia
so yeah, so okay, so
hours.
Russia
Not
comes
saying
over.
that's gonna
Yes,
happen.
but that's fucked up though. Think about it. Russia comes over and they just take a bunch of territory from Ukraine. They just take
Okay.
it, right? All right.
And
well,
what did we say? Did we not have a peace treaty with Russia and all that, and Ukraine, saying that Ukraine would never join NATO, and now we're trying to? Because it'd be like Mexico. Russia
No,
having
we were not part of
freaking
that. No.
military base in Mexico.
First off, Ukraine literally had a revolution over that shit. They literally overthrew their government, and he got in a fucking helicopter and snuck out in the middle of the night because his citizens were out revolting against them. And so, yes, they had to sneak out because of the shit that they were doing with Russia. The citizens wanted them to move in a more Western or Eurocentric sort of economy and government and more democracy and all of that. And so they were demanding that they move in that direction. And that, like, what do you want them to do? Say like, oh, well, we made an agreement with Russia, the people that you told us not to agree with, and so now we just can't do what you're telling. No, the people who revolted, the people who overthrew the government, their whole point was to make it to where they were now moving in a direction where they were going to be allied with the United States and with the British and everybody else, and that's what they're doing. Like, they won. They got the fucking guy to sneak out. That's what they're doing now. And so, yeah, Putin's fighting back. But now that Putin's taken a bunch of their country, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to say, oh, well, Putin's bigger and stronger, so he gets to take over your fucking country, and we just want you to sign a treaty now.
If he gets in.
He said that he just wants them to sign a treaty. But that's fucked up to say that Russia gets to just take this land because they're bigger and stronger. That is fucked up. That shouldn't be okay. The entire point of the United Nations is to make it to where that never happens again. The whole point is to make it to where that doesn't happen.
Right. I mean, there's parts of Ukraine that I see that are completely fine. Then obviously there's war zones and everything. And not only that, I think there's a lot of corruption in these wars. All the money that we're sending over there, I think that people are filling their pockets. I think money laundering's happening in every which way we do. That's when we send all that stuff out there. I guarantee there's politicians. Then you have the military industrial complex that's making a bunch of money. It's all, all that stuff that's going on. There's so many people enriching themselves, and that's exactly why they do it. And they could care less if there's blood spilled.
I'm sorry, I don't think that, like, when
it
it comes down to it, I don't think that, like, they're actually engaging in these things for the military industrial complex, because even when there are no wars, we're still putting billions into these companies to make sure that they still exist when we do need them and when a war does come around. And so they don't have to make up a war to give them billions. They already have they're already stocking up on all this shit when we don't have wars.
Ourselves. I'm sure, but then when we're sending hundreds of billions of dollars, it's actually our old weapons, and so that's in the form of money. So then we're just replenishing our stuff with new stuff. So I mean, it's just kind of like expediting the process of more money. And I don't know, it's insane that the world values the dollar as much as it does right now, because we just print to infinity and beyond.
But that's what works, bro. We just had the quickest turnaround out of the whole fucking world had to deal with COVID. The whole world had economic downturns, and we had the fastest turnaround out after COVID. We are the country who had the best turnaround. We did the thing that was the best.
Okay, So then why is everyone why is the most credit card debt in U.S. history currently and the least amount of savings currently? That's exactly what we have right now in America.
That because we have a bunch of people who just want nice things all the time, and we have really expensive shit. Like, what do you mean?
I mean, that could be part of it, but I
we
don't
have a
think the
consumer
whole
fucking. Like, yes, everything's based on consumerism. Having the bigger, better TV, having the bigger,
course.
better computer, having the bigger, better phones, like everything, the cars, the houses. Like, yes, this is
Right.
we live in. Yes, this is.
Like, cars have shot up. If you try to get a service, any kind of service that you get done or something done with your house, all that stuff has skyrocketed. Car insurance has skyrocketed, all that other stuff too.
Well, again, we
So
have the
I
best
don't really
economy
think we're in
currently.
a-
The US dollar is like insanely valuable to everybody else. They all buy our debt because they need our debt in order to continue
100%.
existing.
And
so
until BRICS gain some ground, and then we're gonna have a
yes,
big
but
problem
that's
'cause
everybody's
we
been
could
saying that.
capitulate.
Everybody's been saying that. It's either the Brits or
Well,
it's
it takes
China
years
or
for
it's
that
the
stuff.
Saudi Arabians.
Sure.
Like, everybody's
That
always
was
telling
just
me that the
made,
other
what, 2
people are
years
gaining
ago?
ground.
Sure,
Well,
I know,
no,
I
I'm saying that
understand,
this is
but
like I
it's
feel
gonna-
like as long as we've been off the gold standard, everybody's been saying like, oh, it's gonna happen, and we just keep spending ourselves into infinity.
Well, I
But we
mean,
just
it
keep
has
doing
been
it, and it
happening.
keeps
If you
working.
Right. Well, the thing is, if you look at a lot of currencies over history, they usually last around 100 years.
Hmm.
And we're pretty much at that time right now. And it's like, why do you think they're trying to do CBDCs?
I don't think it's going to
Or
last
did I say that
forever.
right?
I don't think that we can do it forever. But I do think that currently, right now, there is no sign that anybody has even the capability to compete with us for a very long time. I would say not even for 100 years, anybody has the ability to compete with us. They are all
I'm
decades
sure.
and decades
I think
behind
I
us.
agree, unless like it's a joint group of nations that they make their own. That could possibly be, but that's what BRICS is doing. And like, I don't know if you don't think China, Brazil, I don't know all the nations in it. There's more than just the 5 letters in BRICS. Like, it's supposed to be expanded upon like close to 20 countries. I think it's like
Mhm.
15 or so right now. But no, it's very slippery slope because we just so egregiously, and I'm not saying, oh, it's Democrats, because Republicans have done it even more. And I was talking about 9/11 earlier, and guess who was president then? Bush, who was a Republican. And I don't trust any of that shit as far as I could throw it. Like, I know
Okay,
there's a
yeah, I
lot
just
of
like
corruption
I know,
in the
but this
government.
is yes. I don't think that there's a lot of corruption. I don't ever see any evidence of a lot of corruption. The few times that I do see evidence, it's when somebody's getting walked out in handcuffs and being charged and thrown in jail. So
Well, so you think it was just a coincidence that $2 trillion went missing the day before 9/11? And then there was no airplane pieces at all at the Pentagon? Like, literally, it looked like a hole, like a missile hit it. I mean,
Okay,
there's
I'm
a
not
lot of
getting
crazy
into
shit.
9/11
And this is not
conspiracy theories,
every
but again, it
generation
is
has stuff
always
like
yes, but that's what I'm saying is that it is always something where you guys just think it's very curious, it's very weird. Oh, it's very well,
No,
don't
it's
you
not
wonder?
curious.
Don't you? Does it makes you
There is
have questions?
plenty of evidence, even like Tower 7 falling and
It's
all
not.
that
No,
stuff. There's
there's no
so
evidence
much
to
that
Tower
you'd have
7
to be
falling.
delusional to just ignore it.
No, everything with Tower 7 falling has been disproven 1,000 times over. People just choose not to believe it.
Okay,
It's
what did I tell you when I first came on? They literally had a video where there was a news anchor talking about Tower 7 collapsing in on itself when it was still standing live. You can look it up.
I've seen it. I've been over all this shit. It's
Okay,
been
so
debunked across the
how do you
board.
explain that? How do you
I don't
explain that?
remember
Because
that specific one because there's literally thousands of conspiracies around this. But I do know that yes, all of them have
that's the biggest.
proof that they
9/11
are
is
all
literally like the biggest one. I mean,
okay. I don't even
But-
think it's like even it's not even curious. It doesn't even make me wonder. It's not even one of those. It's just not even interesting.
It's funny, like they found a passport. So by the Pentagon, they actually found a passport from where the plane crashed, but yet they can't find single fragments of the plane at all anywhere. But they just convincingly found a Muslim passport.
Yep.
That's hysterical to me. I mean, they
All
do
right.
such a shoddy job that you'd have to be you'd have to go out of your way to just
Yeah.
be gullible enough to believe
Well,
what they
you would
say.
have to start with the belief that they're doing a shoddy job and that something else happened in order to believe that. But
should-
that's a
you should
presupposition
watch.
that I don't have. So I do have to move
Well,
on, though. I got other people who
all
want to
right.
call in.
Hey, pleasure talking. I'm gonna go on the chat and see what's up.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
All right. See you.
Okay. I can take one more call before I move on. I don't even know at this point if I'm going to cover anything else after this, because yeah, it's pretty late at this point. I started super late though. I started stream like super late today, and so yeah, where's all the people? There were so many people talking so much shit. They had so much to say, and then when it comes time for them to actually back any of it up, they don't have anything to say. This is what I'm talking about. This is literally what I'm talking about every day. I can call it. I can just predict all of it. And you can't see waiting room. Wait, if you're in the Discord, I don't know how you can't see the waiting room. It's under voice up. So in the section that says voice up, right here, you see voice up right there with the two monkeys. And it could be like folded up, but yeah, you can drop it down. There's community VC, VC2, waiting room. Those are the three that you'll see, and then I'll have these others. Also, if you guys haven't already, make sure you join the Discord. I guess it's probably tomorrow. Shit, we're supposed to do a movie night tomorrow. I totally forgot about that. Okay, yeah, so we're supposed to do a movie night tomorrow. So make sure you join the Discord, because yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Everybody comes. It's all bipartisan, no politics. We all hang out. We all watch a couple movies. Sometimes one, sometimes two. Sometimes I'll watch one, and then everybody else watches a couple more after that. But later, Naomi. Have a good night. All right. Yeah, we don't have any more calls. Oh, dude, there were literally people spamming in chat. Open the lines, coward. Open the lines. You refuse to talk. You refuse to take my call because you're scared. And I'm like, bro, I have a show planned. Like, I'm not just going to stop what I'm doing and stop everything I planned because you're having a fucking spaz attack in chat. But here it is. You can call in now and you're nowhere to be found. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking weird that you're actually the coward. I can't, who could have seen this coming? Who could have seen this coming? Who could have thought that the same thing that happens literally every night with the same people would happen again? I can't believe it. I see Tom live, but it's locked. You shouldn't even well, I guess you should. Maybe you can see Tom live, but oh, there you are. All right, we got a call. Hello, hello.
And that something else happened in order to believe that, but
yeah,
that's
turn
a
off
presupposition.
the stream, please.
So I do have to. No, I got other people.
Can you turn off the stream? You got it?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, just saw my mic out. Sorry, you were very quick.
All right.
Hello, can you? Hello.
Yep, I hear you.
Oh shit. I don't. It's like silent. Sorry to do this to you. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yep, I hear you.
Okay, it's going through the loudspeaker at the moment, so. So I've literally just come across your channel. So how do you fall politically? From what I'm listening to for the last 10 minutes, so I would say you're a Democrat.
I'll vote Democrat. I'm pretty centrist, but like with like populism kind of fucking up where the Overton window is, I guess like most Trumpers would call me a Democrat, but based on like more like where somebody lands between liberalism and conservatism, I would normally fall in the center.
Okay, and the word popularism, you don't like
Not
that, and you don't like
popularism,
what that.
populism. But yes, no, I hate populism.
Okay. I mean, obviously, I'm not from America myself. I'm Welsh. And in Europe, popularism is seem to be grabbing hold of Europe, mainland Europe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I mean, I suppose my point would lead to, because of all the things they've thrown at Trump, obviously the Steele dossier nonsense and all the other shit that goes on top of it, the pissing, the whole thing, they keep on piling on, piling on. Can you explain why, in most polls he's leading, or 50% of the population still vote for him?
It's misinformation. I mean, it's literally what we just spent like the last 2 hours talking about. Is the fact that like people aren't willing to like actually trust sourcing. They don't actually like go through logical thought processes. It's normally just like, oh, isn't that curious or isn't that suspicious? Therefore, I just don't believe anything else but this. But like
Okay,
they
so
don't have
we'll just go to the next last 24 hours. So they're saying that Trump wants to line Liz Cheney up to a firing squad. Total bollocks. Total bollocks. It's typical Trump being an idiot talking stupid shit. But that's not what he said. Totally taken out of context. So that's just when
So
you
when
talk
you-
about misinformation,
Yeah,
it's
so
the reason
I
why
haven't
I would
seen this.
suggest
What is who's saying this?
between the majority of the Western world do not trust the legacy media. I mean, you've only got to go back the last couple of years with Kung Flu and everything else that goes with Kung Flu, and all the modern wars we've been involved in. We've all been lied to. So why would the general population actually trust the legacy media? I can't believe you're actually sort of saying, well, people should trust the legacy media. It's nonsense.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know anything about that. Everything that I've seen from legacy media is fairly accurate, or normally by far the majority of the time they're going to retract things if they get it wrong. When people say they lied about something, every time I go over the evidence, there's no way they lied about it, and they're the people who say they lied just think something suspicious about it, so they choose to say that it's a lie. But that doesn't like let me look at the Arizona thing real quick, because I don't know anything about this. Or sorry, the Cheney thing. It says November 1st, Arizona's top prosecutor, a Democrat, said on Friday that her office was investigating whether a Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump violated state law for suggesting a prominent critic should face the guillotine in combat. Trump was drawn outrage for comments he made at former lawmaker Liz Cheney at a campaign event in the battleground state of Arizona on Thursday. His campaign said the former president was
Stop reading the
criticizing
article.
Cheney.
Stop reading the article and read the quote. Read the full
That's
quote,
what I'm-
not the sentence, the
That's what I'm
paragraph.
looking for,
And
but
and
I've gotta.
everything what you've just said means nothing, because we all know that they're propagating a bullshit narrative here.
We don't all know
and
that.
literally just twisting the truth.
That's your conspiracy theorism. I'm
No.
reading it,
What
looking
should
for
we
the
get? Should
quote
we
real
get the
quick.
quote up properly, the full quote,
I have it
instead
right
of just
here. That's what I'm getting to. Calm down. Take a fucking Xanax. I'm getting to it. Okay. I don't mean to like trigger you by reading fucking mainstream media shit, but
yeah. Well, let's just stop reading articles. We know that's full of shit.
I don't know it. I'm not fucking insane, okay? I took my medicine, okay? I didn't refuse to listen to my doctors. So just give me a second, okay? She's a radical war hawk. Trump said of Cheney, let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. When the guns are trained on her face. Yes, okay. So that is not him saying that she should be shot, or that he's going to shoot her.
Yes, basically she's a war whore, and for the last couple of decades, that's all she does is promote what the Americans ruling the world, or bringing their form of democracy to the world. And you mentioned Ukraine earlier on, 2014, and the revolution that happened. That was CIA backed. You know that, don't you?
No, I don't know why we're moving off this.
Well, no, you mentioned
see
Ukraine
anything.
and there was a revolution. Yeah, that was CIA.
Yeah, I don't know why you're moving off this. Stop moving off. Stop moving off.
Hold
Hold on, buddy. I don't know which medicine that you didn't take. Maybe it was the Adderall, or I don't know which one it is. But we're on the topic of Liz Cheney and Donald Trump right now. I don't know why you're moving to something else. So I don't see any like actual articles or mainstream media saying that he wants to kill her or anything like that. So I'm scrolling through these looking for it. That like AP says Trump says Liz Cheney might
why
be.
you just bring up CNN now and the last like couple of videos on CNN? They literally saying it on their main channel. They've been saying it for the last 24 hours.
Wait, when you say on their main channel, are you talking about like on CNN, like the show, like on television?
Yeah, you know.
And you're saying like some opinion
So
piece person is
they've
sitting
been
there.
saying that.
Yes, those are like
that Trump wants
editorializing. That's not
line up.
journalism.
They're
That
pundits,
doesn't matter.
the left-wing pundits. They were there.
Yes,
they're saying they want to line Liz Cheney up to be shot. Well, what he's saying is, why don't you face the bullets? Here's your rifle and see how you get on.
Okay,
Because basically,
well, yes, okay,
as
so
we
I see
know,
where the problem
they're
is.
saying
When
they're
you're
normal.
talking, yes, I see where the problem is. You're talking about freaking opinion pieces and like, yes, pundits and shit. I don't give a fuck about punditry. They're not journalists. I want to know what journalists have to say. If you're looking to punditry to give you information in the first place, then you're already fucked from the beginning.
Okay. Would you say people on CNN or Fox and then reporting on the news and actually making statements that are completely untrue, right? I mean, I would say it's totally misinformation, clearly, and it's wrong and it's taken out of context. But they would call themselves journalists, and the vast majority of the people, you know, begrudgingly would call them journalists because that's what they are at this stage. Whether they're full of shit or not, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, I think that that's like all that matters. That yes, if you're watching people who are there to be entertainment, they're there to say extreme things and to say something like hyperbolic to get people riled up. Then yes, I think that that's like I think it's bad, but I don't think that it's like nearly as bad as somebody like fucking Tim Pool or Dave Rubin or any of the people who are online. So I think that they're like half as bad as somebody like
you think
Stephen
someone like Tim
Crowder.
Pool's a danger to democracy?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, he's.
Where have I heard that before?
I don't care where you've heard it.
Danger to
If
democracy.
you just
That's
refuse
right.
to acknowledge reality, that's on you, homie. But like when he's literally pushing Russian propaganda, I'm not saying that he was paid by Russians to push it, but he has constantly been pushing shit about Ukraine nonstop, lies about Biden going over there and like engaging in illegal quid pro quo that he should be in fucking federal prison right now and shit like this, saying that what's his name, the Facebook guy admitted that like the Biden administration forced him to get rid of the laptop stories on his platform. Like all of the shit is just pure lies, but he is saying the most insane fucking shit. Like those are not like opinions. Those are not like some sort of like subjective thing or somewhere where it's like, on some sort of spectrum. It's just a lie, but he keeps repeating it.
So is it a lie? Is it a lie that the computer guy that Hunter was so off his tits gave him his laptop, and then he informed the FBI saying this is some very concerning stuff on this laptop, and the FBI took it away and lost it, and then obviously the chap from the computer shop done his shit and he basically made a copy of it, the whole thing. So is that sort of standard normal behavior, or is that just like a simple cover-up?
Did the FBI lose it? When did they're the ones
Yeah,
who
they
came
lost
out and
it.
confirmed
They
that
lost
it was
it.
real.
They officially lost it, and then they refound it a couple of months later. They lost it when it was called to come forward. Where's the laptop? You've had it for a year now, or whatever. They lost it. They mislaid it. They couldn't find it anywhere. And of course, he made a copy of it, and that's why it came back out. And then they refound it.
Can you send me any evidence that that's true? anything? Because I've heard people claim this, but I've literally never seen a lick of evidence that the FBI lost the laptop. I've never seen a bit.
It's people actually. I mean, obviously you're asking me now. I mean, I can try and look for you now, but you know, it's lost the conversation. But yeah,
I mean,
I'm trying to look.
like this is something because this is something that people claim all the time. But if you're like the first
Yeah, cool.
person out of like 300 million that has it, I would like to be the one to break the story.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and use something like this launch this conversation, but we will do it. We'll try. So you trust legacy media, yeah?
Yeah, again, like especially when it comes to journalism and like stating sources, stating facts, stating what happened, showing evidence, proving their case. Like, yeah.
So I you know I wouldn't trust CNN and I wouldn't trust Fox. So that's the way I work. Do you think the legacy media were honest with the public during Kung Flu?
Yeah. What do you think that they lied about during that?
Sorry.
Yeah, off the top of my head, yeah. What do you think
They were
lied
honest,
about
yeah?
during that? Yeah.
Okay. Because it's quite surprising. What part of America were you residing in at the time of COVID? You would answer.
Georgia. What did you have a problem with
What?
with the COVID stuff?
Yeah, it's just slightly.
No, I keep asking.
Forced medical injections.
The mainstream media forced you to take a medical injection? Who did they force to take a medical injection?
No, what they did from about March 2020 to which should be mid 22, they gave us 24/7 of propaganda. That's what they gave us. They gave us things like,
but
if you go out at all, you're gonna die. They gave all the wrong advice. Stay in your little hovel, wherever it is. Don't go out. Don't take fresh air. Don't exercise. Don't take vitamins. They didn't say any of the things you should have done. They didn't say any of the things you should have done. They just told you to sit in, absorb the propaganda 24/7.
The media told
you
that. The media told you. The media said this is what you have to do. That's what the media did, right? They didn't say like, "Hey, this is what the CDC is recommending," or "This is what the World Health Organization says you should do." They just said, "We're CNN, and we've decided you have to stay in your house." That's what happened.
Well, it's great when you say that because what's Chris Cuomo's brother called again? What's his name? Fucking New York old mayor.
I don't remember, but yeah, the Cuomo brother.
Yeah, so the older Cuomo brother. So he's on interview saying there was no one forced people to wear masks in New York. We were just asking, and there was no. And 2021, it's law. It's law. You have to wear masks. They just literally flip flop, expecting the U.S. public just to forget what he said in 2021. And now in 2024, he's taking it all back as if nothing ever happened. And there's so many examples of politicians and media.
Yeah, but can I go back? Yes, but you're mentioning politicians. Can we go back to the media before we pivot again? Before we pivot for like the fifth time.
No legacy
before we pivot for the fifth time
during that period.
Okay, so yeah, so you're just saying that like, oh, they didn't say that he was wrong when he said this. That's what you're saying? Like when he said that, the problem is that they didn't call him out for it.
I'm saying one of the politicians just wiped their hands of it, and they've done it up and down the political parties. They've done that. And legacy media have done this same sort of thing. If, for example, they were
hold on. No, I don't want another example. I don't want another example. Please, for the love of fucking God. I don't want another example. I'm asking you a question. I need an answer to it the third time, okay? When you're saying that Chris Cuomo did this, or not Chris Cuomo, the Cuomo brother, you're saying that you're mad that they didn't fact check him on this, right? That they should have done more to like investigate this or give people the real information. So when he says that we didn't do this, they should have done more to tell people the truth, right?
I mean, for example, when it's actually legislation in New York that you've had to wear a mask, and then Kumo says like 3 years later, we were just asking. It was just
I'm not
advice.
gonna get a straight
And
answer.
legacy
I
media through
will
the
just.
whole period. I'm not just saying that exact point about legacy because they completely had their part to play. They had to promote the narrative, push the propaganda, and it was pushed hard for 24/7. And there was no challenging because if you challenged, basically, you're risking your career. But if your job is to investigate, then decent reporters will investigate. But they were all hitting
Okay, so the answer is just yes. I don't know why that. Yes, the answer is yes. On the third try, we got close enough to a yes, so I will take that as a yes. Let's see.
Do you think the jabs were safe and effective?
Hold on, because everything that I see about the why about this is like Facebook memes. So I'm trying to. Cuomo tells Trump to put a mask on. New York reconsidered indoors.
Can you speak up a little bit, Mike? Just
Yeah, sorry. I'm reading like random stuff,
Okay.
just like mumbling stuff. Sorry.
Yeah. When you Google AstraZeneca jib jab being safe and effective,
I'm not pivoting to no. I'm not pivoting to a 10th thing now.
getting pulled from many
I'm not
European
pivoting to a 10th
countries.
thing. I'm not doing it. Okay. First off, while I am looking this up, I am waiting for you to come up with the Biden evidence that the FBI lost the laptop, and now I'm
Expect
looking for
silence.
this other
Expect
claim.
silence.
Okay.
Expect silence.
Thank you. Yes, he's just not gonna like hold to a single fucking claim. Every time I ask him about something, he wants to move to something else. So, because yeah, once he's done with that one, I would like to know where this one came from. So, House COVID panel says Andrew Cuomo lied to Congress. Calls for DOJ to prosecute. Alleging he lied to the panel about his knowledge of a state health department report that was used to deflect criticism of his administration, pandemic era nursing home policies. Cuomo told members of the House investigating coronavirus pandemic that he was not involved in review draft of the report. Okay, so this isn't it. Yeah, I don't know where. New York law COVID masks. A mask requirement must ensure everyone over the age of 2 years old and medically able tolerate a face covering. Well, this is from Tompkins County, New York. Your rights to wear a mask in New York. Politicians across the country, including Kathy and Mayor Erica Adams, have voiced support for enacting mask bans under the guise of stopping crime. This isn't it. As determined by the commissioner based on COVID-19 incidence and prevalence, as well as any other public health and or clinic risk factors related to COVID-19 disease spread, any person who is over the age of 2 and able to medically tolerate face coverings may be required to cover their nose and mouth. This is from 2022. He said it's from 2021, but maybe this is it. 66.3. this is about the repeal of 2.60, says face coverings for COVID-19 prevention. You've read it 4 times now, bro. If you think anything I read had that in it, then I am no longer wondering why you people are so confused. So I'm as determined by the Commissioner on COVID-19 incidence and prevalence, as well as any other public health and or clinical risk factors related to COVID-19 disease spread. Any person who is over age 2 and able to medically tolerate a face covering may be required to cover their nose and mouth with a mask or face covering when 1 in public place and unable to maintain or when not maintaining social distance, or 2 in certain setting as determined by the commissioner, which may include schools, public transit. Yeah, okay, so I don't know what it is that Cuomo said, because yes, if he says that, no, we're not saying that you have to wear a mask in public, according to this, it is saying that you only have to do it if you're not going to be able to maintain social distancing. But it depends on what the 5 fucking times. I'm sorry if you just wanted me to read a fucking headline and that actually reading information about the law and actually knowing what the law says is too much for you. How about you fucking kill yourself already, please? Do everybody a favor and just go swim to the bottom of the ocean. There's a place there called Atlantis, and everybody there is like you, and they all love each other, and they all love Trump, and he's down there ruling a great holy land where everything is perfect. Go swim down there, and if you start to lose your breath, just keep swimming deeper and deeper, and you'll eventually get there. I promise. You'll be all right. Just keep going. The tolerant left. Yeah, not me. Not me, homie. You came to the wrong place. Commissioner shall issue. So yeah. So again. So it depends on what it is that Cuomo said about this. Cuomo said no mask was COVID. Okay, yeah. So that's repealed in 2022. And then went into act in 2020, April of 2020. All right, NPR, no mask, no entry, Cuomo says, as he allows business to insist on face covering. New York businesses can refuse entrance to anyone who doesn't wear a face mask. Governor Andrew Cuomo said Thursday under his executive order that gives store owners the authority to decide whether patrons must wear a mask or other face coverings to enter. Okay, so this is him saying that they do have face mask laws. Okay, so yeah, don't let me forget that I need him to show some sort of source that he said that they never had mask laws. I remind me, don't let me forget about that one, because yes, here's another one that says yes, it's common knowledge that they did. I don't know why. Like seriously, let me ask you a question. Do you really just read headlines and you just go off of information just based on headlines? I'm assuming you also go based on like the Facebook memes and the Instagram memes that I'm talking about, and that this is why you're so mad, is that you're upset and he's upset that I'm actually reading the articles and getting the information, and that I'm not just like reading a headline and then running away with some sort of like broad assumption based on a headline. Like, do you really think you're getting information on this? No, but 2 seconds in, you were wrong. What was I wrong about? What was I wrong about? Tom, you said COVID came from a U.S. lab. I did not say that. reading just headlines is how you think there was. You guys are all actually retarded. I'm banning y'all of you who just keep saying I said things that I never fucking said, okay? If you're too dumb to know what the fuck I said, I never said that. I never said there were never mask laws. I don't know if there were. I had no fucking idea. I was very clear that I didn't know anything about this. I said it very clearly. I don't know anything about this. So I don't, if you guys keep telling me like, oh, you said this, you said that. Yes, I just go like, I want to have like engagements where I'm actually like moving forward in a direction, but not always moving backwards to why I have to try to justify things that I never said. Like, are you centrist? Yeah. But yeah, so what I was saying with the lab is just that they had that people blamed the Wuhan lab for leaking COVID because of a testimony that was given at a congressional hearing. And that testimony was about a specific experiment that was being conducted from some people, some of the scientists at the Wuhan lab. But they didn't have that specific specimen at that lab. They didn't have it. It was here in the United States when that was happening. And so that's all I was saying, is that the thing that people use as evidence to say this is how we know that it came from the Wuhan lab, that specific thing was not there. No laws, yeah, he's playing word soup. What he means is that there was no official laws, but there were indeed mask mandates, as in, yes, we were required to wear them in lockdown period. I live in New York. Can you send me where Cuomo said this? Because I can't find it. Everything that I see is them saying Cuomo has a law or a mask mandate saying that you have to wear masks in certain scenarios. Yeah, like here's another one. Cuomo calls for state closures and federal mask mandates. Like literally everything just comes up saying that he asked for mask mandates.
Hello.
Yo. You there?
Hello there.
What's up?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I can't find where the SBI mislaid it. They're saying that's it's not Snoops, it's another one, PolitiFact, saying that's not the case.
Okay.
So
what about Cuomo saying that they never had mask laws or anything?
okay. The state of the face covering requirements in New York. This was dated on the 1st of July 21. It says here on the 23rd of June 21, the New York State Department issued an emergency regulation to a non-fully vaccinated individuals to wear face coverings.
Oh no, I have the laws saying that they have to do it. Yeah, I have like the mandates saying that they have to wear face coverings in public, but I just don't see where he said that they never did it.
Yeah, emergency regulation. Let me tap that and see what that comes up as, because it seems quite official to me. It's either fucking wear it or you're not allowed in or not allowed to work. It's saying access is not allowed, so that's pulled. But yeah, it's if you want to put the head in the state of the face covering requirements in New York, I think you'll get the article.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to check yourself. If you put in the state of face covering requirements in New York, you'll get the article I'm reading.
Oh, state of face
covering requirements in New York. So it says the publication of the emergency regulation comes in the heels of
NewYork.gov.
Governor Cuomo's announcement that New York will face industry guidelines, political effectiveness.
Again, I have the laws. I have the law showing that they did have mask mandates. That's what I'm saying. I do have the law. I saw the law. They did have a mandate that
Yeah,
said
so
that
he
you had to wear
denies that
masks
in
in public.
2024. That was my whole point. So
Right,
in
that's what I'm saying.
2024, one interviews, he denies that there was any emergency acts or legislation or emergency regulation or whatever you want to call it. They didn't say that he's denied all of that. He said it was a choice.
Yeah, that's what I was asking for. I guess to an extent there's a choice, but what I was looking for is like the actual like quote
Well, you
that
can,
he gave.
yeah, you obviously there's a choice, but you wouldn't be able to work. You wouldn't be able to go to restaurants or any public areas at all. So, I mean, you could say, but it's not really the case, is it?
Yeah, again, it's just more so. Yeah, I wanted to see what he said, and
So, I mean, his views on the COVID, I remember at the time, I take a quite close thing into American politics, and he was it was very strong in New York at that time.
Yeah, because
obviously, when Trump said close the borders, they started kissing Chinese people, didn't they, in the streets in New York because they're a bit thick like that, and started kissing people and saying, "Oh yeah, no, he wasn't saying that." But they thought it was all good to cuddle and kiss a Chinaman, didn't it? Was that the day in New York when they were all kissing Chinese people?
You were you were really upset that like the mainstream media didn't cover this, but now you're telling me that he said it in 2024 when he left office in 2021. So like, I don't know.
So when all this coming in 2021, right?
But,
he was all with it, and then in 2024, he's answering a question and denies there was any. I don't think he was asked if there was a law because he said no, there was a choice. There was always a choice. Now that's when the reporter comes back and says no, there wasn't a choice, was there?
So
basically,
okay, so
what the if you wanted a job in New York, you had to wear a mask and take the vaccine. Simple.
Okay, so just real quick, what it states specifically is that if you have if you're out in public inside of buildings and you have and you're not able to socially distance, then you're supposed to wear a mask. But I think when it came to like whether or not you work at the business, they had like the businesses had their own like rules and regulations.
I don't think that's true what you said there because I'm even just going through it. Must wear face coverings. So it's like.
What I read literally said may have to wear face coverings as the title of the law, and then
don't read the headline. Don't read the headline.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not reading a headline. I'm saying it said may have to wear face coverings as the law, and then when you read the details of it, it says that you may have to wear it if you're in public inside of a business and not able to socially distance. Then you have to wear a face mask, and so.
So 1 minute it wasn't there. Now it's there, but it's all right. Now it's moved again. So now it's there and it's under certain conditions. So what is it? Was it there or was it not there? Because you just keep moving it down and moving it down.
I'm not moving anything. That is the mask mandate. That
well,
is
yeah,
what
you
was
are.
there.
You
That's
said
what I'm saying.
there was no New York legislation in place to do. And Crumo had nothing to do with it. And
I never said that. When did I say this? When did I say this? When did that happen?
All right. I'm being hyperbolic.
When did I say this? Okay, I'm just saying that I never denied that this happened. I said I don't know anything about this. When you brought it up, I said I don't know anything about this. I never heard anything about this. And so yes, I was looking it up. I asked you to go find the laptop thing while I just went and tried to look this up. All I found was just tons and tons of articles talking about the fact that New York had new mask mandates that said that you may have to wear a mask. And then I went and found the actual law from when they repealed it. And from the repeal, I read the
I'm
actual
literally
law.
going through this now, and I'm saying must. Are you mistaking may from must? Because I'm literally seeing paragraph or paragraph where it says must. Where?
Okay, well, I mean, I'm trying to find the actual
we're going to the second paragraph down, halfway down. And emergency any employment workplace who is not fully back, meaning for over 2 weeks past. Approve. Must wear face covering in direct contact with customers, members of the public, and when unable to maintain 6 feet distance from others in foods and establishment areas not fully vaccinated must wear face coverings at all times during work, while at work. That's the second paragraph in.
So yeah, the first thing that pops up is right here. Okay, so I've got this up on my screen. I don't know if you're able to look at my stream, but so this is it right here. It says face coverings for COVID-19 prevention effective 2/2022 through 4/22/2022. It says that this section 2.60 is repealed and replaced to read as follows. And then it says face coverings for COVID-19 prevention as determined by the commissioner based on COVID-19 incidence and prevalence, as well as any other public health and or clinic risk factors related to COVID-19 disease spread. Any person who is over the age and able to medically tolerate a face covering may be required to cover their nose and mouth with a mask or face covering. One, when in public place and unable to maintain or when not maintaining social distance, or two, in certain settings as determined by the commissioner, which may include school, public transit, or homeless shelters, correlation facilities, nursing homes, and healthcare settings, and which may distinguish between individuals who are vaccinated and vaccinated against COVID-19 and those that are not vaccinated.
So you've seen the piece where it says in food service establishments, you have to wear masks at all times.
No, actually, within the entire thing, the word food is not even mentioned.
Because when there wasn't anything in place, now there is something in place, and now we're trying to qualify what actually the rules are of their sort of local laws. So do you think Kumo should have been challenged in 2024 when he denies any of this regulations were in place? Then?
Yeah, I guess again that's why I was asking for what it was that he said, so that I could look at exactly like the wording. The one, I don't think that they would have made it.
They show his clip from 2021, and they're showing his clip from 2024, and then they're just side by side it.
Okay, yeah, the thing that I was. The thing that I was saying earlier is that I don't think that mainstream media would have covered it heavily, considering the fact that he just hadn't been governor or relevant for about 3 years at that point. But two, that
he was relevant then. He was governor then.
In 2024?
Well, right. So.
You said he said it in 2024, and so he was not.
No.
What he says in 2024.
Yeah, okay, I understand your point. So you're saying because he's not in power today, it doesn't mean nothing because he's a bit of a sex perv, but don't worry about it because he's Democrat.
Well, and he got caught lying like a ton of times about shit like the nursing homes. I think he got in a lot of trouble for.
He killed a lot of old people.
Yeah, he got in a ton of trouble for a ton of things, and then the sex scandal was just on top of all of that, to where he was pretty much like just a useless piece of shit.
Untouchable in the end, eh? Just untouchable. Just stay well clear of the man. Okay, on a little change of subject, we'll call it a day then. Hopefully you'll have someone else come in.
Okay.
Ukraine, Russia.
Yep.
What's your opinion on the US's involvement on the Ukraine, Russia, and should they be involved, etc.? I'd like to hear it.
Generally, I think it is beneficial to the United States for more countries to feel like if they are under some sort of like imperialistic power, that they should feel like they can come to NATO and be able to like separate from that. And I do think that Russia is already just like a huge enemy of the United States, to where if we're able to take away a satellite state from them in the first place, we should want to do that. But most importantly, if the people take over their government and literally throw a revolution to oust the current leader and he runs away. And then when they get in there, the entire point was to move everything in a more Western-centric sort of government. Then, like, yeah, it'd be great for us to be there. But even, like, outside of all of that, the most important thing to me is that the UN was created to where we weren't going to allow, like, imperialism anymore. And after World War II, that was supposed to be the end of it. We created NATO, we created the United Nations, and now we aren't supposed to allow countries to just go and take over other countries and take their land anymore. And we're supposed to stand up to it, but in this case, it's another fucking nuclear power, so it's very sensitive, and so the only thing that we can do is just give them money.
Hello?
Yep, but that's it.
Okay. Well, like I said, it was CIA back the 2014 coup. So that's America, like, destabilizing a country, a sovereign country again in their democracy. That's just the reality on that. But I don't know. I actually got confused with the zeros. Is it 300 billion you've given to Ukraine now? It's something crazy like that. Yes. I don't know. I think the numbers are so off the scale now that I think they're just becoming sort of a bit of a joke. I think you gave 200 billion not long ago, wasn't it? So that's much to be underestimated. So you think that's money well spent? I take it from that to try and protect Ukraine from big bad Putin.
Yeah, I do. Oh, like, not even just like money well spent. Like, it's not even about like whether or not we get a return on our dollar from Ukraine, but it's more so that like.
Russia?
Well, no, it is about the fact that like countries shouldn't be able to just go and take other land from other countries. They just shouldn't be able to do that. We like pretty much told everybody,
invade countries on a lie stuff. 45 minutes, all that business. Is that what you're suggesting?
Sorry?
Like the Allies when they went into Iraq too. On a lie, between Bush and Blair.
And that is and this is something
Bush
that the U.S. is like.
Yes,
exactly correct. And this is things that we have suffered for and have been like harshly criticized for, and that like these are things that like we set up. Yes,
I'm not being funny. We only went to war on a lie and killed at least 500,000 people in the Middle East. So naughty people. Putin's got some arrest warrant. Worldwide, but Blair and Bush are going around giving 100 grand tours and speeches. So, I mean, the logic is just fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we should have gone to Iraq too, though? Because we went on a lie. We're agreement. Yeah.
Well, at the time, based on the information that was there, yes, but obviously not now. No.
Yeah, so we went on a lie. So do you think Bush should have an arrest warrant for him? Because they knew.
I don't think so, but I don't know if he was like. Do
you think Putin should have an arrest warrant then?
An arrest warrant, like by who specifically?
He's got an international arrest warrant now for his arrest. If he's, there's like 180 countries have signed up to it, 150 countries have signed up to it. So technically, he can't really go anywhere in the world now. Technically, without the risk of him being arrested on an international warrant. So do you think he should have that?
Well, yeah, it sounds like it. If they all agreed
on
it.
You don't think Bush should or Blair?
You just asked me that. I literally just answered that 2 seconds ago.
Okay, but I'm just trying to make this ABC. So Putin bad, Bush good. Okay, I get that. So what
again,
about, for example,
as I said, I don't know if Bush actually had information that he was wrong and that these were all lies at the time. Whereas when it comes to Putin, I know that he has the information that when he goes and kills journalists, that he shouldn't be doing that. I know he already has that information. I know that when he's going into fucking countries and taking their land from them to put them in their place, that he knows he shouldn't be doing
for their posts on social media. In Russia, there was 500. Granted, a few of them got thrown off a tall building.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Say that again.
So I think it was 2022. There was 3,000 arrests for their media posts in the UK. In Russia, there was 500. Granted, a few might have been thrown off a tall building, but just to give you a little bit of a, I mean,
Yeah,
in the
the
UK,
UK's
we've literally, people have been sent down for 10 months for literally making naughty tweets. What the narrative would suggest is naughty tweets.
Yeah,
And it's
you
happened
guys have some
recently,
fucking
very
wild laws
recently, because
over there.
we've had riots in the UK. People online said that the chap that slayed these three girls with a knife, killed these three girls at a Taylor Swift sort of party thing, which happened. I mean, I don't know about this awful thing that happened in the UK. And they posted in their tweets that it was a Muslim chap. And it turns out that they denied all knowledge of that. They said he was a Christian. But it's come out now that he's been arrested and charged for downloading Al Qaeda PDF file, how to. And there was ricin found in his bedroom. So people have been sentenced for 10 months for making assumptions about the person's identity. And as it turns out, he was a terrorist, and it looks like they were correct. But the actual British government at the time and the police knew, because they raided his house immediately, so all this information was there. And
I'm sorry.
they sent people down.
I was looking up the first thing that you said, and according to the BBC, it says more than 30 people found themselves arrested over social media posts. From what I found, at least 17 of those have been charged. I thought you said 300 people.
No, so I think we got our wires crossed there. What I said, I think it was in 2022, there was 3,000 people in the UK that were arrested for their social media posts. There's over 1,000 officers.
3,000.
This is 1,000 officers that actually check our social media posts in the UK.
Yes, and that's what okay, so it wasn't 300, it was 3,000. Yeah,
3,000 arrests in 1 year. Obviously, they didn't get thrown off tall buildings, etc. I understand your point where you're talking about the Russians and Putin and all that business, but still plenty of arrests. And for nonsense as well, nothing.
Yeah, I see something that says like that there was something from 2018 that was reposted in 2022 saying that this was arrests for social media clips in COVID, but that it was but they don't actually know where they're getting the 3,300 number from. And that there doesn't seem to be any
There's no
data
free
on
speech
this.
in the UK. There was
No,
a chap
I agree
sent
with
down
that.
for,
I agree with that, but that's different as to whether or not 3,000 people were arrested for their social media posts. This
well,
says
that's because we haven't got free speech. That was my point.
Yes, but I understand, but that's what I'm saying is that whether or not you have free speech doesn't mean that there's not data supporting whether or not you have 3,000 arrests. And so if it says 160 arrests per year for malicious communication, and there are individual reported cases where social media posts are the cause, but that there just doesn't seem to be data showing that there were 3,000 arrests for this, but yeah, nobody knows where it came from.
We know that people get thrown off tall buildings in Russia. We know that's a speciality, yeah. So I'm not denying that happens. I know they're all suicides supposedly, but when you throw yourself out of a 5-foot window or a 7-foot window, you've got to climb up the window first. It seems quite a bit of a chore. But the reason why I was going to bring up and we mentioned the money originally, the Ukraine and Russia, to get back to that. I think it was General Blinken said that the whole point of the Ukraine-Russia was to basically weaken Russia over a period of time and just make dilapidate it and just ruin insinuating he didn't care about the Ukrainians dying. And sure, that is his point. And he couldn't give fuck about, the death and the misery. That's all he was concerned about, was weakening Russia over a period of time. So on the deaths, can you give me an estimate without Googling it? Well, what do you think the Ukrainian deaths are? You can Google it, because
From what I understand, it's around like 40,000 maybe, but we don't really
Yeah,
know
yeah,
because
you're
of
correct.
because of the, what was it, Baston or something like that, where they
Yeah, so Zelensky announced about 2 months ago there was 32,000 deaths. 32,000.
currently, from what I
Which
understand, like the death toll is literally like 10,000, but they don't know what it is, so they're estimating it around 40,000
Are you
because
serious?
there's
Are you
so
serious, man?
many people missing. Yes, that
I've
they
actually
like
seen
they
I've actually seen 1,000 death killings, drone death killings on Telegram in the last 2.5 years.
That's what hold on. Did
Okay,
you hear what I just said?
okay,
I don't
okay,
think you heard what I just said. What I said was they
okay.
have an official count of 10,000 confirmed deaths, but the 40,000 is the estimate because they haven't been able to confirm a lot of them because lots of cities were
Okay,
just
so let me
like
ask you one more
carpet
question.
bombed.
How many Russians' deaths do you think Ukraine? Ukraine have announced what they've killed on the Russian side. What number do you estimate that to be?
Oh shit! The fact that they went in on boot, I would assume way more.
So Ukraine have announced that 600,000 Russians have been slaughtered in the trenches, basically. But they've only admitted that they've lost 32,000. Can you see, like, either? I would suggest that both are incorrect, and somewhere in the middle is the reality.
Maybe.
From what I'm seeing from YouTube, YouTube channels. I mean, the one called Willie IOM. He's a veteran from Australia. There's a lot of done some great work with Israel as well, and the Palestine. But the estimates
Yeah, it's
that
probably dumb of them
I'm
to
hearing,
fucking invade and
I'm
send a
hearing up
bunch
to
of troops in
I'm
on
hearing up
foot.
to
That's
500,000 men on
kind of
each side.
stupid.
I mean, that's what I'm hearing. 500,000 men on each side, maybe.
Okay.
I mean, if that was reality, do you find that shocking, Sal?
Yeah, of course.
I think
It's
it's.
kind of fucked
I
up
mean,
to just go invade a country and try to take over. It's insane.
Well, I mean, I've been watching the Ukrainians dragging men off the streets to fight because they're struggling for men, and
I'm
if
sorry,
they've
one
only
second.
lost
I've got
32,000,
something playing. I'm really sorry. Hold on one second. I'm really sorry. Something's playing on my computer and I can't find it, and now it's just blasting over everything. Okay, I got it. Sorry, I had to just mute everything because it started playing music, and I was like, I'm gonna get copyrighted for this. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if Zelensky's saying 32,000 Ukrainians have died, but they're dragging blokes off the streets, and I've been seeing it for a long time now. That doesn't really add up, especially when they announce that over 600,000 Russians have died. And even if we drop those numbers down to 300,000 on each side, it's a truly shocking number of European men, because they're European men at the end of the day, slaughtered in Ukraine, in the southeast of Ukraine. It's devastating. It's devastating for Ukraine. Ukraine will never be the same. Ukraine's fucked. It's completely fucked. There's generations of men that have gone. There's at least 10 million the population. Sorry, there's 18 million, like 38 million, I think, is there. They reckon about 80 million have left the country, and the vast majority would never come back.
Yeah,
it's devastating. I think it's terrible.
Yep.
And we just keep on, including the UK, ploughing bad, just bad after bad, and keep on ploughing.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
Where is this going? Are we like throwing like a funeral for these people right now and gonna do like a moment of silence, or like is there like a point to this? I'm not understanding.
Well, my point on this is the numbers, and if the numbers are as I believe they are, in the hundreds of thousands rather than the tens of thousands. It's truly outrageously shocking, and I don't believe that the vast majority of the public know about these numbers. We all know what the numbers are
Yeah, I
in
agree.
Gaza,
We
but
can't really.
we don't know what the numbers. We don't know what the
No,
numbers in.
wait, we don't really know what the numbers are in Gaza, but again, there's a massive difference between like Gaza and Russia, like
Yeah,
what the sizes,
there's a couple of fucking zeros. There's a couple
there's
of zeros.
yes, there's exactly, there's massive differences between, like, we can kind of give a pretty good estimate on how many people live in these like 5 block range, whereas like in Russia, where it's one of the biggest countries and most populated countries in the world, and
Dude.
is just like all sorts of different types of landscapes and everything. Like, yes, they are just insanely different and can't really compare. So yeah, of course we're gonna understand one and not the
Okay,
other, or have a better
so if I
estimate for
mentioned
one.
Nord Stream pipeline, what would you say if I mentioned Nord Stream pipeline to you?
What about it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, let me just beat around it then. So we know about Nord Stream pipeline, and obviously that was attacked. By who is up for debate in some circles now. And what would your opinion be? Do you know on that and what happened?
I don't really have one.
Seems to be up on most things, but I mean it was a big international event.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't really have an opinion. Like, you mean on whether or not it happened, or what?
Well, because originally they said the Russians blew up their own pipeline in German waters, which is always quite interesting because that would be an act of war. And then to blow up your own pipeline, but you can switch the tap off, is also quite illogical. But then legacy media threw it at us for a very long period of time that this was true. The Russians did blow up their own pipeline. And as we always know, you follow the money. So who now sold that liquid gas to the Germans? Well, it turns out it was the Americans. So that energy was, instead of being supplied by Russia, was then being supplied by America. So I'd suggest you follow the money, and you'll find it where it ends up.
So the research that I've done on this says someone named Donvart is probably behind all of it. He's from Mars, and he's leading a nation of Martians here that are trying to take all of our oil because they don't have enough resources on Mars. And it's they're working with the CIA, they're working with the deep state. They're all in on it. Damn it, Donvar.
I've heard of some conspiracy theories, but there you go. It's a new one on me.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, man. I do have to get off at this point, actually.
Yeah. Nice one. Well, I'll keep an eye out for you, and I might catch you again.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Have a good night.
Cheers, man. Ta-ra.
All right. Fucking Donvar, dude. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think you're going to come into my chat and just keep spamming flags over and over, and I'm just going to be like, oh, this is what I want in my chat, is some schizo who can't say words and all he can do is just spam a flag emoji over and over? Like, what do you think? Is it like the hope that you're going to get banned so you can run off and tell everybody that you're a victim or some shit? Like, what is the plan there? Like, what is the thought process? Like, hey, if I go into this chat and spam Trump 2024 over and over, I'm gonna like convince all of these people to vote because I'm being so smart and eloquent with my words right now that I'm really convincing all of these freaking people. Like, Schizo, you're talking about aliens and oil in the same sentence. You obviously haven't done your research. Paint 2004. You really need to do research before talking about things. You obviously haven't looked into this. You need to stop trusting what everybody else is telling you. Stop trusting the mainstream media. You just believe what everybody tells you, and that's why you don't know about Donbarn. But alright, I'm getting off. Yeah, I'll probably be back on tomorrow. Hey, yo!
Good morning, Tom. Harris
Good
Walls
morning.
2024.
Let's
Vote
go.
blue.
Let's go! Appreciate the dono, homie. $1.99. Let's see. Did I miss any others while we were talking? It seems like all of the donos always come in while I'm in the middle of a debate, and then when I'm done, I forget to read them because I'm normally like trying my best to ignore them so I can hear what the other person's saying. But not Trump, son. Well, he sent $2 instead of $1.99, so I guess Trump's gonna win now. Damn. If only there was a Kamala Harris voter out there who could spend more than
Not Trump, son.
$2, then Kamala Harris would win, but it looks like Trump's gonna win now. Real quick, also, the super chats, they're great. Appreciate it, love it, awesome. But YouTube takes like a very large percentage of the super chats from me. There is a link in the description for what's called tips, and it is with YouTube, even though it takes 40% of the fucking super chats or something like that, it's like 30%, 40%. They also take 2 months to get to me. It takes 2 months for me to get that money. But if you use tips, they don't take a big percentage. They take a couple cents out of it, and I get the money immediately. Immedioso. So, yeah, if you guys can donate with super chats, yeah, I'm not going to stop you, but I am going to tell you that more of your money will go to the place that you're trying to send it instead of YouTube if you use tips instead. But Kamala is going to make America a sex ring for billionaires with your kids. A sex ring for billionaires with my kids. So Kamala and my kids are going to go and make sex rings for billionaires. Wild, dude. My kids are up to no good. I really need to keep track of those little farts, dude. Shit. They're out there creating sex rings with Kamala. I didn't know that. I literally haven't seen those fuckers in years. I'm not even kidding. I have not seen my kids in years. I've literally never seen them before. I didn't even know that I had them until just now. I appreciate you telling me that I have kids. I didn't know this, and now they're out with Kamala, dude. This is wild. My kids are really moving on up in the world, though. I'm proud of them. They got good genes. They got good genes. All right. Make sure you join the Discord. We may take the night off tomorrow and just do a movie night. And we always do that in the Discord. So, can you tell us about why you were charged with felony fraud. Yeah, I was a drug addict when I was younger. I was I had really bad heart problems when I was in school. So like I when I was in like middle school, in high school, I played football and basketball. But I started having like really bad chest pains all the time, and my vision would go blurry. And then after a while, it started happening so often that I would have to leave school like every day with like really bad chest pains. Felt like shit, just like felt horrible, and eventually had to go home. And then wasn't even able to like go to practice anymore. Wasn't able to do anything. And then eventually, I just started sleeping 20 hours a day. Like literally just could not wake up, couldn't stay awake, and I was sleeping like 20 hours a day. And I would just wake up for like 4 hours a day. I would eat, watch a little TV, maybe play some video games. My dad would normally stay up for like long periods of time just waiting for me to wake up at some point. We might go out, get some food, or play basketball, play tennis for a little while, and then I'd go right back to sleep. And once I got to the point where I was sleeping 20 hours a day, I literally just couldn't do schoolwork. I couldn't do anything. And so I just wasn't able to go to school anymore. Eventually, we were going to like specialists, doctors, hospitals, all sorts of shit all the time. And tons of them were telling my parents that I was just faking it. They're like, yeah, this doesn't make sense. Like he can't actually sleep 20 hours a day. That's not really possible. Like it's not happening. He's faking it. And they're like, no, we know he's asleep. Like we check on him all the time. Like he's not just laying in bed like as a super like hyperactive kid who would like wake up and just run all around the house if he had the choice just to get the energy out. Like if he's laying in bed for that long, he's fucking asleep. Like we know he is. And no, yeah, like over and over they just kept saying, yeah, this isn't like, we don't have symptoms like this. There is nothing like this. And so they eventually found 2 cysts in my nasal cavities that were the size of golf balls, 2 of them. And once they found them, they were able to do surgery. They took the cysts out. They had to do 4 procedures in one. So 2 for the 2 cysts, and then another one for the tonsils and adenoids, because those turned out to be like badly poisoned. And then yeah, I was just kind of better after that. Everything was much better, and I was able to go back to school, able to play football again. But during recovery, they gave me a bunch of like different types of painkillers that were pretty addictive, and I was addicted to them for a while. And then eventually, once I was after a while, I started like getting my own painkillers and continued taking them. And this is back in like early 2000s, like 2001, 2002. We didn't know that like painkillers were addictive. We didn't know that like this was like a bad thing or a drug. Like I remember literally telling adults that I was taking painkillers and shit. Like they didn't think anything of it. It was like the same as muscle relaxers back then. So yeah, I was taking like Percocet and oxycodone, then eventually like Roxicet, Oxycontin, and then eventually heroin, and then eventually shooting up heroin. And then yes, like once you get to that point, like it's impossible to support a habit that is that expensive. And so yeah, I just had to start like stealing from a ton of people and robbing houses. I was also selling drugs at that point, and so I was doing like all of the different hustles that I could to try to support the habit. And then, yeah, after robbing a lot of houses, I eventually got caught for 3, I think, and then went to jail for, I think, 6 months, got locked up again. After getting out, I was out for 2 weeks, got locked up again for over a year, and went to state this time, and then when I got out that time, but the second time I got arrested for debit card theft and debit card fraud. And most of it at this point is taken off my record, but not all of it. So yeah, there's still a lot more, but I had to do 10 years of probation. Do you plan on having your record expunged? So part of it was like that as long as I finished all of the requirements of probation, I would get it would just get taken off of my record as long as I paid everything off. But one of them I didn't pay because they said they didn't want the money, and so I thought, okay, cool, then I just don't have to pay it. And then when I didn't pay it, I got off probation, but they didn't take the charge off because I didn't pay it. So that's still there. So that one sucks, but yeah. Voting is rigged and fake. Don't bother. True. Yes, Trumpers, don't do it. Don't vote. It's rigged. Look, here in Georgia, because I'm voting for a Democrat, I've already been given permission to place 7 ballots. Anybody who is voting as Democrat gets to place 7 ballots each. If you're voting for Trump, you get 1 ballot. And they may only even count it as like half a vote once it actually gets counted. So, yeah, don't even bother. Just keep talking about it on the internet, so taking off my record, not really. The only reason that it matters is for it doesn't matter. There's other reasons why it would matter, but yeah. But all right, I'm gonna head out. Make sure you guys join the Discord. There's a link in the description. Make sure you join the Discord so that you're here for the movie night tomorrow, because we can't stream movies on YouTube, so you're not gonna be able to watch it here. And the only way you'll know when the movie night starts is if you join the Discord. Also, the Discord sends notifications out every single time I go live, every time we post a video, every time we post a debate. There are a bunch of debates that we've recently posted on my channel. And so, yeah, if you've missed them or haven't been around or you're new, you can go to my channel and watch, like this one is Trump a Fascist, Tom versus Adam and Sitch. There's a bunch of other debates having to do with like the election, having to do with, did Trump help during did Biden help during the hurricane? Did Trump lie? Yeah, a bunch of stuff. So there's a lot there, a lot of debates, a lot of content. And then even on top of that, one of my favorites is the documentary that I made on Candace Owens. So if you go to my main channel and scroll down to where it says video essays, right here is my documentary on Candace Owens. And this is a whole thing about her leaving the Daily Wire. So yeah, make sure you go check out the documentary over here if you're looking for something to watch. It is a very good watch, the greatest content of all time. Well made, professionally made documentary, so go check it out. But alright, I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you, love you. I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
My professor said Trump is a dictator. That is one of the aspects of fascism, so.
MW says.
That's correct.
Olympus has fallen. Zach says. Take it easy, y'all. Ryan C says. Damn bro, you have a shit ton of content, putting in the work.
Yes, sir. This man in front of us is a huge fan of open borders. I guarantee you, you have no idea what open borders is, and you don't know anything about what I'm in favor of. So,
Zach
appreciate
says,
you making shit up, though.
Thugger free, let's go.
It's always beneficial for us to be able to show how you guys are all lying pieces of shit. Great.
Kevin
Great
says,
to have another example.
Good night, fools. Hodl Rocket says.
Good night, love you.
THX Zach, you too. Bumzija says. And why doesn't they count every vote? And why there is these vote mans?
Because
MW says,
Democrats matter more.
I am here for the foolery. Botrix says, Dono for TDS, link. Zach says, Hodl Rocket looks great, have a good day bud. Squids for less says, zero shame, all excuses. Bob the Human says, see ya good night. Hodl Rocket says, GGS Zach. Ryan C says, I own a large manufacturing plant. Voting Kamala to replace all of these red-blooded Americans in the comment with cheap labor. Swipser says, who is winning right now?
Well, at
Simon
least you'll
Allen
have a
says,
plant under Kamala.
back into catch end. Simon Allen says, be good. Rain Wizard 483 says, explain